Okay, before we move on to our character animation lessons, I just want to give you guys an explanation of all the file types that you will see moving forward with your Adobe After Effects journey. So throughout the lessons, we do have resources in the resource pack, so you can simply just download those projects. But after this course, you will need things to practice with. So I will mention those websites where you can get those items to practice with in a second. But for now, let's go over the file types that you will find throughout your journey. And I will explain what each of these are and mainly focus on the ones that you will see when you're trying to work with After Effects. All right, so number one is what we already know. It's Adobe Illustrator file. We've seen this in the previous lessons. It's created using Adobe Illustrator. It's great for high quality graphic files like logos, vectors, character designs, and all of that. When you're downloading things from the internet, you will most likely get Adobe Illustrator files. So this is the main one that you will see. And now let's move on to the next one, which is the EPS file, which stands for Encapsulated PostScript file. Basically, this is also another thing that you will get. Sometimes the vectors you download are in EPS formats. That just means that you have to open it in Adobe Illustrator, which I will show you in a second. So just imagine 5 pieces of paper. You want to carry it around. It's hard because they'll slip out your hand. Maybe you'll lose a few. So the best thing to do is to put all of those papers in a folder, close that folder, and you're just carrying one item with you. That is the one folder. So that folder is EPS file. And if you want to read those papers one by one, you would have to open the folder, read those papers, and then put them back if you need to. So just imagine EPS as that folder. It's great for keeping things closed, for maybe publishing. A lot of these creators on these vector platforms give EPS files because it's a lot easier to upload and for it to hold its quality. So this is another format that you will be seeing a lot. Next is PSD, which stands for Photoshop Document. It's for Photoshop, and this is something you might get mostly when you're dealing with character designs and illustrations. You will be seeing these two, but there are rare times where you might see PSD files. You can open this with Photoshop if you know how to use it, maybe change a few things, but you can also open it in After Effects. So all of these guys, you can open them in After Effects, except this one, which you can, but there is a thing about it that I'll mention soon. So just focus on these 3. This is the files that you will be getting to open in After Effects. So when you import, these 3 formats will be the formats that you will be using the most. Next is JPEG, which stands for Joint Photographic Expert Group Photo File. It's a long name, but this is for exporting, and the rest of these are as well, except for this. We'll get into that. When you export your project, which in After Effects you won't really be dealing with flat exports like JPEG, PNG, TIF, and all that. But basically, I will just explain it if you need to. If you need to know, JPEG is like a compressed photo file. So it's great for quickly uploading things and sending them around. TIF files are the tagged image format file, which is great for printing. So if you have a graphic work, maybe your graphic design poster, you will most likely have to export it to TIF to keep the quality, keep the details, and keep everything sharp even after you print it. Then we have PNG, which is Portable Network Graphic File. This is another export option that you get. You also saw in previous lessons we get to import PNG and JPEG files, but they're flat. There are no layers in them. So this is a more high quality version of exporting. It's like JPEG, but you get to have a lot more detail in there. It's usually a heavier file size. You also get to have transparent backgrounds with PNG files. Then we have INDD, which is Adobe InDesign. That's another program. You won't really see this, so I won't really get into this. We have PDF files. I'm sure you all know what PDF is, not something you will be seeing in After Effects. Then finally, we have GIF files, which is graphical interchange format file. This is something that you may use if you want a looping animation, which we already went over in the previous chapter in motion graphics. So basically with this one, you get to animate anything you want and then have that animation continuously loop for however long that video is seen. So now that we know the formats that we're going to be dealing with going forward with the course, we can now move on to the websites where you can get them. So I brought some websites here, and these are really easy to find, and they have pretty good vector illustrations, as you can see. And a lot of times they're free. For example, this one's free. Some of them are paid. You just have to look and see what works best for you. And if you notice, if I go on one of these, you can see AI EPS. So that means I have the option to either download this illustration in Adobe Illustrator file or an EPS file. So that's great. You can go in here, search your related thing, and just download things in here. Another website, the name of this website is allfreedownload.com. Another website is freevector.com. This has vectors. You can see you just have to search for the ones you want. And let me go in one and see what is our option. So it doesn't really tell us the option, but it will probably be EPS or Adobe Illustrator files. But you gotta be careful. A lot of times these are sent as JPEG files, so it's a flat image. So if you don't want that, make sure you read the description and then download it. This is another website. And then we have FreePig, which is my personal favorite. It has a lot of options for both free and paid. You can look for PSD files, vector files, which is the AI and EPS files. You can search anything you want. The character designs are pretty nice. Sometimes it's done by FreePig themselves or other artists written down here. So this is my personal favorite. I do suggest that you download from here just because their work is more professional and more organized than other websites that I've been to. So this is a great place to get it. And apart from vectors, you can get images, videos, and overlays, and so much more. Finally, we have Wikteezy. I guess that's how you say it. This one again has free, pro, editorial use only, and you get to, again, just like FreePig, search things up here and download them. And yeah, so these are just a few examples of where you can get these vector projects. I did want to mention something. When you're dealing with free work, like it's available for free, you will have to attribute the artist. So basically it means that if you're using this for your project, down below, you have to write designed by either FreePig or for example, this person's name. You can see down here, it's written designed by FreePig, and it says free for personal and commercial purpose with attribution. So make sure you attribute the artist in your thing. That way you can avoid any problems moving forward. Alright, so this is where you get them, and I just went ahead and downloaded things. You can see here vector and EPS format. I went ahead and downloaded one of these projects that we're going to be using in one of our lessons, and I'm going to show you how you can prepare the file. So let's close this. So this is what I downloaded. It's profile icons. You can see I got this from FreePig. This is usually what you get. You get an AI file, an EPS file, and a JPEG file. JPEG is for preview. Adobe Illustrator and EPS files are for the actual vector art. So I opened the Illustrator file. This is what it looks like. You can see I have a lot of things, but sometimes I just want to work with one of these characters. I don't want all of them. So a way to fix that is to, let me first move here, to open the layers and just go in the objects, which is where all the characters are in. Go here and then release to layers. And make sure you choose release to layer sequence, not build. And then simply I can drag all of these and bring them above objects. I can delete object. Now instead of one flat, like one layer containing all of these, I can just get each of these individual ones. First, I will choose the one I want, which is this person. I'll delete the rest because I don't need them. Yes, there it is. But then again, I want the stuff in the layers. So the hair, the eyes, and all that. Click that again. Release to layer sequence. Another one. Release. Release. There's usually a lot of layers like this, unfortunately. You just have to keep going until you find the layers you're looking for. Finally, we got the circle. And this is the person. If you open that, we have the eyes. You can see we're slowly getting there. So I'm just going to release this one. And yeah, so this is how you release them. If you move in like that, this is the shirt. That's the collar. Got the face again. Release that. Release that. See, there's so much layers. So you just kind of go in as much as you need to until you find the layers that you're looking for. And you just want to bring them above layer 7. And then you can easily just save this as, just go to File, Save As. Save it as an Adobe Illustrator file, but maybe put it on a different location on your computer and then rename it to something that you want. Okay, so we have this. I'm going to fix this by keep moving in the groups until I find my layers. Then I'll be back so we can open it in After Effects and see the difference. Alright, so I separated them. You can see I have a background and each of these parts are separate. So we can see, I think I left the neck. Alright, so let's just open that. I'll show you one more time. And also when you're trying to move them, just make sure you move them using the side and not the middle. Basically, it means that instead of grabbing it from here, you need to grab it from here. So just do that, move it out, place that on top. Okay, so I have this, and unfortunately, because there was other things, we have a lot of space and we need to get rid of them. Grab all of these guys, hold down Control or Command, and just make them bigger. And I'm just moving them a little bit to the side so we can see the character. You can always resize this in After Effects. You don't have to do this, just make sure it's inside the artboard. Alright, now I can go ahead and save it. File, Save As. Let's call this Fixed. As Adobe Illustrator. Save. I hit OK. So it's gonna save, and now we have fixed the project that we downloaded to the way that we want it. So let's jump into After Effects and we'll see how this works. Alright, we're here in After Effects. Let's go ahead and double click in the project panel. So I'm first going to bring the layer that we downloaded. This is the original one. Import as, composition. Let's first do this and then we'll bring the one we fixed. Alright, so if you open this layers, you can see we only have 2 vector arts and they're all merged. So if I bring this in here, I don't really have access to each of these individual ones because we didn't separate the layers, and we're just left with a flat image essentially. And we can't really animate each of these characters separately. So this is why you need to convert the files in the way that you want them. So if you're planning on animating the eyes, the eyebrows, and all of that, you definitely need to separate those layers and get rid of anything else that you don't need. So I'm also going to bring in the EPS file, delete all that, which was in the file as well, import as, composition. So this is the same thing with the EPS file. If you open it, you can see we have a singular layer. And that again is just a flat layer. If I double click, I can't access anything. I'm just in the layer. because like we said, EPS is the folder containing all of our documents. So now let's bring our Adobe Illustrator file that we fixed. So double click, go to Fixed, Import as, Composition, Retain Layer Sizes. If we open the layers, you can see we have a lot of layers. If I double click on the composition, all of the layers are going to show up. And if I need a specific amount of layers, let me make a composition. I can open this guy up and maybe I need layer 2. I can just bring it in here. So I only have this instead of everything else. And yes, we can see we have each of these layers separately, and this allows me to just work with them separately. I can also rename, as we know, if it helps. It does help actually. So this one would be color. This one would be the background circle. Yep, background circle. And so on it goes. I want to show you guys the PSD file as well. You will not see it that often when you're downloading, but if you don't know Adobe Illustrator, you can save it as a PSD file. Let me show you how it works. Let me just go back to Adobe Illustrator real quick. We're back in Adobe Illustrator. I also separated the nose and the mouth and all that. So now every single layer in this illustration is separate. So go to File, Save, Export As. And you can put it here. Down here, we have the option to save it as PSD or any other file that you want. Put it on PSD. Hit export RGB. Just make sure that it's not flat image, it's right layers. So we have all these layers in Photoshop as well. Hit OK. And now it's writing Photoshop file. So now I have the Photoshop file. If I bring it here, we have .psd. So if you don't know how to work with Adobe Illustrator, you can just export it as Photoshop, and that way you're going to be able to edit things, rename things in Photoshop. Now let's go back to After Effects. All right, we're back in After Effects. Let's double click, fix.psd, composition, retain layer sizes. Make sure it's on editable layer styles, not merge layer. Because if you merge it, it's just going to be an image. All right, so we have like the AI folder. We have all the layers here. You can see there's quite a lot. And we can also double click on Fixed and get all the layers. You can see this is the eyeball. Everything is separate. Depending on which program you know, you will choose your preferred file type. And if you don't know how to use any of those programs, you just need, I would suggest having Illustrator, Adobe Illustrator, because most of the formats are going to be in that way. And just follow what I said in this lesson, and then you'll be fine. So now that we know how to convert layers, how to separate the layers and rename and all that, we can now get started with our character animation lessons. In this lesson, we're going to go over the basics of eye movement in character animation. In this lesson, we have two different types of eye movements, one with eye whites, another without the eye whites, so it's just a pupil, the iris. And let's get straight into it. And we're going to start with the easy one, character by free pick, imported as composition. So this is what I mean. This is example 1, where we don't have any eye whites, and this is going to be easier. In our second example, which we'll do after this, let me bring it in. As you can see, we have, let's move up, eye whites. So whenever you're downloading things from the internet, or if you're designing it yourself, your character will either have eyes like this, where there is the pupil and the whites. Other times, your character doesn't have the whites, and it's just the pupil. So we'll see how to edit those, animate those both, just in case you chose a character that has one or the other. All right, so we have all of the layers here listed. I've named them, but for now, we're just going to focus on the eye. So I'm going to pre-compose every other layer except for the eye left and eye right. Pre-compose, call this others. And now we're also going to pre-compose the eyes because they need to move together at the same time. We don't want one eye moving here while the other one moving there. So select both the eyes and also pre-compose this to eyes. So now these are in one layer. All right, and first you can see that the anchor point for the eyes is over here, which is not the right spot. So just get this and put it in the center of the two shapes. There we are. So eye movements is as easy as just moving the layers left or right, up and down. But one thing that's really important is to bring your character to life. So if you are a person moving your eyes, at some point you would have to blink. And we're going to look at another technique for blinking. And first, let's move our eyes. So hit P on eyes and just move them to either left or right. Let's first create a keyframe for their original space. Move in a few frames. Maybe move it to the right. Then move it. Zoom in. Hit V. You can also move it like this if you want to, like it goes upwards. And then maybe it curves down to where it was. All right, so we have an eye movement like this. Let's add some space so it's not as fast as we see. Create space, play that back. It's a lot more slower than it was. Let's hit F9 on all of these keyframes. And we have a really basic eye movement. All right, so we can go ahead and just copy this a few times. So while we're adding the blinking animation, the eye is constantly moving. Play this back, and our character is simply looking around this space. Okay, so she's moving her eyes. This was really simple. We already know how to move layers with the position keyframes. But now we're going to make her blink. So click away from eyes. I'm going to hit M to close that. Get the rectangle tool, and we're going to create a shape as big as long as both her eyes. As you can see, the color doesn't matter. Let's call this blinked. Blinked. Okay. So essentially, this is what's going to be the blinking. We're going to just simply hit P on blink and just move in, and maybe at 2 seconds she starts to blink. We can even hit U on eyes and kind of match the blinking with the keyframes we see down here. So turn on the keyframe. We're going to move it down over the eyes. Then we're gonna go forward and just move it back up until it's not covering the eyes. And essentially, these are the 3 keyframes that you will have to copy and paste. First, let's hit F9, then copy, Control C or Command C, then just paste it around your composition. So I'm going to hit N here to close the workspace. Then we can play it back and just see the movements of the blinking. For me, that's okay. I think she's blinking enough. And now we need to make it match with the skin. Also, if your anchor point is not in the center when you create the shape, remember that you can just select it, hold down Control or Command, and then double click on the Pan Behind Anchor Point tool. But for us, it was already there, so we didn't have to do that. So after we made this, all we have to do is select, go to this guy, the eyes, toggle switches and modes until you're seeing the track mat, and just set this to alpha inverted blink. So you can see she's blinking. Play that back. She's blinking like that. And if you saw that you don't want all the eyes to disappear, you can just set this back to no track matte to bring back our thing. I'm just going to hit Control Z. Okay, until I'm seeing this again. And basically what you can do on the second keyframe, let me delete all this. This is optional, by the way. So go on this and just go until it's like almost there. And also because our character is not facing straight to the camera, you can see that one pupil is smaller than the other one. We need to also rotate our eyes until something like this, 4 degrees. So now these two are equal. Let's go back to P and just bring it down around here, because that would be better. Then we can bring it back up. So it's going to be something like that. Let's try the track matte again. If it's not good, you can always come back and change it. Play this back. That's a lot better. So I'll create some space, and now we can copy and paste it as many times as we need to. Definitely add space between each of the blinking sessions to make it as natural as possible. Let's zoom out and have a look at our final product. So she's blinking. Our character is slowly coming to life. We added a simple iris movement and a blinking effect. Now with the eyes, the eyebrows need to move too, because they're related. Go to the others and get the eyebrow, both of them. If you're planning on moving them separately, don't pre-compose them, but I want to move them together, so I will pre-compose both of these. We copy this and paste it here. So we have this. And in others, I'm going to delete them. So we have the eyebrows in here. Okay, so for the eyebrows, we do not need to do much with them. Go in here, okay. So with the eyebrows, because I want them to move together, I'm going to pre-compose both eyebrows. You can put them separately if you want them to maybe move one eyebrow at a time. And again, it's with the position, nothing too complicated. And I'm going to make a keyframe for the original position, and then the second one, I'm just going to move it upwards. Her eyebrow does blend in on the with her hair, that's okay. And I'm going to write 250 because that's the original position, and then we can F9 all of these. Have a look at the eyes. We can also kind of stretch this out because eyebrows move a lot more slower than eyes do. So we have this eye movement. I'm going to bring this in the beginning because I don't want it to move with the eyes. Then maybe you can make more keyframes. Come in 4 seconds. Make them go. Let me see the eyes. Okay, so it comes to the right. Could have made them go to the right as well. So I'm going to come around here. Delete those two. Delete that as well. I'm going to not only bring it up, but also a bit to the right. A little tiny bit. So if it was 250, maybe 252. A slight movement. And then bring it back to 50, but also bring it down. So it's going in a circular motion now compared to what it was, which is what we want. Gonna stretch the time here. Go back, and that's just looking a lot better. Now I can copy these and paste it as many times as I want, or I could create new keyframes. I'm just gonna paste the keyframes, maybe offset them differently. And now we have a really slight eyebrow movement, which is going to make our character look even more realistic. So in this part, I just deleted the one we had. I'm going to move it to the left this time because the eye is also moving that way. So we needed to kind of follow the eyes. And there we have it. Just one last keyframe because the eyes are moving all the way to the end. And they're going downwards. So I can just kind of follow that. Okay. So there is the eye movement. Really easily created. Some blinking, some eye movements, and the eyebrows are moving with the eyes. Thing here, we're going a bit too high, so I'm just going to go back and just make it a little less. You should always go over your work a couple times, make sure it's natural and it's easy. Alright, so this was the first easy example. As you saw, it didn't really take that long. We created this simple eye movement for our character. Now we can move on to the rather harder version, which is when you have the eye whites in the illustration as well. And we're going to go over that in the next lesson. Let me just first bring that in. I think it was this. Double click, close the rest of these guys. There we are. So this is the character we're going to work with in the next lesson, and I'll see you guys there. Okay, this is where we left off. We got our character. This is the second example where we're going to work with a rather complicated eye shape compared to the one we had in the last lesson. So like the last lesson, let's go ahead and pre-compose everything that's not related to the eyes. I'm going to move these down here. Select everything that's not related to the eyes and just pre-compose them. Call it others. We're going to come back for this others and other lessons, so those are necessary. What we want to do now is to first get both of the creases upwards and then lock them in place. Then what we want to do is to align the pupil with the other pupil, the white with the other white. The eyebrows, let's also bring them above the pupil. So crease, locked, eyebrows, not locked, but above all the other things. Now let's grab all four. So pupil, pupil, white, white, right click, create shapes from vector layer. Then we can go ahead and delete the Adobe Illustrator versions, the vector files. Now we just have shape outlines. All right. So let's click away, zoom in on the face because that's where we're going to be working a lot with. So on the pupil, let's go ahead and get an effect called Set Matte. Put the Set Matte on the right pupil and the left pupil. So take matte from layer. If this is the left pupil, we need to take matte from the left white outline. So essentially, this is going to be inside the white no matter what, which is how it is with eyes. Let's go on the right and also take matte from layer. Instead of right eye pupil outlines, go to right eye white outlines. And now these are just going to be inside the layer, inside the white layer. Close that. We're going to get the right pupil and the left pupil. Both of them are selected. Hit P so they move at the same time. Turn on the stopwatch. We're selecting both so they move at the same time. We can then move them slowly, either upwards or downwards, and they're going to be moving together. So I'm going to actually go for a simple left and right. So it's going left and it's going right. We can move this here so it's not that fast. Let's go ahead and have a preview. Goes right, then it goes left. He's looking that way. I think it went 2 out. So let's first speed it up and then just bring it to the point where we can see the right iris in the eye white. And yeah, so this is how it works. We're just going to create some simple movements for our character. Then we're going to select everything F9. And then we're just going to have a really simple eye movement for our character. Just like that. So they move at the same time. This is the simple eye movement. It's looking like that. All right, so we have the eye movement. We can copy this and paste it a couple of times. So just select this set, paste it. Let's go for 10 seconds. Then keep your indicator there, paste it there. So it's just going to be moving around for 10 seconds exactly. Like so. The character is a little creepy, but that's just the illustration. Let's hit M on the pupil. We're done with the pupil, and now we're going to use the same blinking effect that we did onto this guy. I'm actually going to delete the crease. I'm going to see how it looks without the crease. Actually, no, it needs the crease. So let's go ahead and make the rectangle we did last time. Get the rectangle and make one as long as the eye, but don't touch the eye surface. Also, let's hit R on our shape and move it in the right position. Let's hit position and just quickly move it down so we can see if we rotate it enough. Hit R again. Okay, so we don't really need to rotate. It's always good to check. Move it upwards to where it was. And we're just going to call this blink. Turn on the position keyframe. Move into where you want the character to blink. I think I'm going to go for here. And just bring it down so it covers the eye. Okay, we need to make our shape a little bigger. Hit scale, hit S on your keyboard and just make it big without turning on the keyframe. Go back to P. So it's going to come down like that. Hit F9 and then we definitely need to bring it back up so he's not just closing his eyes. There we are. So play that back, check the speed and the position. I'm going to slow this down a bit. Copy these and just go for another blink session here. Comes down, another blink session. Get all the shape layers pre-compose. Where is it? Here. All those eyes. So now we can go ahead and just change the track mat to alpha inverted. Bring the eyes above everything. Alpha inverted at blink. So we have that. So I guess we can just undo that and also get the creases as well because it looks a little weird. Go to the point where, there we are. Unlock those and just pre-comp the crease as well. Call this eyes. So that's that. And now we can do the inverted mat and the crease is going to be gone with it, which is just how eyes work. Play this back. He blinks like so. All right. There we are. We can also go to the point where we can see that we left a little bit of white. We can just delete this and then bring it down completely. If necessary, we can hit S and just make it larger. Hit P, and now it should be covering the entire eye, like so. And there we have it, he's blinking. And now we can just simply, let's see what we can do. So I'm happy with that. We can also move the eyebrows. And we have to move the eyebrows because it's a person. Select both of them, pre-compose, eyebrow. I left them separate, so if you wanted to move them separately, you can. Hit P, turn on the stopwatch, and just move this around like that. Let me check the position. If needed, we can change it. F9, copy, paste it, offset these speed differently so they're not the same. Looks more natural that way. Copy that set one more time and maybe make this longer or the other way around. Clear that back. And we just have moving eyebrows, and he's blinking as well. Let's have a look at it from afar. And our character is brought to life. Instead of a flat image, we have eye movement. Okay, so this was how the eye movements work. This is the basic version. Like we said, in the next lessons, we're going to look at expressions that requires these techniques, but also it's going to be combined with other things. So for example, if the person is sad, we need to kind of bend the eyebrows. If the person is crying, we need to add tears to the eye whites. And those are just going to be a little bit more advanced than this. And this is it for the eye movement basics. In the next lessons, we're going to look at the other parts of the body and how we can move them to make our character look realistic and alive. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, so this is where we left off. We had the eye move, we're moving the eyebrows, we're making the character blink, but now we want to move the head and perhaps just maybe move his hair a bit, because if his head is moving, his hair needs to move as well to show that he has fluffy hair. So let's go ahead and just go in the others, the pre-comp that we made earlier, and look for the head, which is the face in this case. Zoom in, and what we want to do is to firstly get the anchor point tool and bring the anchor point right in the middle of the neck. So essentially it's like moving from that center point, which is just how the head works. It's not moving from here. And if I didn't do that, let me undo that. Bring it up here. If I were to rotate this, this is what we're getting. And that's just not normal. So we need to definitely bring this down here, right in the center of the neck. Okay, and now if I move it, you can see it's attached to the neck, which is just how faces work. All right, so we aligned the head. Let's call this head. Face is a bit confusing. Head. And now there's a couple of things that needs to be attached to the head while there's movement, and that is just like the mouth. The body can go below the neck. Sorry, above the neck, not below. The mouth, the top hair, and I believe everything else is already attached. Okay, so we just need the top hair and the mouth. To attach things, as you remembered, you just need the pick whip, attach it to the head. And now if I were to move the head again, hit R, those things are going to be moving as well. There we are. So while the person is blinking and moving its eye, we need to move the head. So turn on the stopwatch. And remember, for head movements, you really want to slow things down. So even if it's like 3 degrees or 5 degrees, you really want it to be slow. So unless you're doing like a really fast dancing movement, in other cases, you want it to be slow. Let's go for -3 since I brought it in closer. Delete that. Hit F9. So he's moving his head forward along with everything else, and then we're going to make it retreat back to 3. Bring this in the middle. So his head is slowly coming forward, and then it's going to go backwards. Now if we go to character by free pick, first definitely get every layer and just pick whip them to others. So the eyes are also connected to the head. So now his head is moving, and so is everything else. Let's go back in others. Maybe copy this a couple of times. Paste this. You can also right click, keyframe assistant, time reverse. So they're kind of different. I'm going to keep them here so we can see a looping playback. His head is moving. And then since we reverse this, it's going to pause for a second and then it's going to move the other way. All right. So that was the head. Easy. Just needed one transform property. Let's go to the hair, and this is where we get to kind of make it look fluffy. Go to top hair, and what we want to do is to work with the the puppet pin tool. So get this, and we're going to pin the tops of the hair, the sharp bits, and also a few around here. And in the areas where you don't want it to move, just let's get the puppet starch pin and maybe put one here, here, down here. We don't want these to move. These are like the really short bits of hair, and we just don't want them to be moving. All right, go in the beginning of your keyframe, get the puppet position pin tool, and we're just gonna go to mesh, just turn on this keyframe, move in. Like when he's going downwards, we also need to move the hair downwards. You can use the head keyframes as reference. So we know over here, the hair needs to go down. Select top hair, just go to this guy, and slowly maybe move them down like so. So it's like gravity is pulling down on these shapes. So we don't want to move this guy actually. We just want to move the tips of the hair. So now these guys are slowly moving. We also need to make them retreat back for a little bit of things. So the main ones that you can move are actually the tips. Don't want to move the others that much. Even this one, you can see it's moving the ones in the back, so be careful with that one. And you can see we're getting a slight fluffy effect to the hair. I'm going to move in here. Just maybe move this inwards. Just some random animations for the hair. You can always come back and change the speed of these movements. So he has fluffy hair. You can open Mesh 1, Deform, and you can open each of these layers if you want. There's one for each of these puppets. Maybe slow one down, make them faster. Kind of F9 them. Let's have a look. All right. Go to this puppets pin 2 and also just F9 all of these layers, only the ones that were stretched until here. These guys are the starch pins. We don't want to move them. So just these main 3, which are this one and this one, this one, this one. All right, let's hit M, and now we have a fluffy hair movement. Lay that back. Let me zoom in. Go back to the character by free pick full body, and this is where we get to see most of the movements. So his hair is moving with his head, and it's not just standing there in an awkward position. We're making the hair move too. All right, so that was the hair, and we can now see what else we can move. I believe that is all for the hair. So far, so good. Now let's do the same thing with the other project that we have. Let me close others. It was here we are, this character. First of all, we want to link this to the thing. We can actually go in others and get the, let's see. No, we don't need to do that. Link the eyes, the blink, the eyebrows to others. Then we can go in others and find the head. So this is the head. Want to make sure everything is above it. So top hair, mouth, and I think the head has the nose. Yeah. All right. So link the mouth and the top hair to the head as well as the back hair. Then again, we want to get the anchor point and put that here. Now, if I were to hit R on this, we can easily create a movement for our character. I can make her head move more at some point and then less at another. F9. And you can see she's moving her head like so. Copy that, paste it just here. Right click, let's reverse these. Delete the one in the center. So her head is slowly going backwards and then it's going to come back like so. And we only wanted 10 seconds. I'm going to hit N so we know when to stop. And the mouth is just the mouth, nothing much there. The hair, this time we have back hair as well, which we didn't in the previous example. So let's go ahead and we need to do the same thing for the back hair and the front hair. So go on back hair, get your pen tool and just make points on where it would move the most, which is this area, which I want to create less points actually. Let's delete puppets. Make one in the center of the hair. We want to create many points up here because we don't want it to move from the head just until the ear. Then the rest can be moved, as you can see. All right, I'm only going to make 1 point for movement. That's all we need. And as for the top hair, we can, let's see. I don't think we need to do much with the top hair because it's like bangs. We can just work with the back hair. So on the back hair, let's get open this up, go to puppet, go to the mesh keyframe, turn it on. And now we can move in time and maybe just look at the head movement. And first we need to move the hair behind the body, so bring body above. There we are. Go to back hair, back to where we were. So if her head is coming backwards, we want to perhaps move the hair this way. So it's a little bit of movement. If she's coming back this way, we need to move it the other way. So it's just like a little hair movement. It's kind of bouncy almost. Move it this way, and finally move it that way. So the hair is moving with the head in the same direction. I guess I will end up adding some hair puppet pin tools to the top hair. Looks a little bit stiff. I'm going to mainly focus on the parts that are exposed. So maybe one here, and then the rest, we just want to pin them in the middle so they don't end up moving around. Go in the beginning, and when I get the hand tool, just move up a bit. Get my puppet tool, go to beginning, turn on the keyframe, then move forward. Maybe do this, do that. So we're creating a curve. Move this a bit here and this a bit down. And then let's move forward. And we just want to, let's see, go around here and kind of floof it to the other side maybe. Okay, and then here we can move it here because bangs are not as refined as the back hair. I think they have more freedom to move. And that's why I'm moving them in a really random length. Although it all depends on the hairstyle of your character, so be careful about that. So now the bangs are moving. We accidentally created two here, so let's go back and just delete movements down here, and you can easily just delete them by going in each of the puppet pins and just delete whichever you find is too fast maybe, and just put them in their right area. The time indicator is great to move things at an organized rate. Let's match this here. I want everything to move at the same time. There we are. So now we must have a bubbly bang as well. There we are. Hit M on top hair and we are finished. So hit fit, go back to character by free pick. And now everything is moving with the body. So if eyes are moving, the eyebrows are moving, and everything is moving. We add this here. Okay, I'm going to reduce the head movement. I think 7 degrees is too much. I think 5 will do. It's -5 over here. Have a look. And now it's a lot better. Let me play that again just in case you didn't see. So the eyebrows are moving, the hair is moving, and everything from the neck above is moving. We're going to get into the mouth movements later, the talking and all that. But this is it for this lesson. It's how the neck movements work and the hair movements. I will see you guys in the next lesson. Now let's look at how we can make our character's mouth move. We're gonna go for different expressions like surprise, angry, and all that, using just the pen tool and the puppet pin tool to just move the mouth shape of our character into different ones. So let's go in the others, which we were there, and we're going to pre-compose the mouth layer. As you can see, it's separate. Right click, pre-compose, move all attributes, call this just mouth, hit OK. So double click in mouth, and we're going to just make a bunch of different shapes for mouth. So first one we have this, and using this we're going to create different mouth shapes. So click away from mouth, just zoom in enough so you can see. Get the pen tool without any fill, add a similar color stroke. It's a brownish color. And first make a stroke so you can match the thickness. 25 is clearly a lot. And I guess 3 will do. Let's try 2.5. Alright, so we have a similar size. And now we are going to go in the shape 1, layer 1, contents, shape 1. Go to stroke and change this to round cap so it matches the thing. And now we can go ahead and just shape this into basically any shape that we want. So we have this. What we want to do is to just perhaps create another shape, another point. Make another one here, and we want to close the shape like so. Maybe make this a little larger. This is going to be like a smile. We're going to long click and convert vertex tool over here and over here to add like a smoother curve. Go back to the pen tool and go on that shape, stroke 1, change the line joint to round joint so we don't have that sharp line here. And now we have a smile. You can go ahead and add a fill color. You can go with white or maybe something pink like so. Hit OK, and now we have our smile. So it would have to be white because it's the teeth. There we are. Hit R to first try to position it. Hit T to remove the transparency, and we want to kind of match these two. So just use the underneath as reference, hit R to just rotate it in a similar, hold on. We first need to assign the anchor point. You can see it's all the way there. Just select that and bring the anchor point to the middle of our shape, or you can hold down Control and double click. Now we can just rotate it a bit to the side, like -1. Hit P and just move it according to where it would appear normally. I'm going to go back with the pen tool and just bring this last point a bit closer here. Because she does have a small mouth, we want to keep that consistent throughout our animation. Hit T again to just bring back the opacity. So I'm going to move it to the side so we can compare. Alright, I'm going to click away and have a look at it. I think our stroke is a bit too much. Let's go for 1.5 or just 2. Okay, that's better. Now we have our second mouth. You guys can work with this and see what works best for you. I'm going to try changing the vertex point want to give it a little bit of curve. You can just work with the handles here. So I don't have that sharp thing. I have something like this, which looks more friendly. All right. So this is our first smile. If I bring this, turn that off, go to character by free pick. I'm going to try it on my character and see how it looks. Go to others and just get mouth, hit P, and just move it here. Okay, it's not that bad. I'm going to keep it like that. You may have to kind of work with the curve, the handles too. Let's go back here. I think that's better. We can also remove the stroke. I'm going to try it without stroke. I think I like this. I like it with the stroke. I think it was 2. All right. So that's our smile. We can make like a shocked face as well. Click away. Get the ellipse tool. Again, make sure it's the right thing. Hold down Shift. Make a really tiny circle. I'm going to remove the stroke to maybe 0.5. Click away, have a look. Maybe that's too little. Bring it up. And I'm just going to bring this here. Turn off the others. Let's call this shocked. Go to others. It's all the way there. We can just hit P and move it down here. We can see that's too small. Hit S on shocked and just make it bigger. Go back on others. All right, that's a good size. All right, so we have 3 layers. We're going to get our Align tab and just select all 3. Put them in the center of the composition. Then we're just going to get this guy, which is the region of interest, and just make our region as small as the mouth shapes. Even smaller, actually. Just make sure you're not cutting any of the mouth shapes. Composition, crop comp to region of interest. Go back to others, and now we can freely move this guy to where the mouth shapes would have to go. Go back to mouth. Select all 3, hit M, go in about 1 second, Control-Shift-D, delete the rest. We're going to start with the mouth, which was the original one, then we can go to shocked and then smile. So mouth comes first, then goes for shock, Control, click that, and then we're going to go for shocked. Let's go in here, and now we can see she's smiling. She's shocked. We need to definitely pin this to that so it moves with the head. She's happy. She's shocked. She's smiling. All right, the smile needs to be a little bit rotated to this side. Let's go back. That's better. All right, and then we can just copy these. Control C, go back here, Control V, and just move this here so it goes back to this smile. You have to zoom in to make sure they appear right after the other. Play that back. As you can see, like changes into that. All right, so that's the mouth movement. Let's go to character, and now she is moving her mouth as well. Just like that. I'm going to remove the X position here. So every position is 250. Delete the previous one. Because we're moving the head, we don't want it to move with the X axis. Alright, so we added some simple mouth movements. She's smiling, and then she's normal again. I think we need to move the mouth a little bit higher. Let's go back. Okay, that's better. There we are. You can also add like a fading effect if you want. I'm happy with that. Alright, so that was how you make some mouth movements. For this second example, we're not going to use this technique because he has a rather complex mouth. In the further lessons, we're going to see how to make him speak, and I'm going to see you guys in the next lesson. So in the previous lessons, we learned about how to make our character blink, how to make their iris move the eyebrows, and all of that. Just some basic movements with the face. But in this lesson, we're going to take this a step further and add facial expressions for our character. So they can be angry, they can be upset, they can have maybe a poker face, and just any other expressions. And we're going to use the same techniques we used here, but just apply them differently to get different results. So because we'll be starting over, because we need to change the movements completely, we are going to go to File, New, and then make a new project. You can save this if you want. I saved mine. And then we're just going to bring in the characters again. Composition, retain layer sizes. All right, let's start with the easy one. With this guy, double click. And once again, we have all of our layers originally. You can also delete your previous project if you wish to not keep that, but I'm going to keep mine. All right. So because we're starting over, I'm going to start or just mainly focus on the eyebrows, the eyes, and the mouth, and a little bit of head movement. That way we can just save some time. Let's start from the top, which is the eyebrows. So what we want to do is to first move from the base. The base of our face is the head. So we want to go with the head, and like we said in the previous lesson, we need to attach the head to the neck by moving the anchor point down, like so. Then we can hit R on our keyboard. Let me just delete the Align tab. Hit R on our keyboard, turn on the stopwatch, and just make really simple movements, like maybe 4 degrees forward. And of course, we need to kind of attach everything before we make our second keyframe. Let's do that step by step. Go in the beginning, and we're going to attach just anything that's on the face. It's all of that. We also had, I believe, top hair, which is there. We just got to get the pig whip, apply it to the head. So now it's going to move together. We don't want them to be left behind. And I'm going to first make a normal face, like she's smiling, and then suddenly she gets angry. So 4 seconds in, I'm going to add 5 degrees. Do that. We also gotta, forgot to put the back hair. Gotta put back hair, just anything that's on the head. Go to 4 seconds, put 5 degrees, and now everything is moving. And don't forget to easy ease those keyframes. And now the head is just slowly moving forward. We can make it faster by bringing the keyframes in. Only this one. Okay. Lay that back, and she's slowly moving her head forward. And maybe we can make her head retreat back to where it was, maybe like a few degrees to the other side, like -3 degree. And she's just going to move forward and then move backward. And then at 4 seconds, we can make her come back to the original position. So 4 seconds, she's going to be smiling as she is. Then the next 4 seconds, she's going to get angry. So let's first do the smiling thing. We need to first make work with the eyebrows. So now that we made the head, we can work with from the top to the bottom, which is the eyebrows and the eyes. The mouth stays the same for the 4 seconds because she's just smiling. For the eyebrows, we're going to get them both. We're not going to pre-comp them because for angry face, usually the eyebrows are not moving together. One of them is like a bit more down than the other and they're just not moving together. But for the first 4 seconds, just select both of them and we're going to hit P on our keyboard. Turn on the stopwatch, move in 2 seconds, and then based on the head movement, we can maybe get our move tool, just move him in like that. It's easier to use your cursor rather than this because you get to also change the X value than just one of them. Then they come back, align it with this, and then we can bring it this way. So it's above her eye, we can make it even come down. So until then it's like going up. She's shocked and then she's bringing her head back. And then in the end, we can just bring it where they were, which I believe was around here. F9. And we just have our character being really happy. She's moving her eyebrows, moving her head slowly. And let me have a look. Okay, we're going to just get the head and everything. Let me bring back hair. No. Bring everything that's related to the head, except the neck. I'm going to just bring them down, perhaps. A few things down. And then I can delete the keyframes that I made right now for the eyebrows. Make sure you don't put them in. Alright, so I think it looks better right now. You could do that before you animate, but even if you did animate, you can just do what I just did. Alright, so the eyebrows are moving. We need to make her blink. And we've remembered how to make the thing blink. We can just first make a shape out of our eye layer. Delete the other two. We don't need them anymore. Get our rectangle tool. Draw a rather long rectangle, one that can cover the eyes as well. I'm going to match it with the tip of this eyeball. And then we're going to hit R on our keyboard and just tilt it enough so it's equal because she's not looking directly at the camera. You got to also watch out for that. Remove the stroke. And we're going to add the set matte effect from the effects and presets and add it onto eye left outlines and eye right outlines. I'm just going to copy this, Control D, bring it on top of eye right. And eye right outlines, do that. So now if we were to just move both of these at the same time, hit P, turn on the stopwatch. Maybe she blinks here. Then we can bring them above so they don't blink. I think we still need to rotate more, so just disable the position and hit R instead. And just rotate it enough so they stay like that. That could actually be because of the head movement, so just bring it back to, I believe, 3 degrees. And we're going to match this to the head. Let me just expand our thing. I'm going to call these blink right. It's the wrong word. Just so it's less confusing, always name your layers. Blink left. Alright, get the blinks and attach it to head so they move with the same movement and we don't have to change the rotation every time. And the eyes are already there, so it's all good. Let's go back, bring down this guy. Hit P, and we're going to just remove it, bring it back up first. Make sure you select both of the blinks. Bring them back up so they're not touching the eyes. Move in a few frames, maybe here. and then hit P, turn on the stopwatch. 2 seconds, we're gonna bring this guy down. So you can see they're the same because we attached it to the head. Make sure you cover the eyes completely. And you want to make the blinking rather fast. And around here, right before the 4 seconds, I forgot to bring it up. Bring the blink layers back up and then go back here. Make a keyframe. Select these guys. Move in again and just drag them down, completely covering the eye. Go there and then bring it back up. So F9, all of those keyframes. You can go back and have a look at our blinking. So now she's blinking more naturally. In the first lesson, we made it really slow because we need to just make sure that we understand the techniques and all. But when it comes to actual realistic animation, you want to make sure that you are making it as fast as someone would blink. Just look at a normal person, they wouldn't spend like 3 seconds closing their eyes when they're blinking. So that's why we have to make it rather quick. So it closes the eye, comes back up. There we are. And also make sure that your blinkings are not identical. Because again, the eye could blink really fast and then it could blink slow for another time. It's not uniform. We don't actually need the set matte. You can just go ahead and delete them. This was by accident. You don't need set matte. You just needed the rectangle layer and the track matte, which we set here. Alright, so we made her eyes move. We made that. We don't really need to do much, except I will move her back hair. We're not going to touch the top hair anymore. We're going to just move the back hair. Go in the beginning. The pin as well. Just make a lot of pins. Or actually, let's go for starch pins. Puppet starch pin tools, and we just want to go around the head because we don't want those parts to be squished or deformed. Make sure you come down to the ear as well. And then with the regular position, we're just going to make 1 pin here. Alright, so we're going to turn on the stopwatch and move in a few frames. Make 1 point here and another up there. And then as you can see, we're just moving it like that. The starch pin tools make sure that like these don't get distorted, which is important. When she comes forward, I'm matching it with this keyframe up here. We're going to just do this to the hair, just enough so it makes sense. So her hair comes down like this. And when she's moving back, again, get the other keyframe, align it. We're gonna just move this guy backwards. Watch out for the little space here. Finally, it can just come to where it was. There we are. We can hit U on back hair and just get these 4, not these starch pins, and hit F9. Let me hit N on my keyboard to close the workspace so we can get a looping playback. So her hair is moving and it looks good. Alright, so this is the regular smiling face. This is phase 1, but in the next 4 seconds, we're going to make her become worried first, like she heard something. She's listening to something right now. And then we're going to make her like shocked by what she heard and then make her angry because she's not happy with what she heard. So I'll see you guys in the next part where we're going to make her worried or shocked. Okay, now let's move into where she stops moving. Hit U on head, that's where she stops. Expand this to 8 seconds. We're going to make her shocked. So we are going to maybe suddenly move her head down. So move in a few frames, make a keyframe, and then come here, make her come down just to the point where her head does not detach. and suddenly it goes back, like here. So suddenly she's like, what? And she is shocked. She stays there until 8 seconds, so make another keyframe. Grab all of these 3, go in here, expand the timeline, maybe a little bit more. Okay. And we want to make it fast here and then fast there. So she's like, what? Like, in a really quick manner. She's really shocked about what she just heard. And then she stays there because she just can't believe what she just heard. Also, we need to move the back hair below the body. There we are, now it's behind. So she moves her head, and now we gotta work with the face expressions. So it's all normal here, and around here we're gonna make her eyebrows move up. Select both eyebrows. Gotta zoom in to have a look, hit P, make a keyframe. So it has a starting point. Move it a bit back, and then when she moves in like that, we want to bring it down. So select the eyebrows. You just want to like bring it down like that. And then goes in, and then she brings her eyebrows up. Okay, so it's like she's moving it down like that. And then around here, we want to kind of turn the eyebrows so they don't look like that. First things first, we want to make sure that the, let's click away. The anchor point for the eyebrow is in the center. We already set that, hit R. Hit R on your keyboard, and right around here, oh, this is the top hair, go to eyebrows. Hit R on your keyboard, turn on the stopwatch, and then around here, we would have to do this separately. So deselect the left, and we're just going to move this up like that. -9. For this one, it needs to be +9. So that go in ways like that. And then before it comes there, we need to actually go down. So select these 2 that you just made. Select them like that, move them in here, and then in the middle, we're going to make them go inwards. So let's just move it like that. We're going to do this. So -18, +18. So her eyebrows are like moving like that, and she just can't believe what she heard. Go in the beginning and have a look. So what? And she is concerned. Also, we need to hit P on this. I want to copy this a few more times. We can come back to the eyes later, actually. Let's work on the mouth because she needs to look shocked. So first, she needs to lose the smile. So we have to pre-compose this. Move all attributes, call this mouth, hit OK. And now in mouth, we're going to double click. We have to change the mouth a few times. So go in the beginning, and we're going to construct a few more mouths for her. Get your no-fill similar stroke pen tool. I'm going to select this one more time. Okay, was the right color. Guess 1 pixel. First, we're going to make her, let's see, gonna make her be normal. Like have a poker face, I guess. Make it, I think, 2 pixels. All right, and we also need to open up contents, shape 1, stroke 1, round cap, round join. And then we're going to go in path, and I want to actually change this throughout. So first, we're just going to replace this current mouth that she has. So just let's click away and get this, copy the curve, move the point, not the curves. All right, we replaced this. Before that, let's turn off the layer below. Okay, so we have a regular smile like she has. Delete mouth, we don't need that. And we're just gonna call this new mouth. So in the beginning, it's like that. And then around, I'm gonna actually copy this and bring it in here. And delete the pre-comp mouth. So now we just have this shape. I'm gonna move our mouth layer to where it needs to be. Just there will do. All right, so when we have a shape layer instead of an Adobe Illustrator vector file, we can actually use the path property. So shape 1, path 1, and then we're going to move to where she is shocked. So we need to link mouth to the head, so it moves with the head. And here she was all normal. We want her to lose the smile on where she gets here. Few frames forward, and the last thing, turn on the path keyframe, and then here we want her to lose the smile completely. So essentially we're going to go in with the pen tool, select the path, and just go to stroke. Oops, don't make a new shape. Get the line and just, make it flat. Maybe like a little curve. So she's going to be smiling, and then she's suddenly like, whoa, this is not a good news. And then around where she suddenly moves her head, let's come down and have a look. So this is where she moves her head. We want to turn it into the gasping look. So we want to just zoom in, get this guy to be like that, and then connect these two. And we need to make it, go upwards. Click and then do that. Just something like so. Bring the corners down because she's not really happy about the news she just heard. Work with the curve here. We don't want a curve there. Or the other side. Zoom out and make sure the mouth is in a nice place. I think it's 2 down. Bring this guy up perhaps. Okay. If you want, you can make the fill white. If you want, I'm going to do that. So essentially, we have to kind of animate the fill as well. Go in the beginning. We don't want a fill. We want to turn the opacity to 0. Turn on the stopwatch. And then transition. Come here and it's still 0. And then here it's suddenly white. So 100. Just move back. So as she's opening her mouth, the white appears and it just stays there. We also have to work with the stroke. Open up the stroke. Let's see. I'm going to delete this one and we can come back to it like that. Get the stroke property that's connected, and we said we want to make a smile. So bring both down into one line. You can also get the convert vertex tool to cut the curves there. Alright, so she's happy, and then suddenly she's like, what? What just happened? Why'd you tell me that? And she's just upset. We can then, around here, make another keyframe. And then here, we can just make her have a sad face. So just bring this guy down, get the normal pen tool. And just bring this guy, first click somewhere. And we want to bring this guy down here. The one below it, actually. Bring it there and maybe move these here. Match the two parts. Work with the handles if you want. It all depends on your creativity with the smile that the character has. All right. Gonna bring these up like that, so she has like a little smile. Let's play that back. She's happy. She has a poker face. She is shocked. Let's see. Maybe we can delete these two because we kind of messed up the curve there. Go back here and bring the curve back up. Here shouldn't be that way. Okay. So that's that, and let's have a look at the curve because it needs to curve as well, huh? Okay, we're going to do that later with the thing, the rotation. Make another keyframe, and we just simply want to move these layers up. We don't want to really work with the curves. Get the pen tool and just bring this guy up. So she's not happy about what she just heard. Okay, that's better. And then she closes her mouth and she's just upset for the rest of the 8 seconds. Zoom in. And she's just upset. Because we have to fix the curve here. You can add a point if you saw that you don't want to fix anything. Like mess with the original line, just bring it up like that and then add a curve point here. And that should do it. As you can see, she just closes her mouth and it's more uniform this way. Select all keyframes and F9. Now to match the head movement, we need to hit R on this mouth layer. And I believe the head movement comes here. So first off, we want to just rotate this, maybe this way, make a keyframe. Have a look at the previous parts. It's okay, moves down. Everything is working fine. And then here we need to rotate this. Essentially delete that and go to where the smile is and just fix that. +5. Play that back. And that is good. So we just need to rotate it by 5 degrees. All right, she is upset now. That's the second expression. She's upset. So first she was happy, having a great time. And then she is upset. I think before here, hit M. Hit U actually. On this, we need to put our time indicator here, hit R, and then make the 5 degrees here. And over here where she's just smiling, I think it needs to go to 0. -8. So it kind of turns when she is about to change her mouth shape. There it is. And in the beginning of the mouth, hit U, the mouth path is just not working. So go like a frame before this. And we're just going to bring these guys down a little bit more. Look kind of odd. So it's the smile, it's one line. Stays that way, and then it slowly moves down and she's upset. Then she's even more upset. Alright, so now this was the second expression. We did this easily. Let's move on to the last expression. Actually, there's two more expressions. We got sad face and we got angry face. So this was shocked, and we gotta do sad face next because she makes her, she looks sad, but we need some tears maybe and all that. So I'll see you guys in the next part. Okay, we stopped here and I actually went ahead and redid the mouth just with the curves and all until I was happy with it. You can see it's essentially the same thing. I just work with the curves a little. And I also forgot to add like a symbol, so let's do that right now. And around here, when she is shocked, with her mouth, I want to add a kind of a cartoonish symbol, I guess you can call it. So no fill, only stroke, I guess 2 is okay. And we're just going to make some lines, essentially. And then click away. Come back in there and add another one. I think that's too big. Yeah, I think that's too big. Let's zoom in so we can make a smaller one. Make one of these 3-line things. I don't know what you would call it. But just something like that to show that she's really alarmed and upset. These expressions or symbols, I guess, they really help. So make sure you put them if you want it to look more cartoon-like. I like to add it. I'm gonna hit S and just make it a little smaller. Made it a bit too big. Before that, I'm going to center the anchor point. Hold down Control or Command, double click on Pan Behind, and then we can make it smaller so everything is done at an equal rate. Bring this to around here. We're going to hit T on that symbol layer, make it 0%, turn on the stopwatch, and right when she opens her mouth, we want it to, let me first change the position. We want it to appear, that's 100%. Hit F9, and we want to work with this in here. All right, so nothing's there, and she's like, what? What do you mean? And then bring it closer so it's a bit faster. There we are. And then of course it needs to fade away to make another keyframe. Really fast, remove it out of frame so it suddenly just disappears because she's no longer alarmed. All right, so this were related to the expression. Now we get to work with the sad face. We just want to add a few tears for our character. I'm just closing all the other layers. Alright, so we just need the head, so hit U so we know what's going on. And then when she's upset, let's expand this to 12 seconds. We're going to just make a keyframe. See where it stops last. We want to make a keyframe for it to come down because that's how people cry. They're just looking down and just they're not having a nice day. Make them cry, and also when you cry you kind of shake, so alternate between 4, 0, 4, so it's like that, and then we gotta bring it back up. 0, so 0, 4, 0. I believe this is 4 as well. Yeah, so just copy all of these and paste it here. So she's just moving. Like she's crying. She needs to move her head, and then it stops at 12 seconds. All right, so we're going to make her eyes close at around, starts from here and it ends there. So go to the eyes, both of them. And essentially we're just going to work with the blink because they need to close their eyes first. Where's the head? Hit U. Alright, that's the right place. For the blink left and blink right, we're going to hit U on that. Make a keyframe, and then here we want her to close her eyes. So just cover the eyes like that completely. Closes her eye, and then in between these two keyframes, you have to make a new shape layer and make her eyes in a closed style. Just click away, zoom in. So this is where the eyes are closing, just right before they close, like here. We're going to just use these as a reference. You can hit Control R and just put rulers to where it needs to be. Though because her head is tilted, that's not going to help us. Just make like 2 lines, use the eyes as reference, and we're just going to move it down, make a point and just do that. And then do the same thing for the other eye. We have shape 1, make it sad. Let's also add a curve to this because she needs to be sad. Get your convert vertex tool and it'll just add a curve on its own. And just go ahead and Control D on this shape layer. Get your move tool and just move this to the other side so she has 2 eyes, 2 closing eyes. Call this closed eye. That's her right, I believe. Okay, and then closed eye left. Alright, so around here, first come back to the eye. We also need to attach these to the head, don't forget. You go on the head so they move with the head. It's all good, but this one we can now use the opened eye position to just help them be in the right area. Oh, you can see the anchor point is here. Control, double click, or Command, double click. Hit the other one and do the same thing. So when we rotate, it rotates within the shape. Hit V and we just want to rotate this and then place it right below the existing eye. That way we know that it's placed in the right area. We got to do the same thing for this. Put it here. All right, now both of these guys need to be, hit T on them, need to be invisible. So hit 0 on opacity, make a keyframe, and then around here we want them to be visible. F9, there's keyframes. So when she closes her eye, we get this. You can also make it come in faster, which is what we need to do. So around here, we want the animation to work. Have a look at that. Okay, so now she's closing her eye. You can click away, and now she can start crying. So she's moving her head. We need her to cry, so we need some tears. Import. So now in the facial expressions lesson, we have businessman expressions, which is for the other example, but just bring them in. We can still use the tiers. So open up businessman layers and look for tier. There's the tier. We're going to add this on top of everything. There's our tier. So with the tier, we are going to first make the anchor point come from the start, the tip of that area. Hit V and then hit S on that tier layer. Let's call this tier again. Want to make it really small so it makes sense for it to come out her eye. Hit R and we want to make it come from the angle of the eye and just move it Here, I guess that's still too big. Hit S and just make it as needed. I'm going to pre-compose this tier layer. Just call it tier. Go inside of that layer, and we're just going to duplicate this a bunch of times, like 4 tiers. And let's move here. We want to just move these in ways like she's shedding more than 1 tier, so just do stuff like that. Get another one, randomly place them. We have to then change the rotation, obviously. Look at this guy, that's where the original tier is coming from, so the others need to be in a relative at a relative angle. Select that, hit R on that, and then we're going to just move it in like that. This last one can stay. Alright, so we're going to hit M on all of these, close them off, and then go for maybe 1 second. Look at your time here. 1 second, select all, Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D, delete the rest. And we're going to, move them here. Although we can just do that with opacity. Undo that. We're going to move them in. So select all, scale. Keep an eye on this, so they're all 25. Keep the number 25 in your mind. Turn on the stopwatch, and then a few frames in, put it back to 25, which was the number we had. F9 all keyframes, and then we're going to make them change their position. So turn on the stopwatch. Actually, let's see when they appear. All right. We're going to then put all of them without turning on the stopwatch. We're going to do that, and we're going to just turn on the stopwatch, move here, and then move it to the original place, to where we assigned it. The second one as well. Turn on the stopwatch, comes here, we want to move it. Oh, we forgot to move it in. So in the beginning, we want to just move this guy. Let's see where it is. Without turning on the stopwatch, bring it there, and then turn on the stopwatch. Come into the other keyframe location and just move it down. Third one, without turning on the stopwatch, bring it on top of the first tier. Go to the beginning, turn on the stopwatch, come in here, bring it down. And finally, we have this guy, which I guess we could make it move down like so, just a little bit like that. All right, let's F9 all keyframes, and now we get to kind of make them disappear. So select all, hit T. We're going to make it 100% in the beginning, because they need to appear and they need to be there. And then at around, I guess, 2 seconds, we can make them 0. F9 all keyframes, we can always come back. And now let's offset everything. So this was tier 1, it needs to be there in the beginning. I'm going to bring it up here. Tier 2, tier 3. Okay, tier 2 comes in after tier 1, tier 3 after tier 2, tier 4 after tier 3. So essentially we have something like this, which we can either speed up or slow down, whichever we like. We can even make like 2 appear at the same time. So we just have tiers like that. Gotta speed this up a little bit more. And she's crying. Now let's move to character by free pick. And we have to move to where she's actually crying. So then we get to move this here. Get to change the position afterwards, but essentially we just have this connected to the head. And she's crying. We can make another one, Control D on this. Call this tier, because it's to our right. to their right. Tier L if you wanted to move cry from both eyes, which could be nice. And then we're going to right click on this, go to transform, flip horizontal. So we have that, but we need to move it. We need to move it out the frame. I'm not really seeing. Okay, there it is. Just went to the other side. Just move it here. We can rotate this. I think we need to. All right. So now they're crying. At the same time, we need to bring this guy down. Just like that. And this one needs to go in a little closer to the eyes. This one a little further from the eyes. Just like that. You can keep both or you can keep one, whichever you prefer. And now we successfully made our character cry. It's a great achievement. Hit M. So let's have a look at what we did so far. We made, she's laughing, she's normal, she's listening. And then she loses a smile, she's shocked, she's confused, and then she starts to cry. And then after the crying session, in the next lesson, we're going to make her angry. She's not happy with what she heard. And we need to make her, well, look angry. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, this is where we left off. We made a few expressions for our character. We made her smile, we made her shocked, and then we made her cry. So the last two expressions that we're going to go over with this particular character is an angry expression and finally a, I guess, laughing expression. And then we can move on to our second example, which was the businessman. And in that example, we're going to use a different technique. So let's come to where it ends. Just right here, we need to obviously expand our timeline. First, let's start with the head. After she stops crying, we want her to, well, not move as much because she's going to be upset. So around here, like half a second in, we're going to make sure her head is at 0. We can make a keyframe just to be sure. And then here we want her to do a similar head movement as we did for the shocked expression where she brought her head down and then suddenly up. So we're going to move her head down 6 degrees and then suddenly bring it back to maybe -6. Finally back to 0. So she's going to be normal. Then she's going to come down and do that. And she's going to be angry for, I guess, until 16 seconds. So let's close the timeline here. And then we can just leave it be. If you want, you can make her head rock back and forth, which you could just add the positive and negative degrees, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep her still like this. Okay, so here we want her to stop crying. So we're going to select both of these tier ones, hit T, and then we're going to make them 100 at 12 seconds because that's the end of our crying animation. And then we want it to turn to 0 because we don't want him to be there anymore. Easy ease those keyframes, and then she's no longer going to cry. I believe she was crying here. Yeah, she's crying here, but then she stops crying there. We can also Control-Shift-D on both of these layers and delete the excess. And then select both, press M. Okay, on the other ones, we also have the closed eye situation. We need to select both of those. And we want to match it with the eyes. We also have a symbol here, which I think, okay, it was the 3 lines. We want to remove that too. So hit T on symbol. And just leave it to be 0 degrees. Control-Shift-D. Let's cut the rest. Close that up. For the closed eyes, around here, like maybe half a second, maybe that's 11 seconds. At 11 seconds, we're going to hit T, make a keyframe, and then we're going to make it to 0. So it just disappears. And just like we did with when we wanted her to cry, we're going to open up the eye layers. Between the two keyframes, we're going to get our blinks. So blink left and blink right. Hit P, and if you remembered, we brought them to cover the eyes. Now we don't want them to cover the eyes anymore, so we're going to make a keyframe. Make sure you select both, so 2 keyframes at the same time. Move in around here, and just simply, let me get my move tool. Simply just move them out of the eyes. And then we get to reposition the keyframes. So as soon as those closed eyes are gone, her eyes are there. And then we just need to redo the keyframes a bit. We could still see the closed eye. Okay, so we need these guys to disappear faster. Bring in the second sets for the closed eyes. Just bring them in closer. There we are. That's better. Okay, so she has her eyes open again. The tears are gone because she's no longer crying. And we can go ahead and get rid of the transform properties. So hit U on closed eyes. And we could actually just pre-compose the closed eyes because we don't need them anymore. So select all of them. Also the symbol for the shocked thing. We're going to bring in another symbol. Right click. Call this crying. Okay, so this is out the way, and she's still crying. These stuff are still there. Just make sure you link this to head. So it's still with the eyes, with the head. It's moving with the head. And I'm just going to move it a bit to the side. We're dealing with the composition, the pre-com itself, so we're not changing anything with the animations we made for the crying. You can see at this point her closed eyes disappear and she opens her eyes. Okay, so the blinkings are there. We're going to leave those be. And we need to make her blink continuously. Let's go back. Let me zoom out of my timeline. We're going to copy the first set of keyframes, come in maybe around 11 seconds, 13 seconds. Control C these ones, Control V to paste them here. Do the same thing with the blink right. Make sure you're on the same time because eyes need to blink together. So she's back, she's still blinking, and she's moving her head. And now that we have a blinking going on, we could actually continue the blinking to 20 seconds because we're going to make her smile afterwards. So we can just do this in advance, make a few spaces, copy these, then make sure you're on the same spot. And there we are. We can offset a few things. Make sure you align your time indicator together with the keyframes. Remember that the eyes need to move together. And we could just maybe move these last two like that. Just offset them so they're different from the previous blinking sessions. So let's have a look. Here she's blinking like that. And here it's a bit slow. And there we are. So our animation should finish around 20 seconds. Okay, we're done with the blinking. Let's hit U and close the properties. Now with angry faces, it's mostly about the eyebrows because her eye shape is not going to change. That's for the other example. So around 12 seconds, she stops crying. And here she's moving her head back. And around here, maybe when her head is down, we're going to make the eyebrows turn in and make her look angry. So select both of the eyebrow, left and right, and then we're going to hit R on our keyboard, come down, make a keyframe, and around 14 seconds, we may change that later. We're going to give the opposite, so let's click away first, hit eyebrow left, and we're going to turn it in -20. Then for the other one, we're going to give it +20 because they're the exact opposite. We can F9 all of these keyframes, get the speed graph. Make sure you're on speed graph, right click. And then we want to zoom in on the keyframes, which is this little ball shape thing. Select both, and we're just going to, we may have to zoom in. Select them one by one. It's kind of hard to see. Click away, and hopefully we can get the other one. There we are. Got the other one, and now she has like a sudden angry face. She's suddenly angry now, and we're gonna keep her angry. And she's just upset. And it may be around 15 seconds we can make her kind of show her teeth. That's optional. Could help with the angry expression. Let's select both of these keyframes, hit U to close the properties. And then go on mouth again, and we're still going to use this path option. So make a keyframe around here so she keeps the current mouth. And then around like a few frames forward, we're going to get our pen tool. Zoom in quite a bit so you can see what you're doing. Get your pen tool and simply create a point, delete it so you can access the points separately. And to make an angry face, we may have to do kind of a rectangular mouth shape. Let me get the right one. To get our vertex tool later. So something like this. It's kind of like a bended rectangle. Get your convert vertex tool and just click this one so we get a sharp line. Try to make them equal. Do that. So her mouth is going to go from this into this. She's upset. And I'm going to just zoom out so we can have a look at it from afar. Let's come back, play that back, and she's suddenly going to be upset. So once we zoom out, we can see that her mouth is a little too small for this angry expression. So I'm just going to go a few frames forward, zoom in again, and we need to perhaps make her mouth a little larger. So just stretch each side so we get a bigger mouth. Do that. We can even curve the middle, which we will have to. So get the convert vertex point, click it until you see these two handles. Those indicate a curve. Remember that. And we're just going to create that rectangular shape that we mentioned. Okay, we can see that's not looking good on this side. Let's clean it up. On this side too. Bring the ends closer when it reaches on either side. And just look at her face from afar. It really helps with making the expression. So now with the eyebrows, she's upset. We can delete the previous keyframe. We don't need that. Just need this one and this. I will, however, convert the edges. I'm not happy with the way they look. I want it to be curved. You can keep yours to be sharp. I'm going to curve mine, and I think that just looks a lot more natural. Okay. She's upset. Okay, so this is the previous keyframe. Make sure you delete that. Bring this closer. And now she has an angry face. Okay, so we had another symbol that we wanted to add, which I'm just going to grab from the business layer. It's called angry, this symbol. We're just going to bring it on top of mouth. So you can see it's pretty popular in cartoon drawings. So I'm just going to bring it around here where she starts to get upset and shows her teeth. Maybe a few frames after. Then we're going to hit T on our keyboard. Actually S, not T. Make it 0%. Turn on the keyframe and then make it not 100 to an appropriate size, which for me is 50%. So she's upset, and again, make sure you put this on the head, connected. Hit F9, and suddenly when she shows her teeth, she's going to have this. We bring it in closer, make it come faster, and there we are. We can also you can duplicate it and put a few. I'm okay with one. And I was looking at her head movement. Okay, her head is okay. And she's just upset. We can even make her head move back and forth like we mentioned. But I'm not going to do that. So basically, we just have her looking angry suddenly. Shows her teeth, and there's the angry symbol. And then around 18 seconds, we're going to move on to the final expression, which I guess it's a happy ending. She's no longer angry. She's showing a big smile. So this is it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we're going to move on to our final expression. And then after that, we're going to move on to our second example where we can look at another technique. I'll see you guys there. All right, so this is where we stopped. She was angry and now she's going to be laughing. So at 18 seconds, we're going to move in a few frames back. Let's first expand the timeline. We're going to go to mouth. First make her, we're first going to change the angry mouth into a smile and then turn it into a laughing mouth. So at here, we're going to get the pen tool. Going to go on path, click a random point, delete it, and then I can zoom in and just get my pen tool to close the lines. I'm going to start from the corners. Just come in. You can even delete a few lines. We don't need this many points, not lines. So she looks normal. Maybe we can make her do that. Well, it looks kind of funny. Just bring this guy down, maybe. Bring these up. Close the handles, and we could just make her have a smile again. Play that back. She's gonna look like that. But before we do that, it's always helpful to make another keyframe from the previous mouth shape. Just so you have everything, just keep going until this guy disappears. Okay, so we're going to come here, make a keyframe for this. And then around here, we're gonna do what we were doing, which is to close the mouth shape. Bring these 2 points together and maybe bring these down. We wanted to kind of smile. So you need to bring this down and just do all that. It looks kind of funny, but gotta get there. Let me first convert the vertex points and the edges. Okay. Go back and I'm just gonna construct a smile and then I'll be back. Okay, so I made my smile, which is bringing in the points, maybe working with the handles just to make sure that everything is one smooth line. And now she is going to be upset, and then she's going to smile, which, as you can see, compared to the first smile, it's not exactly a happy smile. It's kind of like a relieved face. Let's zoom out and have a look at it from afar. That way we can better tell if we need to work with the mouth again. All right. So around maybe here, we're going to make another keyframe for the same mouth shape. And around, let's expand this to 22. Around 20 seconds, we're going to give her a big smile so she can laugh it off. And just grab the pen tool again, make a point, and we're just going to open up the mouth once again. Give it a big smile. Kind of looks like the Joker. You can maybe delete some of the extra points. Give her a little smile. Let's go back and have a look. Okay, the mouth shape needs to be worked with, and we're going to just make a point. And I'm just going to construct another happy face like we did with the smile. We're just moving points around, working with their curves if necessary. And then we can just construct another mouth shape for another expression. So let's delete the previous keyframe. So it goes from angry face to a rather relieved face, and then she is smiling. I gotta work with the points again, make sure they're equal. I feel like the one on this side is a bit too large. Let's work with the handle so it kind of comes downwards. Let's have a look from afar. Okay, we can keep that. And then she's just going to keep that as it is. I'm going to make a keyframe for the end so everything stays the way we made it. And now we can move on to her eyebrows because it looks like she is really upset. We just need to go on eyebrow left and eyebrow right. Hit U to open the transform properties. So here she's upset, and here when she's starting to change her mouth shape, we're going to make a keyframe for both. Come in a few frames and then just put them back to 0. There we are. So she's going to be like, although we made our first keyframe on position, make sure you make it on the rotation, not position. Put them to 0 while selecting both. Remember, they need to move at the same time. She's relieved, and now she's laughing. We can even make her kind of move her eyebrows as well. So make another keyframe for rotation at around 20, almost 20 seconds. We're going to select each one individually and move it the other way. So +8. And on this one, it would be -8. So her eyebrows go upwards, and now she can begin like laughing. All right, so that's her eyebrows. We can hit U to close that, and also on the other eyebrow. And we can go ahead and get rid of the angry expression. The angry expression can disappear around here. Make another keyframe for scale, and then put it to 0. Make them come in closer. So after she's done being angry, the expression moves out, the symbol. Hit U on the symbol, we have the head, and because she's going to be laughing, her head needs to move as well. So here she is all normal. At 18 seconds, make a keyframe. And then here, where her smile appears, we're going to put a keyframe, I think here. Okay, make a keyframe over here. You can delete the previous one. And then at a few frames forward, we're going to move it backwards. So let's go for -8 and then +8, then -8. Let's play that back and see if that's enough head movements. Let's play that back. She's moving her head. This is where she will be laughing. So we're going to come here. We're done with the head, just hit U. Instead, we're going to go to the eyes and we're going to bring back the closing eye effect, which we put into crying. Unfortunately, we need to copy the closed eyes. Control C. Bring it back to here. So we have these again. And we said we want her to start laughing at almost 20 seconds. So move these all the way here. We can Control Shift D to get rid of the rest. Don't need that. So we also need to make her blink. So come in, blink left, blink right. Around here where we want her eyes to close, we're going to hit P, make a keyframe. Make a keyframe and then bring it over the eyes. There we are. And then these guys, let's see, their opacity is at 0. That's why we're not seeing them. We can make it 0 over here and then make them appear like so. So as she closes her eyes, we have this. Make sure you attach them to the head, the closed eyes. We definitely need to work with the rotation. Let's put 0. You need to go this way. We can work with them one by one. Let's turn off, let me hit U on this. Let's have a look at the eyes. And that way we can easily just bring these a few frames forward just so we can see where the eyes were. Click away, get maybe eye left and bring it here. If necessary, you can rotate it. Do the same thing for the other eye. There we are. Now they are in the right location. Bring them back. Have a look. They should be in the right location. We just want her to, the eyes to appear after the blinking took place. So we're going to bring them in around here. So after she closes her eyes, those guys appear. And now she can go ahead and start laughing. Okay, so the eyes are there. You can hit U on them to close, or M, whichever you like. And she looks like she's laughing, but we need to also make her shoulder move like she's laughing, because that's how it works. We can go to the body. Yeah, that's the body. Around where she wants to move her head, which is here, we're going to get our puppet pin tool, select the body, and move in so we can start creating our little points. We could use the position pin tool, the position property if you want, which I think would work better. So let's just hit P on body, make a keyframe, just start it so it's in the original position, and very slightly move it up. Make sure neck is below body. Very slowly move it up. Before we move it up, let's undo that. Select both the neck and the body because they are attached. And we're just going to select the neck. Click away, select neck, and attach it to the body. On the body, make your keyframe. Move in a few frames and just move it upwards. A very slight bit. You don't want it to be too intense. We just want to move it up really slightly, just to the point where, that's the wrong axis, just to the point where she's moving her shoulders up. And then we're going to use the puppet pin tool for a little bit of enhancement. We can also just copy the keyframes here and paste it over there. It's a really slight movement. You can see it's moving up and down. And to maybe add to that shoulder movement, we can use the puppet pin tool to just make it better. So make a point on this shoulder, another on this shoulder, maybe 2 on the neck so we don't want it to move. Make a few at the bottom so it doesn't move the bottom as well. And now turn on the mesh keyframe, move in like so. Just gonna move it up like this. Only these 2 points. We don't want to work with the rest. Comes down. These are the keyframes down here. We can bring it down. Try not to maybe scale down these shoulders. Gonna undo that. Try to make them evenly spaced. Bring it down. And then one last time, we're gonna make it go back up. Hit U on body so we get to see the keyframes. Select all. Well, not those ones, just the ones that you made here, and hit F9. Then we can hit M on body. Now we have like a shoulder movement, which is necessary for laughing. Apart from that, after she closes her eyes and all that, we can make like a little symbol. So I'm going to go in, get a symbol here. Let's have a look. I think we put it in crying. Go to crying. I think this was a symbol. Let's have a look. Okay, this is a symbol. Control C and just bring that back. The symbol, we want it to appear at where she's laughing. First, bring it down. I think we remove the opacity, make it, turn it off, and then make it 100. Get the symbol, put it here. And as she's laughing, we have this movement. Coming to the beginning of 20 seconds, or where the closed eyes appear, and position it in a relative spot. And then we're going to connect it to the head. So if it moves backwards, that guy's moving back too. Optional. But yeah, so basically those were the expressions. Let's have a look at the final product. She's normal. She loses the smile. She gets shocked, upset, starts crying, and then she stops crying. She gets angry, shows her teeth, there's a symbol, and then finally she's normal and just laughs it off. So those were just some expressions that you will be using quite a lot in the lessons moving forward. It's good to know how to make each one, and if you want to make complicated expressions, you would just have to use the different parts from the basic ones to make that expression happen. So for example, if you want to do scared, you would move the eyebrows upwards, and then you would maybe put some teardrops on the face instead of the eyes. And any other expressions that you want to make will be a combination of what we learned in this lesson. So let's move on to the second example. Okay, in the previous example, we saw that when we don't have mouth shapes, we get to create them using the pen tool, maybe the path tool, deform the current mouth shape that you have. In example 1, which was the lady there, we took the original smile from the illustration and we kind of made it into a poker face. We made the surprise face, a shocked face, a sad face, and all that. But there are times when you download these projects, these illustrations, and they give you the mouth shapes themselves. So for example, this character that I downloaded, it actually came with different mouth shapes, eye shapes, and I guess eyebrow shapes as well. So this makes it easier for me to just use what the designer gave me, in this case, FreePic, what FreePic gave me, and I could simply just switch around between the mouths and the eyes and the eyebrows whenever I'm trying to change the expression of my character. This way, I don't have to design the things myself using the pen tool like we did in example 1. But even if your character doesn't have any of these, in the previous example, we saw how to solve the problem. So let's go back into After Effects. And for this lesson, I've actually combined and connected the eye whites. Let me come up here. So it's the pupils are in one layer because they move together. The eye whites are in a layer 2. And that way it's going to be easier for me to make them blink, make them move their eyes around, because everything needs to be done exactly the same way. We cannot have one of his pupils moving the other way while the other one moves the opposite direction, unless you're going for a specific expression, but the ones we're going to be creating today does not require that type of layers. So just go ahead and import your, let me go here, in the facial expressions folder, get all 3, not 3, just these 2, character by FreePic full body and businessman expressions.psd, imported as composition, retain layer sizes. And also, I went ahead and separated the mouth shapes from the project that I got from FreePic. So in the expressions, if we double click, we have all of the mouth shapes and the eye shapes that we need for this lesson. So they're each in a separate layer. You can see the eyes are separate, mouth is, and all that. And we're just going to be using this throughout our lessons. So let's go back in here and we're going to start one by one. So the base of all this is the head. Let's go ahead and find a head. It's called the face. Let's rename it to head. So we need to connect everything that's on the head to the head. So that includes the pupils, eye whites, not the arm. Let's move the arm there. So everything, eye whites, mouth, both eyebrows, top hair, we're going to get the pick whip here and attach it to the head. So if I move my head, it's going to be on the head. And again, like previous lesson, select the head layer, get your anchor point, and put the anchor point right at the tip of the neck. So it moves like a normal head would. Alright, so now if I were to hit R on my head layer and turn on the stopwatch, my character is going to be moving everything that's on his head. So I'm going to go for +7, and then here let's go for -7. Just type it in. Select all keyframes, hit F9. So really slowly my character is going to be looking back and then looking forward. And like we did in the previous example, we're going to go through the expressions one by one. So right now we're working with the normal happy face. So I'm just doing a really slight head movement. Hit M on head, we're finished with the head. Go to top hair, and like we did with the previous lessons, we're going to use the puppet pin tool to kind of create a fluffy hair effect. And we can do that by putting some pins around the areas that we want to move. Make sure you put some in the areas that you don't want to move as well. You're just letting the position pin tool know that you don't want these areas to move. And then get the starch pin, and we're going to put them in the areas that we do not want to be deformed. So that would be like the middle here, just the corners here. Put those there, and there we are. So this is just going to ensure that we're not kind of squishing the hair in an unnatural way. Go back to the puppet position pin tool, go in the beginning of your timeline, turn on the mesh stopwatch. So if he's going back at around 2 seconds, he goes all the way back, we can zoom in and just simply move these guys backwards. Again, be careful not to deform the shape. If you saw that it's moving like that, just make sure it's a really slight movement. So this guy goes, I guess, upwards. Don't touch these. When he comes back down, we get to bring things back down. Kind of expanded back to the original position. All right. And then in the between, I want to add another position, just so I can add more of a movement so it's visible. I'm going to make them kind of come forward towards the left. This is optional, so his hair is just going to be moving in different directions because the head is moving. And we can also add another half effect here. If he's going backwards, let's kind of move the hair down towards the opposite direction here. So it kind of goes inwards, and that's just going to make the hair movement look more natural. Kind of creates that fluffy hair effect. Let's hit fit, hit M on top hair. We're done with top hair. Let's get the eyebrows. Select both, hit P to zoom in again. We're still dealing with the face. Turn on the stopwatch, and let's say when he goes back, his eyebrows go up. Use the cursor so you are changing the X position as well as the Y position. Then it comes down here, we can bring back the eyebrows. Select all keyframes, hit F9, and he's just going to move his eyebrows up and then down like so. Alright, done with the eyebrows, hit M. Don't touch the mouth right now, we're going to get into that because we have different expressions. For the eyes, we're going to first get our Effects and Presets tab and look for Set Matte. Apply Set Matte to pupils. And in pupils, we're going to just, first let's create shape layers. Forgot to do that. Select both pupil and eye whites, right click, create shapes from vector layer, delete those two, the previous Adobe Illustrator files. Rename this so it's not as long, just pupils and eye whites. Now we can go ahead and add Set Matte on pupils. And go to Take Matte from Layer and put it on eye whites. Alright, we're good to go. You can hit P on pupils in the beginning of your timeline, turn on the stopwatch, and maybe if he's moving that way, we can make him move in like that. And then when he comes back, we can maybe bring it this way. But by putting the Set Matte, the eye pupils stay inside, which is really important. We're going to do that. Make sure you add the Set Matte no matter what. So his eyes are normal, he looks to the side, and then he looks to the other side. Simple eye movement. We can even make it faster if we want. So he's looking forward, he looks slow to the side, and then he looks fast when he's retreating. And then we're going to hit M on pupils, and on eye whites, we want him to blink. Let's close that. Deselect all of the layers and get your rectangular tool to make a rectangle as long and as tall as the eye whites. So it covers it up completely. Move it out of the frame. And then use the crease to guide yourself when you're rotating. So because our character isn't looking straight at the camera, we need to make it look in a good way. -2 degrees. And then we can just move it out of frame for now. Let's call this blink. Make sure that your fill has color. I usually like to go for the color white. Just make sure that there is no stroke. Hit M, bring blink on top of eye whites. Go to eye whites, toggle switches and modes until you're seeing the track matte, and change the track matte to alpha inverted matte blink. And now these two are connected, that's why they need to be on top. Blink goes on top of eye whites, just as how our eyelids go on top of our eye whites. Hit P on blink, turn on the stopwatch, move in a few frames so he looks like this. And then, oh, and also don't forget to, let's delete that, connect the blink to the head as well. It's still part of the face. And we can just move in a few frames, turn on the stopwatch, and around here we can make him blink. Close the eyes like so. And then around here we can just do that again. But we need to first bring it back up. Let's bring it back up, completely out of the eye whites. Come in here and make another keyframe for where it is. Come a few frames forward, and again, remember not to make the blinking sessions identical. If one is slow, the other one should be fast, because that's just how people blink. They're not robots. Hit F9, and let's turn off the pupil for a second, just so we can observe the blinking. Alright, so I'm happy with the blink, but now I just detached the blink from the track matte, put it on no track matte for now. We're going to bring back to pupils. Select the pupils and eye whites, right click. Let's pre-compose this so they stay together. Bring eyes below blink, and we're just first going to attach eyes to head. There we are. And now we can set the track matte to alpha inverted blink. So he's just blinking, and the eye position is kind of off. We have to fix that. Hit P. Don't turn on the stopwatch, and just bring it back to where the things are. IR. Hit R as well. Set this to 0. Then we can bring this back to the original position. So now it's going to blink like so. It's looking good. Hit M, and always make sure that blink and eyes stay like this. So blink always goes on top of eyes. If I bring another layer in between, it's just not going to work out. You can see the character is no longer blinking. So just don't touch these. We can even lock them if you feel like you may mix them up. And I think that's enough for this smile. You can see he's just a smiling character. He's blinking, he's looking around. And we just used the first mouth shape. Let me open this up again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 more mouth shapes, which we may not use all, but it's helpful to know what you're working with. Alright, so we made our character smile, and he's just blinking and moving as he normally would. Now let's move on to the next part where we're going to make him get a poker face. So he's listening to someone right now. Then he hears something, he loses the smile. So we're going to make him lose the smile in the second part. Alright, our character is smiling, he's really happy, but now it's time for him to receive some bad news. Let's go ahead and expand our workspace to 8 seconds. That's where we're going to make the second expression. I'm also going to bring the tip in like so. And we're just working with the next 4 seconds alone. Alright, so when he is getting serious, we're going to first start with the eyebrows. Let's zoom in on the face so we can see what's going on. Get both of the eyebrows, hit P again, and we're going to, let's see, come in around 6 seconds, and we're just going to bring those eyebrows a little bit over the eyes, the eye whites. So it's kind of concerning. And then around 8 seconds, we're going to not only move them up, oops, we got to move them up and just maybe flip them the other way as well. So select each one. Hit R on both first. Deselect one of them. For this one, we can do -6. For this one, let's do +6. So turn on the stopwatch for both of them. And basically when the eye is down, we're going to make it 0 degrees. So it gradually looks that way. Hit F9, hit P again, and make sure they're easy eased as well. So now his eyebrows are going to go down, but as they come up, they're going to kind of turn in that way. Going to make it more dramatic, so get both of those keyframes, delete them. Let's go for maybe +8. Oops, that's the other way. Let's go for -14. So it's a really dramatic look. I guess -10 will do better. Hit the other one and go for +10. So now our character's eyebrows are gradually going to turn that way. We can also speed it up. It's going to come down and then he's going to look concerned. So we did the eyebrows. Let's hit M on that. We're going to make the character blink constantly. So go on blink, hit P. I'm just going to copy these, paste it around here. So our character is still blinking. All right, you can maybe select all, right click, keyframe assistant, time reverse keyframe, so they look different. So here it was slow, fast, but here it's fast, slow. All right, we made them blink, hit M. In the eyes, we're going to double click because we separated them. We are going to, where's the eyes? There it is. Zoom in and hit P on pupils. Just expand this to, I think we stopped at 8 seconds. And then we're going to make a keyframe here. Around 6 seconds, we want the eyes to just be like up here. And then we want them to maybe go down slight amount. So first he's happy, he's looking side to side. Then he's going to be looking at us and then looking down. The eye whites stay that way. We close this one. So it's going to be like this. That's what it looks like. He looks at us. It's as if we're giving the bad news. So the eyes are good to go. Now it's time to work with the mouth. I'm gonna leave the hair, the top hair be, because it's not that important anymore. You know how to do it. If you wanted to, you can go ahead and make more fluffy movements on his hair. But now it's time to work with the mouth. So let's go ahead and pre-compose the mouth. Let's hit this, call this just mouth. Make sure it's move all attributes. Hit OK. Make sure you connect it to head. All right, hit R on that. Make that 0 degrees. And then put it in the original spot. So it's going to be connected to the head, just like it was, but now it's a pre-comp. We also forgot to move the head, so hit U on head. And here we went for -7. And then over here, when he looks at us, we're going to bring it back to 0. And then around here, we want to make him go backwards. So let's go for +7. All right. There we go. I think we do have to rotate the eyes a little bit. Let's hit R on pupils. As you can see, the space is not right. Let's rotate it in a way that both of them look equal, so +2. Let's have a look now, and it should be better now. All right, so that's good. Let's also have a look at the beginning. I want to make sure it's accurate throughout the animation and not just for a few seconds. All right. So we're going to also bring the eyebrows above everything. So when they go down, they kind of go over the eyes. Okay. And I think we do need to rotate the blink a little bit. You can see the eyes are not looking right. All right, +1. So now they close and open in an equal rate. Hit M, let's go to mouth, double click on the mouth pre-comp that we made. Locate the mouth. So this is the area we're working with. Let's go ahead and select this guy, region of interest, and we only want to work with this small bit. We don't want the rest. Go to composition, crop comp to region of interest. Go to the businessman expression layers. That way we have access to each one. Now we're looking for a poker face. So we have a smirk, smile, shocked, sad, angry. Guess we can go for the smirk. Maybe we can alter that to our liking. Hit R and rotate it according to this mouth. So if I turn off the visibility for mouth, we should have just one mouth. Okay, there's the mouth. It's all the way down there. I just need to move it upwards. So now he just has a regular mouth. But we wanted him to kind of transition into that mouth. So we need to turn this guy on as well. So around 4 seconds, he was using this mouth. So we're going to hit Control-Shift-D on mouth and then delete mouth 2. And then here from 4 to 8 seconds, we're going to make him look that way. Control-Shift-D. And while we're here, we can also work with the other mouth shapes. So after he smirks, we said we wanted to make him look shocked. So we need the shocked mouth. Here it is. Add that on. It's a bit too big. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's really big. Hit S on your keyboard. Let's go for 40%. I think that's a more reasonable size. Still a little too small. Firstly, put it on where the original mouth is. That way you can have a better understanding of the size. So let's turn that off, have a look. Yeah, that's good. So 60%. Cut that, and we're going to make it appear after that. Let's create a staircase effect. So first is mouth. Turn these on. First is this smile, then it's this smile, and then it goes to the shocked mouth. Kinda got a delay here. So it, as you can see, quickly changes into those different mouth shapes. 12 seconds, Control-Shift-D. We're going to make him look another way. We wanted him to be shocked, and then we want him to be sad. So get the sad mouth, put it underneath shocked, bring it so it starts right after the shocked mouth. Bring it here. We don't want to delay. Then bring this mouth down here. I think we need to also scale this down to 60. Looks like that. We can always come back and change the sizes, so don't worry. Again, we're going to go for 16 seconds, Control-Shift-D, get our next mouth, which is angry. Bring it below everything, hit S. Definitely need to resize this one. Let's go for 40%. Bring it down here. Compare it to the previous mouth. I think we need to go for maybe 30%. Alright, move it there. After he's sad, he's angry. 20 seconds in, Control-Shift-D, delete that, and then we have our final mouth, which is like this smile. Bring that below the angry mouth. Hit S and rescale it into, I guess, 20, oops, not 2, 20%. Bring the other mouth, and we want to just put it in a reasonable spot. And then 24 seconds, it ends. Our entire animation ends. Hit M on this, and again, just like with any staircase effect, you want to zoom in and make sure there's no gap. Like we can see there's a gap here. And we also want it to end exactly at 4 seconds, so it doesn't interrupt with our other animations. All right. Let's go to the next staircase, or the step. All right, this is good. The next one, this guy's a little bit over. Cut that. Next one, we also have the same issue. Come in here. All right, there we are. Zoom out, and if we go to the character, we can now have a look at the different sizes. I'm going to open this up all the way to 25. Let's have a look at the mouth. We need to definitely move it to this side. All right, the second mouth, we know that we need to bring it upwards a bit. Go to the second mouth. Bring it up. I think it's 2 up. Down. Okay, that's better. So now he's just looking rather normal. And then we have our next mouth. This guy's way off. It's go in the mouth and just move it. Okay, it's 2 up. Bring it down. Okay, that's better. Now he's shocked. Let's go on to the next mouth. He's sad. Sad mouth is not in the right spot. I think this is good. We can rotate it if you want. I'm going to leave it that way. Then we have the worried. Oh, this was the angry mouth, actually. I'm going to rotate the sad face with -18. Okay. For the angry face, it kind of looks over, just really small. Let's go for 50%. Bring it here. That's better. Zoom, continue the animation. Then we have the smile, which is really small. So go on the smile. Let's try 60. Bring it here, have a look. All right, it needs to be rotated just a touch to the right. All right, just a little bit down, and we are good to go. All right, so those were the mouth shapes. You can see after 4 seconds they appear, but we need to make them come in a better way. So in the next lesson, we're going to make him shocked because we only worked with the mouth right now. We're going to work with the eyes and make those eyes shocked as well. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. We are back with our character who just received some terrible news and he's just really shocked. We now need to make him kind of collect himself and maybe have the right expressions. So here he is shocked. We need to add the shocked face. So in eyes, double click on eyes. And we had a shocked eye look, which is this guy. Put it above the pupils. And find the place. There it is. Place it on top of the eyes. We need to scale it down. Use the previous eye shape as reference. I'm going to turn these off for a second. Have a look and see if we need to rotate them. We do. A little bit to the left. Actually, let's undo that. Hit 0. And I think the eyes are good, so I'm going to leave them be here. Let's close mouth right now. We only need to work with the eyes. So around 4 seconds, which are actually 8 seconds, just when the next expression is supposed to start, we're going to cut this shocked eye and then turn on the previous two eye shapes. Select the previous two, Control-Shift-D, and delete them. So it's like this. Let's expand this. It's like this, and then he's shocked. So when he's shocked, we're just going to leave his eyes, the pupils inside be that way. We're just going to make him blink, which is happening by default. Just need to hit P on blink and just copy these guys and paste them here. Offset few frames. So he's shocked and he's like, what? Why'd you just tell me? And when you're shocked, you tend to blink faster because you're kind of under stress. So we need to make this happen faster, even faster than that. So just bring them in like so. Play that back. He's just like really shocked. Bring this back, and I'm just going to offset these for later. I'm going to copy what I just made, which was these really fast blinking sessions, and paste it until 12 seconds. You also tend to blink a lot more when you're a little under stress. So we need to mimic that. He's shocked, he's blinking, he can't believe what he just heard. So for the head movement, let's hit M on blink. We're done with the eyes. We're going to leave the eyebrows that way. Let's have a look. Let's hit P on this. R actually. I want to move these when he starts to get shocked. So he's normal, just brings his eyebrows up. He's like, what? So we need to kind of match it with the mouth shape. There we are, he just changed his entire expression. Hit M on eyebrows. And what else did we need to do? The head. We want him to have his regular movement. Let's delete this. So he's like that, and then around here we're going to make a keyframe. Bring it to the other side, so -8, and then suddenly he's going to kind of come back to +8. Select all keyframes, go to the speed graph. We need to zoom in quite a lot. Come this way, and we're just going to select each of these guys and work with the speed. So it's going to be like this. But we need to move these a little bit to the side. There we are. Now he looks like he's more shocked, thanks to the head movement. Alright, so the head moves. Let's hit M on that. And he blinks, everything is doing okay. Have a look here. Alright, so the blinking is kind of off. It's because of our eyes. I have to rotate the eyes a little bit to the right. So just go on shocked eyes. Let's add a +2 like we did with the pupils. Maybe that will help. Alright, that looks better. So he has a shocked mouth, and there we are. He's upset, and then at around, I believe, 12 seconds, he's sad again. Not again, he wasn't sad. We're going to leave it that way, and around 12 seconds, we're going to hit Control-Shift-D on the shocked face, and we're going to bring back these two. Just Control-D and bring these duplicates here. So right after he's shocked, he's back to the original eye shape. And there's a little space between these two, which is what's causing there to be a gap. It's a really tiny space. Zoom in to show you. It's really important to not leave any gaps, or else it's going to look weird. There we are, no gaps. Let's zoom out, go back to the original composition. The eyes are back to normal, and we should have the blinking around here. I'm not seeing the blinking. Let's hit P. The blinking's all the way there. Bring them back here. So he's just blinking normally. There we are. And I don't know if we have a sad face. Let's double click on expressions. I'm gonna have a look. Okay, we don't have a sad eye. So maybe we could use this thing, the sad mouth as eyes. Okay, so around here, 14 seconds, we should go back to eyes. And then we want him to, here when he blinks. Let's have a look at the exact time. Or we could do it out here actually. So get your sad mouth. There it is. Put it on top of blink. Where's the sad mouth? There it is. And we're just gonna bring it up. All right, so it looks like an eye. We can do that. Make it small. We also need to rotate it. Or just go to transform, right click, transform, flip vertical. And then we need to hit R and just bring it in like that. Looks similar, but I don't think people can tell. So we have the sad face. I'm gonna bring it to 36 degrees. Control D to duplicate. And bring that in the other side. So he's really upset. And because he's not looking directly at the camera, the second eye needs to be smaller. So scale it from 76 to maybe 56. Okay, that's too small. 66. All right, that's better. Hit R on that and rotate it accordingly. And there we are. So we're going to pre-comp these two together, call this closed eyes. So the closed eyes are there, but we're going to hit T on closed eyes and first make it 0, make it 100 here. Turn on the stopwatch. And then here we want it to be 0. F9. So as he closes his eyes, we have that going on. I'm going to delete or just move them around a bit to the side. Around here, when these guys appear, I want the blink. Hit P and we're just going to bring it down completely. So the eyes are going to stay covered. Okay, we need to work with the speed a little bit. Move to the sides. These guys are a little slow. Bring it in like that. Maybe that will help. Okay, these guys come in a little too slow. Come in here. Comes in too fast. Gotta find the right spot for these. There we are. Just make it come in a little later. Okay, now he's upset. All right, we have our upset character, but he needs to cry. So we're going to bring in, hit M on these two. We're going to bring in the, let's see, where's the teardrop? There it is. The teardrop, bring it on top of closed eyes. We're going to pre-comp our teardrop. Call it tears. Move all attributes. Double click on tears. First, let's position it here. So with this character, the style of crying that I'm going to go for is just one tear at a time coming down. So it's a little different from the style we did for the previous example, but it's more suitable for this style of illustration. So position it here without turning on the stopwatch. Go to tears. And now we get to duplicate this a bunch of times. Let's go for 5 times. We're going to select all and put it to go in the beginning of your keyframe, hit 0 on scale. character on the stopwatch, and then a few frames in, make it 100. F9, and then go to the keyframe assistant, the speed graph, and just pull in the edge there. So it comes in like that. And for the tears, I'm going to do the exact same thing that we did in example 1, which was to duplicate the teardrops and then make them come from one point on the composition, then make them roll down, and then after they roll down, they fade out. So I'm just doing the exact same thing, and then I'll be back so we can see the final product of our sad character. All right. And yeah, so he's crying. He's going to keep crying until, I think, 18 seconds. Till 16 seconds, because he's going to get angry then. All right, so this is it for this lesson. In the next part, we're going to make him angry. I'll also fix the teardrops, maybe rotate them in the right position. So in the next lesson, we're going to get a more properly spaced teardrops. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, we made him cry. I also fixed the angle at which the tears are coming in from. So they start from one point. And then around, let's see, until 12 seconds, he was shocked. And now he's upset. So at 16 seconds, we're going to hit T on tears. Make it 0% because this is where he's going to get angry. He's no longer crying. And we're going to just turn it 100 here. Hit F9. So he stops crying. And that's when his mouth shape changes too. On the closed eyes, we're actually going to hit T again. Select these two, paste it here, but we're going to right click, keyframe assistant, time reverse keyframe. So it's going to disappear this time. And then we're going to align it with the first keyframe, go to blink, hit P on blink. Again, get these two, first copy them, Control C or Command C, paste it, keyframe assistant, time reverse keyframe. So it's going to come in like that. We need to go back and just work with the speed at which they appear. We can see that the closed eyes is a little too slow. Even slower. Okay, that's better. So he's like that again. All right. So here he's going to be angry. So after he opens his eyes, we need to go to the eyebrows, hit P on eyebrows. And after he's upset, about before the keyframe, we're going to make a regular keyframe, move them that way, and then we're just going to bring them down. So when he opens his eyes, it looks like that. But we're also going to hit R. And right when they're coming down, we're going to, like they're not at the final destination, we're going to make a keyframe again. And then when they're down, we want to actually do this separately. So we want to make him angry. 26, negative 26. So he's just like, now I'm angry. The position is a little too high. Let's hit P, get the second keyframe out. And he kind of looks funny right now, but move in here where you can see the full eyes, and this is just going to help you get a better idea of where to place the eyebrows. Then we can just bring that close, hit R as well, and we're going to select these two keyframes and bring them here. So he's just normal like that, and then he gets angry here. He's upset. And he's looking at us. We have a blinking situation going on. Select both eyebrows, hit M. Close tears and closed eyes. On blink, I believe we're getting this effect. So get blink here. And we're going to copy, let's delete that. I'm going to copy these sets and place them here. So he's going to continue blinking. He always needs to blink. So make sure you keep the blinking consistent. And then here he's going to be happy. So right when the mouth shape changes, around 20 seconds, we're going to hit M on blink. Actually, let's copy this one more time because he's going to be smiling. Paste it here. Offset it like so. And then select all, right click, time reverse keyframe. Alright, we're done with the blinking. It's over. Now for the eyes, we need to go in the eyes because we didn't continue it to 24 seconds. So just expand that all the way to the end of our animation. He's going to need his eyes no matter what. He was upset here, and around 20 seconds, we're going to get the eyebrows again. You can see how big of a part the eyebrows have in these types of facial expressions. Make a keyframe before 20 seconds, and then we're just going to bring them up to where they were. Hit R as well, and we're going to select these two, Control C, Control V. We need to do this one by one. Control C, Control V, because they're the opposite angles. Control C, Control V. Select these two, right click, time reverse. So they're gonna go in like that. And now he's really happy. He's gonna stay happy for the end. But with the angry eyes, one thing you could do, set M on eyebrows, is to go in the eyes. Let's have a look at where he gets angry. That's 16 until 20. All right, go to eyes, come to 16. We're gonna get the puppet pin tool, make a pin here. Although we're selecting both. We only want to work with the eye whites. So select a pin here and another pin there. So let's open eye whites 2, hit U. Let's open puppet again, turn on the mesh, and then until I think 20 seconds. Until 18 seconds, we're going to zoom in and just bring that. We need to add more points. Forgot to do that. Go in the beginning, put some extra points in the bottom. We don't want them to move no matter what. We just want to work with the top of the eyes. Put one on the side as well. Now we can go in the around here and just kind of squeeze down the eyes because he's really upset. So his eyes are kind of getting squished and he's going to be angry. Kind of disturb this one. Let's go back to this one. Delete it. Oops, that's the wrong one. Let's hit U. Trying to find the other one. Okay, this is it. Delete this and just bring it in a way that it doesn't get squished. All right, let's have a look at it in the place. Now he looks more angry. We just gotta reposition the eyebrows, as in bring them in closer to the bottom. So here, delete these two. We're going to just hit V and bring them so we're covering the tips almost. So around here. He's upset. He's going to stay that way. Then he's just going to look normal. We got to bring it back. So go to eyes. I'm not too happy with the second eye, so I'm going to delete that. Maybe create another point over here because this eye is bigger than the other eye. Create that point when you're in the beginning. All right, now we can go to where the other keyframe is and kind of squish down this guy. But at the same time, we're also going to squish this guy down so it looks better. And then around here, we want it to go back to normal. So we have to just assume where the normal is. Doesn't matter anymore because it's the end of the keyframe and he could just have stress in his eyes from what he heard. So we can just leave it like that. Make sure you F9 those keyframes. Do the same thing for the ones that you moved. These guys don't need to be easy eased because we didn't really move them. Just easy ease the ones that you moved. All right, let's go back to character. He's upset and he's happy. Now he's just normal. Hit M on eyebrows. We have the head to move. Hit U on head. You can see we stopped until then. So when he got shocked, he was just like that. But then when he is about to cry, let's make a keyframe. And then we're gonna go to where he does this. Make another keyframe. Bring that back. Then we're gonna make him go to -8. So that's forward. We forgot to connect the closed eyes to the head. Make sure you do that. On head, we're gonna go back to -8. And then when he's crying, we need to make him go back and forth a couple of times. So 8. I wouldn't say 8. Let's go for 0. So 0 and then -8, 0, -8. You can copy these two keyframes. Just paste it because he will be continuously crying until 16 seconds. Paste it. So it's going to be something like this. He's just moving his head, and then let's move this in a bit closer. Around 16 seconds, he needs to go back to normal. So hit 0 and he's just angry. Here he's like, oh, it's not that bad. So make a keyframe. There's a lot of keyframes. Go back and maybe make him move his head backwards to +6. So he's just happy. And if you guys want, you could make him laugh like we did with the previous lesson. I'm not going to make him laugh because we already went over it in the previous example. The mouth also does not end until 24, so just expand that over to the end of the animation. Alright, so there's our character. Let's zoom out. Have a look at the expressions we made our character have. So he's happy, and then he has a still face. He hears something, and then he's shocked. He's like, what did you just tell me? And then after he heard the news, he's upset and starts crying. He's not really happy, and then he gets angry. He has the eyebrow movements and all, and then he's happy. Maybe it was a prank. So this is another way that you can do expressions with different mouths that are given to you as different files so that you don't have to create them yourself. And this way it's a lot easier when you're practicing with different mouth shapes. I suggest getting projects that give you those resources from the beginning. And also when you have the image, you can also refer to how the angry face or the happy face looks like. I just went ahead and did my own style. You can copy the, just bring in this image into your project and just use it as reference when you're creating sad face, happy face, shocked face, and all of that. I'm also going to include this in the resource pack so you could use it if you want. But yeah, that's essentially how you make facial expressions. Now moving forward, we can look at how we can include all that we've learned into different scenes. So when we have a lot of things going on, we can also make our characters come to life by adding these really simple facial expressions. So this is it for this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn something really exciting, which is how we can import a really cool plugin called GIFs. I hope I pronounced that right. And basically, this plugin is going to make your After Effects experience a lot more easier. This is what it looks like. And in this lesson, we're going to see how we can import this plugin into our After Effects. This can apply to any other plugin, and plugins are just there to make your experience easier. You don't have to go over the layers one by one. You could just hit a few clicks on these plugins and they'll do the work for you. So let's go up here, After Effects add-ons. I went to rainboxlab.org. In here you can get After Effects add-ons, Blender add-ons, and any other program. You can see there's a lot, but we are in After Effects right now. So let's come down to GIF point 2, and we are going to just click on this. Come down here and we're just going to download it. The method I'm going to show you for importing is using Windows, but it should be about the same for Mac. Download the zip file. You can also see the user guide if you don't know how to import it. So I'm going to let this download and then we're going to see how we can extract it and bring it in onto our After Effects. So we downloaded the GIF point 2 and I unzipped the file. This is the files we will get. Now we want to add this into our After Effects folder on the computer. So just open your computer's the local disk that you have and the disk that has After Effects on. So when you downloaded After Effects, you got to know on what disk you downloaded that. So you just go on that disk and you just want to go to Program Files right here, Adobe, and then go in the After Effects 2022 Support Files. And by the way, on Mac, this is the exact same thing. The only difference is that your program files will be somewhere here. Just click on that and follow the same folder order that I am mentioning. And then we want to go to Scripts. So scroll down and come down to Scripts. And then we're going to go to Script UI Panels. Right over here, we're going to get the folder. Go to Script UI Panels in the GIF folder that we just extracted. Control-C, copy it, and paste it into the Script UI Panels here. Continue. So now this guy is here. You want to go back to Scripts, make a new folder, call this GIF. You can write point 2 if you want. Alright, and then we're going to go in that folder and again get back to this folder that we extracted. Control A and get everything except for the Script UI and the README thing. So copy it all, Control C, paste it into this new folder. Okay, let's go ahead and open After Effects and then we can see how this new plugin works and how we can use it. Okay, we're here in After Effects. Simply, we want to make sure that you have a couple of options turned on. So go to Edit, Preferences, General. So come in Scripting and Expressions. And then we're going to go to Allow Script to Write Files, Enable JavaScript Debugger. Hit OK. Okay, so now we have this. Simply, if we go to Window, we can see we have GIF point 2. So how does this work? I'm just going to give you a quick look on how it works. I'm going to import the one of the character projects that we had imported as the composition. We're going to get a more in-depth lesson about this. I just want to quickly show you. So if I wanted to rig the arm, let's first put the anchor points where they're supposed to be. Lower arm, put it here. Okay, if I want to rig these two arms, I'm going to select them both. Go to Window and hit GIF. Okay, and we want to set it up first. So choose a language, whichever you prefer. I'm going to choose English. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Here we have a simple notepad. You can save these if you want to write something here. Note-taking, codes, anything that you want. And now here, it's where we're going to do the rigging. So if you click this, want to go in here, links and constraints, and then auto rig IK and IK. This is going to do something. Let's move it away, and we have this new thing here. We can just go ahead and close this. We get this new layer. This is Duik-Basel's movements. And now with this rigging, I get to, make her do a certain movement. And let's say this is what I want. Okay. It's a lot more easier, and all I have to do is to create keyframes for this movement. You can see we have a bunch of these things, rotation, opacity, and all that. And basically, this is a lot more simpler compared to if we were to animate these by ourselves. Like we said, we're going to get a more in-depth tutorial about this. But this is essentially how it works. You prepare the layers yourself by putting the anchor points where they need to be. And then all you have to do is to select the layers that you want them to move so they're connected, like the arm. We had 2 arm layers. We have upper arm and lower arm. You turn on Duik-Basel layers for that, and then all you have to do is just move them up, work with a few things, and then you easily can make your character move their arm. So that is how you import a plugin, more specifically Duik-Basel, which I highly recommend that you guys download it because it's really helpful. It saves you a lot of time. And it's also great to know how to work with plugins because it's going to make your After Effects experience easier. I'm going to delete this layer. Let's bring Duik-Basel again. So just like any other window, you can select this and put it maybe in here. Oops, let's put it in here. So now I have a Duik-Basel 0.2 next to my smoother, next to my align tab. And this is just how you work with plugins. You can put as many or as little as you want. Okay, now let's move on to the next lesson where we learn more about this plugin and how we can use it to make some simple movements. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to take a closer look at the Duik-Basel plugin. We're going to see what it does and how it is used. In the upcoming lessons, we're going to see the more practical sides by creating different types of movements like running, playing basketball, and stuff like that. In the previous lesson, we saw how to install this plugin, which is fairly simple. And since you're starting out, we're mainly going to be focusing on the rigging part of Duik-Basel, but there are many other parts to it, and we will go over them to see what they are. But in this course, I'm going to focus more on the character animation part and the easiest way to make those animations happen. So if you want to get more advanced than this, make sure that you fully master the rigging parts, the basic parts, and then you can move on to the more advanced parts, and that will make your experience a lot more easier. So once you've installed the plugin, all you have to do is to go to Window, come down to Duik-Basel 2, that's the version we have, and I've opened it up here. Let's undock this panel, make it bigger so we can see. So this is the plugin. You can see there's many different sections that are also up here. This is the section that we will be working with the most throughout this lesson, but as you can see, there's automations, animation, camera, tools, and some help down there. So rigging is all about your character, whether it's a human, an animal, a bird, anything that is going to be moving in a non-robotic way. So it's not a car, it's not a motorcycle, it's something that moves and can move in different types of way. So this is where you would go to animate your character, make them dribble a ball, make them drink water, make them run. This is where you would go. Automations is for things that have a singular type of movement continuously. So that would be a car, a bike, a motorbike, a plane, things like that. Animation is about the animation itself, where you set keyframes and you make some adjustments to make your animation really smooth and professional. Camera is the lens that people will see your animation through. So it's similar to the After Effects camera layer. If you're trying to make a 3D animation, you would use this to create the different, to create spaces between the layers. And then we have the tools, which are just some simple tools, and I'll show you what they are. And yeah, so that's all there is to do Excel. Let's go in rigging and see what's in here. So in rigging, we have 3 parts. Let's start here. This is called creating structures. Now, structures are essentially bones that you will create for your character in order to move them. So down here, we can see there's different types of presets for us. We have hominoids. We have arms or front leg. If it's an animal, it would be the front leg. We have the leg, the spine, tail. You can customize a bone structure if your character has a complex bone structure. Select structures, duplicate, show/hide, auto rig, and IK. So if you're going to be making things with different parts, for example, legs, if you click on this little circle, you can see there's more to it than just a leg. There is the thigh, the calf, the foot, and the toes. So same thing goes for the spine, the tail as well, the arm too. So in here you would check all of the things that you need, all the things that your character have. And again, you have different presets. So if it's a human, you would go here. If it's like a dog, you would go here. You can see the structure is very different. And if it's a horse, again, it has its own thing. So these are different. Make sure you choose the right one because the bending is different. So humans tend to bend this way. Dogs tend to have like this thing coming up here. There's like a sharp angle. And horses have many joints. It moves like forward and backwards. It all depends on your character. Same thing for arms. We have the humans. You get to choose the parts. Got one for dog, one for horses. And yeah, so you would create that and then you'll get a structure that you need to align with your vector layers. We're going to see that in the next lessons. After that, we have links and constraints. After you've made your structure, you get to use any of these to make your character move. So the most popular and the most easiest one is auto rig and IK. So basically you will be creating those movements with a single icon. So this would be something we're going to be using quite a lot. We have connectors, which connects something to a master property. We're going to use this too. We have animation blender. This is something more advanced. We won't be getting into this. We got add bones. It's pretty self-explanatory. Parent constraints. If you look here, we can parent layers to one another. Parent constraints allows you to have multiple parents at a time. And here you have the parent layers between compositions. So a bunch of simple things. And then we have controllers. These are the icons that you will be using. By default, the plugin gives you some icons, but creating different ones will allow you to have an easier experience. So if you have a hand and you know that you're going to be rotating the knuckles, you would put a rotation icon on those knuckles. If you know that you're going to be maybe moving the wrist, you would put a move icon. Visually, it makes things more easier. We have some options down here. And then in automation, you can see we have some presets. We got wheels, like we said for cars, springs, blinking, moving away, paint, and all that. So these are just some presets for anything that is automated. We have the animation section. This is a bit advanced, so we won't be getting into this. We're not going to get into this too. This is a bit more advanced. Then we have the tools, which is just some basic things like renaming, searching and replacing, and all of that. So there isn't that much to do with Excel. The complex part comes from how you use each of these elements and how you would put them together to make a good animation. I'm going to put this back in here. I kept this back in here. So let's have a look at the layers that we will be using today for this lesson. We have 2 projects. One of them is the mouth shapes that we used in the talking lesson that we did without a plugin. We have an office scene, and I brought in 2 audio files, which will help us better match the mouth shapes to the audio. Okay, we're going to double click on the office scene composition. That's what it looks like. This is what we will be animating. Let's bring in the solid here. So this is what we have, and on top of everything, we're going to bring in the mouth shapes in the folder. Just open it up, select all the mouth shapes, deselect the composition, and bring it above the top layer, which is table. Hit S, and I'm going to make it like 2% because it needs to fit on top of this guy's mouth. Bring it on top. Zoom in, hit R to rotate it in the right position. Then you can readjust it if you want. Alright, so now let's go to parent and link, choose head, number 21. All of the mouth shapes should be selected and connected to the head. So if I hit M and go to head, if I can find it, number 21, hit R on 21, it's going to move with the head. Okay, so I'm going to hide all of the layers except for the head, so just go on the shy icon and turn them on. You can leave the background. So we need the mouth shapes and the head. Then turn this one, hide all layer for the shy icon. Okay, so we have the mouth shapes and we have the head. The rest of the layers are not there, which makes it a lot easier to look at. Okay, now that we did this, we're going to deselect the head layer. We want to make a slider, so go to Adobe Pixel. Okay, and I brought my Adobe Pixel here because you need to access the little circle, and you can't really see it there, so don't select any layer, and instead go to connector, this little circle, create a slider control. And you're going to get two layers. One is a controller and one is a controller background. We go in here, we have the controller. Let's bring both of the controller and the background. Hit position on these and just bring them somewhere that you can see. Okay. So now that we have this, we're going to select all of the mouth layers, all of the Photoshop layers essentially. Go to Adobe Pixel again, and we're going to come down until we see these, the rest of these, children connection. So the controller is the parent, these layers are the children. So we're going to hit connect to opacities. Okay, did a little magic. Let's bring this guy back up and go back to composition. So now we have this controller, this connector, not controller, that we're just going to set here. Now I suggest that you do this and just go to your slider, increase the size so it's easier to see, and then open up the slider and add to this size too. So now if I hit U on all of these layers, let me close these, hit U on the mouth layers, turn this off so we get only those, hit U, we have some keyframes. And this is where all the magic happens, so let's zoom in here. And we're going to hit P on this slider. Okay, you can see it's red, unlike all the other ones. And we're going to first import the audio that we see. We close the, hit M on these. And we're going to bring in the audio. So I have an audio that's saying hello. Open that up, audio, waveform, and we're just going to have a look at this, and this way we can match things up. So let's have a hear at what this audio is saying.
Hello.
Okay, so it's saying hello, simple. What we want to do is to go on this guy And if we change this, you can see we're changing through the different mouth shapes. And this is just so much more fun and easier compared to the no plugin version. And as you saw, we didn't do much to get this. We just clicked a few buttons. We didn't have to align the mouth shapes in a separate composition, turn on time remapping and all that. Instead, we just hit a few clicks and Duik did that work for us. So we're going to look for the normal mouth shape. Let me have a look, see which one it is. Not sure if we even brought that mouth shape in. Okay, so I'm going to go for this, which is the hair sound for hello. Going to cut the extra parts where he's not saying anything. Let's turn on the stopwatch. And I'm going to play this again. Hello. Hello. Okay. So here we can see the waveform where it's slowly coming up. This is where he's going to say the he sound. And here he's just saying the LO sound. So over here we're going to look for the O keyframe. Okay. So it's going to be like, let me turn off the voice, the audio for a second. Say hello. And I'm just going to extend this a little bit. Turn this guy back on. Hello. Hello. You see, he said hello, just with 2 sliders. Have a look at that again. Hello. See, he says hey, and then he finishes with this O sound. So just like that, if you have more complicated things, you would just stack it up on one another. I did have another audio which says wow. Let's put that underneath hello. Again, open up the waveform so we can see where it begins. Bring this after hello. So it would be like hello. Wow. So for this wow, we're going to go at where the waveform starts and just put our time indicator there. Come to the slider, first make a keyframe. Before that, let's make him close the mouth. Look for a mouth shape that is acceptable. I guess we could give him a teeth like that. So after he says hello, he's going to stand this way. Then we're going to come down here where this waveform is about to start, make another keyframe. We're going to assume this is the mouth that he will have when he's not saying anything. And we're going to move forward to where he is going to say wow. So we need to look for a suitable mouth shape. Although we did find the mouth shape we found a normal mouth shape. Thought I didn't bring it in. We did bring it in. Just go for this one. So this is the mouth shape he will have when he's not saying anything. So after he says hello, we're going to copy this keyframe, the previous one, paste it right over here. So he stays at that O position and then he goes to be straight. Goes back to closing his mouth. There we go. And until here, we're also going to make another keyframe. Just copy this keyframe. So his mouth stays closed. And then we're going to move in a few keyframes. Look for the wow mouth shape. Okay, I'm going to choose this. And we're going to paste the keyframe, the one we just copied, and put it there. So it's going to stay like this and just say wow until here, the end of the waveform. Make another keyframe. And then the next keyframe, we're going to copy the closed mouth shape. The wrong one, this one. So it's going to stay that way. So he's going to be like, hello. Let's go over that again. So he has the hello, and then he goes back to normal. And then he's normal, and it just says wow until the end where he closes his mouth. So you could make your character talk like this. You could add to the audio or just make him say anything you want. That's how the slider control works here. I'm going to delete these two audios. And we're going to just continue this in the next lesson and use the structures to move his arm and his leg, his head, and all that. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, in the previous lesson, we made this character move his mouth a bunch of times for him to say hello and wow. And that was how we can use this particular plugin to animate mouth shapes with an easy slider control. But I do want to show you a bunch of other plugins that allow you to have a fully talking character with a kind of an automatic setup. So we didn't bring those plugins in this course because you will have to pay for them. Do It Yourself is free, so we're mainly focusing on this free one. But I will show you some other plugins that are really good, but they are paid. So here we have some other plugins in AE Scripts, which by the way, you can find so many helpful plugins in this website, both for free and paid. You can see they're categorized. And the best one for lip syncing is SF Caddy. You load items into this plugin and it will listen to the audio that you have and it will lip sync it itself. So it's $25. You can invest in this. There's also a helpful tutorial if you want to know how to use it. You can see you just load the items and you make your character speak. We have another one which is called Auto Lip Sync. This is $39, $40 almost. And you will also be able to learn how to use this plugin down here in the description. And yeah, you can make things talk from squirrels to a tree. This is basically used for 3D things or just real life items. SF Caddy is used for 2D animations. So depending on what you're going for, you can choose. We also have a talking head, which is great for talking head videos. If you want to do an explainer for your video, but you would prefer the character to speak like that. So yeah, you have some options here in AE Scripts. If you want to invest in these plugins, you can just go ahead and use them. And up here, it tells you the program that you can use this plugin for. So it's both for Premiere Pro and After Effects. This one is only After Effects. This one is only After Effects too. Okay, now let's go back to After Effects. So we made the character speak. Let's go ahead and hide these layers. We're done with them. Also these guys, let's hide these two. Turn them off. Just do that. So now we only have the head and the background. Let's bring back the office scene that we have. Turn this back on, and now we only have the layers over here. I'm going to turn off the visibility for this controller thingies. Okay, so now we only have this guy. The guy is still talking, so don't worry about that. He's still moving his mouth, but now we're just going to make it more fun. Okay, so the head, we already connected the mouth shapes to it, so we could easily leave those layers out and focus on this scene that we want to animate. Okay, first we're going to color code everything like we always do. Go for the independent layers like table, chair, hip, body, and those are it. Make them like a really vibrant color like yellow. Then we have the left arm. Select all left arm layers, choose a different one. Right arm layers, choose something else. Head layers, do that. Left leg, but the elf foot, bring it up here so they're all next to one another. Make that green. And then we have the right foot layers. Okay. So now we have color coded everything. It looks so much better. Now for the arm, we're going to be working with the arms and the legs. Let's have a look at the arm layers. This one's the left arm. So select all the left arm layers and solo them like that. And we're just going to fix up a few things. So select forearm, get your anchor point tool. Let's first hit T and reduce the opacity so we can see those connection points. Go to forearm and bring this guy here. Go to bicep, bring that up here. Go to forearm, hand, and bring that guy here too. Okay. Then select all three, bring back the opacity, and we're going to bring them back. And now these three are connected. You can hit M on them, select them all, and then go to Duik Basel. Before we do that, let's actually parent the layers. So hand goes on bicep, bicep goes on forearm, and forearm goes to body. Okay. Select all the arm layers. After you've parented them, go to Duik Basel. Go to rigging and choose arm, then go to this little circle. And we want to get the arm, the forearm, and the hand. Let's go here first. We don't have a shoulder or a claw, so uncheck those. So now we get 3 bones essentially. And this right now is the arm, so we need to move this arm up here. Then forearm is down here, so it's going to be right here. The hand, bring it at the wrist. The arm tip is going to be, well, the hand tip. Okay, so we have all of these. And now we also want to connect these to their new layers. So bicep goes to arm, hand goes to hand. Forearm goes to forearm, which we misspelled actually. Forearm, I forgot the E. Forearm. And we have all of these guys. Now let's select the new layers. Go to Duik Basel. Go to Constraints, Auto Rig, and IK. So now we have this guy, which we can use to work with our character, just like that. We do have this arm popping out. It's part of the illustration. Okay, so we want to make sure reverse is turned on, but we want to turn off auto stretch. We don't want the vector animation, the vector files to be stretched out. And to fix that hand problem, just go to forearm. It's actually the hand. Let me turn off forearm. Solo that, yep, it's the hand. We found the culprit. Select that layer, go to the hand tool, the pen tool. Look at where the sleeve starts and just cut that part out completely. Try not to get the little thing, just get this extra part. Open up the layers, mask. Instead of add, turn it to subtract. So now we just don't have that layer. Deselect, go to the controller layer, and we shouldn't get that problem. got a little bit of cuttings. Go back to hand, solo that layer, get the pen tool again. And we want to get rid of those lines. Now that I think about it, do not need them. We just need the hand. Zoom in, we're getting a little bit here. Click Alt to remove the curve. Now it's all good. Okay. Let's deselect. Okay, now it's just normal. Let's bring the table above. Turn all of these layers into red. So everything red is related to the left arm. Now we have this arm. For the controller, if we select this hand, right now the controller is a hand. So you can see. I'm going to change the color, which you can do up here, into something more visible, like maybe a yellow, something that stands out. And if you select this layer and go to Adobe Excel, you get to actually change the controller icon. For me, it's okay, but I'm just going to make it into this. So now in here, I have another controller, which visually tells me that I can move and rotate this part of my controller. So yeah, this is just there as a reminder. You can connect it to the previous controller. I'm okay with this hand since that gives me enough information. Go on this hand layer, and if we hit P, let's turn on the stopwatch, move in a few frames, and I move this like this, I have now officially moved my character's arm. We hit N, play that back. So my character is just moving his arm up. Really simple. You saw that I just connected the structures to the vector layers. You could just see how easier this is compared to if we were to change the rotation and the position values of each of the limbs. This just saves us a lot of time. Okay, so I'm going to do one for the leg so we can see the difference. The leg is a little different. Let's go to the leg, close this. Go to one of the leg layers. Let's go for left since we're doing this side. We're going to select all of these layers. We don't need to change our anchor points because we're making a structure. A structure for this leg. Select all layers. Go to Adobe Excel, rigging, and go to leg this time. Little circle. And we just want to go to the human leg and choose all of these because we do have all of that. Create. And now we have the same structure, but for the leg. Now the hip needs to be above the leg layers. Let's bring that up. And I think it came all the way up here. Let's bring these above our leg layers. Above thigh left. Let's make them a similar green. So we know that this is all in one group. Now let's select each of these parts. You can see thighs all the way down there. Just connect it to thigh, which is here. You can solo the layer, the thigh layer, and this guy. Yeah, that's good. And we want to go to calf and come up here so we can see. I'm going to turn off the arm layers for a second because I can't really see the leg layers. Okay, there's the calf layer. Bring it below at the knee. And we want to get the foot layer. Foot. And then just bring it to where the foot is. So now you can see we're putting like a bone for each of these joints. Zoom in. And we want to go to toes. Put the foot, this is the front toe. So move this back so the front toe matches the characters. Got the tip toe, which we already set. The heel, make sure it's on the heel. So not on the floor over here. And we're just going to do the same thing. Before that, let's parent them. Thigh to thigh, calf to calf, foot to foot. And then we want to get this thigh layer, the Duik Basel layer, and connect it to hip. Okay. And now let's select all of the structure layers. Go to Duik Basel again. And we're going to go to Auto Rig and IK. So now we have a rig layer. I will call this foot L. Let's bring it with all the other group layers below the hip. And don't worry, these guys will not be in your final animations. These are just there. And now if I hit P on the foot controller, turn on the stopwatch, I can do what I did with the hand, which is to move it. Make sure you turn off auto stretch. And now I'm just moving the foot. You could maybe rest it up here, move it back. And just using this, we can make movements for the leg. Let me bring down the resolution. So now his leg is just jumping back. And another thing about the leg, which also applies to the arm, we zoom in on the ankle, we just have this. And to fix that, all you have to do is to hit R on that foot's controller and just rotate it accordingly. But then you would have to make a keyframe because in the beginning, zoom out, that wouldn't look so good. So in the beginning, you need to just rotate it here, and then as it goes that way, it rotates back to the right location. So you see the ankle is rotating. Just like any other keyframe, you get to make this faster or slower. So yeah, that's how the animation works with the Duik Basel. It's really simple, as we can see. And that's basically all there is to know about this plugin for now for rigging purposes. We're going to put this to the test with another example. This office dude, there isn't much going on. He's just sitting down, but you get to use this arm rigging and leg rigging for him to maybe shake his leg a bunch of times, for his arms to type on the keyboard. Or if we bring the hand back, he could take a sip of his coffee, and he is talking. And once you do this, we should actually move the hip backwards. Once we do this, we get to animate the layers normally too. So if I want, I can use Duik Basel for the arms and the legs. And then for the head, where I just wanted to move left and right, I could do what we were doing all this time, which is to get the anchor points to be at the right spot, which in our case is the neck. And then I could just hit R and make this character move left or right. So just because you're using this plugin, it doesn't mean that you can't animate like you would normally. It's just an additional thing that you can add to make your animation journey a lot better. You can see I'm using the regular rotation property and everything just looks normal, completely normal. He's just kicking his leg back and his eyebrows are flying in the air. So this is it for this lesson. This was a quick introduction to Duik Basel. Throughout the lessons and the tutorials, you'll get to know this plugin more as you use it to animate certain scenes. And we're going to look at many different types of scenes, like running, playing a sport, and all that. So by using them for different examples, you're going to learn it better than if I were to just tell you what this does and what the other one does. Okay, so I'll see you guys in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to learn how we can make a flat character speak without any plugins or any third-party programs, using only After Effects capabilities and effects. So for this lesson, we have 4 files. Go ahead and just import them into your project. And first of all, let's have a look at the mouth sounds that we're going to be working with. So these shapes that you see right now, they are the standard for mouth sounds in character animations. Of course, if you're going to do another language, you would have to check to see if they are extra mouth shapes or if there are less mouth shapes. You just have to see. But this applies to English. So you can see each of them have a sound, and be careful because these are the sounds, not the letters. So this is the ah sound. It doesn't mean you. So this mouth is not pronouncing you. It's saying the ah sound. So if you're going to say the word fun, we put this and this. So it would be fun. The ah would be this. So these are not the letters. They are these sounds. Okay, so we also have a character here. I'm going to just make a new composition from this character. Here we are. As you can see, it's just a photo and she does not have a mouth. If you want, you could take a character that has a mouth. I'm going to show you how you can avoid the mixture of the original mouth and the mouths that we're going to add in. So this is our character. Let's go ahead and double click on our composition. I already did that. Then we're going to double click on mouths. And as you can see, we have a lot of layers. All of these, they're separate. And before we get started, let's have a look at our character and type in what we want her to say. So you either have to type or you have to put an audio over it. That just helps the person who sees the video know what this character is trying to say. Because if we don't, she is just going to be moving her mouth and we're not going to know what she's trying to say. So by putting text or maybe an audio, you're going to help her better relay her message to the people. All right, so our text is, hello, how are you? We're going to make our character say this sentence. Go back to mouths and select all of the layers. Then we're gonna align them. But before we do that, let's get rid of the mouth shapes that we don't need. So for hello, how are you? We definitely don't have any XYZ sounds, so delete that. We don't have BMP sounds. We don't have FV. We don't have TH, CH. And I think these will do. So for the HE sound, we will be using this. So this will be first. And then we have the E sound. So let's bring that after. So HE. So this is the he, this is the continued. We would actually not use that. So this would be the he sound. This will be the le sound. So he, lo, this is the O. For how, we can use this guy because it relates the same sound. How, and then for R, we have this. R, and then for U, but this U sound has the R sound better. So I'm going to get rid of R. This will be our R sound, and then since we have U, the O mouth is more suitable. So hit Control D on O, bring it down here. So we have two O mouths right now, or Command D. So these are the sounds, the mouth shapes that we're going to work with. So it would be hello, how are you? There's two of these. There are two of these. Let's bring that one here. So we have our suitable sounds. And I did want to bring in these, I think it was a BM, yeah, this sound. Just so after she says hello, where there's a comma, she can return back to her normal mouth, which would be this. And then we want to duplicate that again. Control D or Command D, bring that after the second O. So after she says, she asks the question of how are you? She can just return back to her original mouth. All right, so we have all of these mouths. We have also aligned them in the right order. Make sure you do that. Now Control A or Command A to select all of these layers. Go to your Align tab and just center everything. Center it to composition. So composition, not selection. And now all of these are coming in from one spot, which should be the case because when the person's speaking, we don't want her to move mouths. Like if this is her mouth position, we don't want some appearing from other sides. Now that we have this, we can go in mouth shapes and then get the region of interest and make it as big as the mouth shapes. Like so, composition, crop comp to region of interest. And now to make sure that if there is a mouth in the original character, like she has a smile here, you can avoid that smile appearing by taking the ellipse tool and then double clicking on it. So it's going to make a circle as big as your composition. Then we can move this down below. Gonna hit S on the mouth shapes, make them a little smaller. Maybe move them down with P. All right, so it's inside the circle. Now we can go ahead and go back to our character and simply bring in the mouth composition on top of hello, how are you? Hit S on top of our character actually. Resize this so it's perfect for your character using S for scale and P for position to make it smaller. All right, so a little bit more. All right, that's the mouth size of our character. I'm going to rename this. All right, so now we want to go to mouths, and what we want to do, let me double click here. What we want to do is to assign a time for these mouths, so they're not all lasting from the beginning to the end of our composition. So select all of these, come in 2 seconds. We're going to make each one last for 2 seconds. Hit Alt right bracket to get rid of the rest. So we only have 2 seconds for all of the mouth shapes. And because we already arranged them in order, now all we have to do is to move each one and make them appear in a staircase style. So after one finishes, the other one appears. Just do that. And the reason why we made it 2 seconds, like it moves up by 2, you could obviously make it move up by 4 or 8 or even 1, but you just want the same number applied to each one. So you cannot make one mouth appear at, like last for 1 second and the other one lasts for 5 seconds, because when we want to get the effects, the slider effect is going to be difficult for you. So whatever number you choose, just make sure it's applied to all of the layers. All right, so this ends on around, this one ends here. Let's hit Control K or Command K. Instead of 18, let's make it 17. Hit OK. So we're not getting some extra time. All right, so now we're just going to make sure we don't get black screens. I'm going to expand the final mouth as long as 16 because that's the end of our animation. Go back to character, and now we have her changing the mouth shapes after each 2 seconds. So you can see it's changing until it reaches the end. Let's hit Control, first select all of our layer, go on 16 seconds. And then Alt right bracket to get rid of the rest, Control K to also make our composition here 16 seconds, as long as that'll work. And let's hit M on this. We now have our character just looking as she is. So this was part 1 of our lesson. We made the mouth shapes like so. We even added a text just to aid with the character's mission. And in the next lesson, we're going to actually make her talk and also make her blink. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, this is where we left off. We went in the mouth composition and we assigned 2 seconds to each of the mouth shapes until we reached the end, where we made the final mouth shape last longer than the rest. All right, let's come back to character. Close that. We also added a text. Now what we have to do is to assign the time and the mouth shapes that we want at the same speed as someone saying, hello, how are you? So go to mouth, right click, time, enable time remapping. It's already on. Now go in effects and presets, look for slider control, add it onto mouth. You can also rename this if you want, talking. Hold down Alt or Option and click on this stopwatch until we see this code place. Right now it's time remap, but once we get the pick whip here and apply it to this slider guy, it's going to be effect talking slider. So the reason why we did this is that the slider is going to determine which mouth shape, and the time remap is going to determine when that mouth shape comes in. So together, we can make the characters say this sentence. All right, click away to close this code area. We don't want to add anything extra or else it will not work. Close this guy. And we're going to go in the beginning of our timeline and turn on the slider keyframe. Once we've done that, all we have to do is to hit U on the mouth layer until we see slider. And now she is already saying the HE sound. So we're going to move in a few frames and add 4 to the number. So this is the other one. This is the L sound. And I wanted to mention something about the slider control. It's not like regular transitions where from point A to point B. Point A is going to slowly transition into point B. With slider control, it's just, it suddenly appears. So as you can see, this is the first mouth. That's the second mouth. So it's not slowly shifting into that. That's why we do not need to change the keyframe. We do not want easy ease or any other thing. We just want the mouth to appear as they are, because she is changing the mouth shapes and we already determined the shapes in the mouth composition. So you don't need to hit F9 on this, just let it be as it is. So H, this was HE, this is the L sound, and now we need the O sound, so just type in 6. So this is what I was talking about. Because we added a space of 2 seconds, we can just simply add 2 to the number to get the next mouth. So this is hello, and then we want the regular mouth. She says nothing. And then we're going to go for 10. How are you? And then 16. She's just smiling. Now let's assign the time. Hello. So this comes in here. This is the regular mouth that comes in at 8 seconds. Let's make another keyframe over here. So she stays this way for some time. And then how are you? And then this just is a last smile. It just stays that way. It's N on this one. Just open the work area. So we made her talk at certain times. We need to work with the speed. So hello, how, and then pause. How are you? Hello, how are you? And then their normal face. It is a little slow when she's saying how are you, so let's speed that up by bringing in the keyframes. Let's have a look again. Hello, how are you? That's a lot better. So she's just saying hello, how are you? Make it as fast or as slow as you want. I'm going to keep it slow just so we get to see the different mouth shapes. But you could just alter around with the time and see how it works. Another helpful thing is to create like a sound, bring in a sound clip and just look at the sound wave. Then you can create markers by holding down Shift and pressing any number on your keyboards, like Shift 8. And then I will know, like at this point, she needs to say the edge sound. And if you hit H, you're going to be redirected to this area. And then you can do maybe Shift 9 here. And then if I'm here, I can hit 9 and I'll be redirected there. I know that here she needs to say the O sound. Here she needs to say the R sound. So markers are great if you want to make them just perfect. I'm going to hit Control Z and get rid of those. But for this one, we don't really want it to be precise because we're just making her speak based off this sentence. And yeah, so we made her talk. Now, an additional element, which is completely optional, is to make her blink. I added another file here called character blink. So bring that on top of mouth, hit U, and then we're gonna hit S and just scale this up like so. Click away and get your pen tool. We want to get the eyes only, her closed eyes in this case. Get her closed eyes, and then we want to make another mask, still selecting that layer. Make another mask of her eye. Okay, now that it appears, we can fix things up. Get rid of the extra ones. Make sure you're not getting bits of the eyebrows, but you are covering up the eyes. Okay. There we are. We can also hit P on this character blink. Maybe move her up like that. Move it up too, and then still with the pen tool, you get to fix the areas. If you could still see the eyes from behind. Now remember, we can only do this because she's not moving. The character is still, so we get to use a photo like this on top and simply just make her blink in this position. All right, let's zoom out. Have a look at the size. I think the size is okay. Now all we have to do is to just, this is the full quality, go in a few frames, just a really tiny bit, because you don't blink for that long. Hold down Alt and then right bracket key. Duplicate this a bunch of times, like 4 or 5 times. The number of times you want her to blink, and we're just going to offset. Select it all. We want to offset the, open this up. Offset these each time holding Control on one of them and then getting the rest. Control to deselect, Control or Command, deselect. And I think one of them is extra, so I'm going to delete the other one. So now she's just going to talk and blink at the same time. So you can see she's just blinking like so as she is speaking, and that just makes things look more natural. She closes her eye, she's talking, she closes again, still talking. And yeah, she's just normal for the rest of the composition. All right, and if you want, you can add more mouth shapes and make her say other things. Another additional element is to go on the hello, how are you mouth text. Go to animate, character offset, then go to animator 1, add property opacity, turn this to 0. Go in the beginning of your timeline. We want to go to range selector, turn on the stopwatch for start at 0%. Right where she stops saying hello, like right here a second after that, we want to bring in the text as much as the comma. Right before the rest appears. Also go in advanced and turn smoothness to 0, so it has a typewriter look. And then after that, where she is about to say the how are you, we can, right here, first make a keyframe for this part, and then we want to add how, are, then we have you, and then question mark. So hello, how are you? So let me play that again so we can have a look at the speed. The hello is fine, but how are you is a little too quick, so we can perhaps put some space here. Have a look. So right here where she's saying the R, oops, bring that in here. The A needs to appear, R, and then U needs to appear too. So you can just bring them in closer. Hello, how are you? And then she just stays that way for the rest of the composition. And alright, so this was a way to make your character speak using no plugins. As you saw, it was fairly simple, just added some few effects and use the properties that each of the layers have. And like we said, we will see how we can make our characters talk with a more efficient technique, which is to use a plugin. Because if you were to make her talk or maybe sing a 3-minute song, then it would really take some time to assign each of the mouth shapes to the song. We're going to learn about a really cool plugin in the following lesson, so stay tuned for that. We're done with this lesson. I hope to see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to look at a really basic character movement, which you will probably use a lot moving forward, and that is the walking animation. So we're going to be creating a walk cycle, which the character that you see here is going to continuously take steps forward, and we're going to make this loop so we can add it onto a background and maybe make a landscape scene. We have 3 projects in the resource pack. We have Autumn Leaves, Autumn Park Background, and Character by FreePick. So this is our character. We have a background like this. I already color-coded everything, named the layers, and all that. And the autumn leaves is just a bunch of leaves that we're going to add on top of our scene as a final element. We don't really need to organize anything. And then we have our character, which is just the layers that make up the character stuff. And if you are planning on designing things yourself, make sure you keep the round joint in the body. Let me just show you what I mean. So this is the foot. First of all the limbs need to be separated. So this is the foot, and then lower right leg goes on top, and notice the knee is circle. So this circle needs to be the case for all the joints. So the knee needs to be a circle, the ankle that was right there needs to be a circle, the hip needs to be a circle, the elbow, shoulder, anything that is necessary for movement needs to be circle. Here we have upper right leg, again it's a circle, and then we have the hip, which is also a circle. So the hip makes the right leg, upper right leg complete. And then we have the neck. Let's come up here, we have the neck, and then we have the body separated. We have the back strap, this is just an additional accessory, the head, the hair, the bag itself, and then we have lower arm, which again, circle on the elbow, and then finally we have upper arm. Also notice that we don't have, we only have one set of limbs, we only have one arm and one leg. That is because it's easier to finalize one of the arms and just duplicate it for the other arm. So we're going to fix the anchor points and all for the right arm and then duplicate right arm to make the left arm. It saves us some time. First of all, let's go ahead and just color code our layers, which will be easier to look at, just like this one. So if I know that I need to animate the bushes, I would only be working with the green layers. So select both arm layers, make these yellow. Anything related to the head, let's make it red. The bag needs to be another color. Body is independent. Neck is also a part of the head. Then we have leg layers, make that purple. And finally, we have another independent layer. So easily we just color coded our things. And now we have to connect the anchor points to their rightful positions. So let's start with upper arm. We're going to, there's a bunch of ways to do this. You can either guess where the connection point is, or you could just, let me turn off all the other layers for a second. You can just select both of those limbs, hit T, lower the opacity to find that connection point, which is the point in which the circle connects. So upper right arm connects to the, let's click away. Upper right arm connects to the body, so it just goes up there. But lower right arm needs to connect to that circle, because that's our elbow right now. It needs to bend at the elbow point. Then select them back, bring the opacity back. I didn't make the arm separate because we don't really need to focus on that, but you could definitely get a character that has a separate arm, and then you would do the same thing for the arm. So you would make the arm anchor point come to the wrist connection point. The bag doesn't need to connect to anything. We just want to bring the anchor point here because the movements will be done based off the body. The hair doesn't need to connect to anything. The head needs to connect to the neck, so just bring that below. The bag strap can stay as it is. The body needs to connect. Let's remove those. The body needs to connect to the hip, so bring hip. And if we select both, hit T and lower the opacity. Oh, we're doing it for the head. Do it for the body and the hip. You can see that there is a connection point right there. So on body, get your anchor point and put it in that dark area. And the hip stays independent, so it doesn't need to connect to anything. And then we have the leg to work with, so we can turn off body for a second, turn off hip, and turn on these layers. So lower leg, upper leg, foot, hit T, lower their opacity to find those connection points. Click away, get your anchor point tool and put this guy on that dark area that you see. Lower right arm goes on the knee. Upper right leg, we need the hip for this, so we can clearly see where we need to go. So this just goes on the hip, like so. And then we can just select all of these, bring back their opacity. All right, let's bring all of our layers back. And now the anchor points are in the right position, and this will just make a more smooth animation. So if I were to move upper right leg, you can see that it moves. First, let's connect it, and then I'll show you how the movement works. Now we need to parent them. So lower right arm connects to upper right arm, or you could use this drop down menu. Upper right arm connects to body. Bag connects to body too, because she's holding it close to her body. Hair goes to the head. Head goes to the neck. Bag strap goes to the bag, because they're connected. Body goes to the hip. Neck goes to the body. Upper right leg, hip. Lower right leg, upper right leg. Right foot, lower right leg, and hip is just independent. Let's hit M on all of these. Now, because I first decided the right anchor point and then I connected the leg, if I hit R on upper right leg, you can see the leg moves in one piece, and it's moving at the right time. So it's moving according to the hip, and that's just a regular movement. So that's why we connected the layers and also set the right anchor points. All right, so for the foot, we actually don't want them to be connected. So hit none on foot. So everything is connected except for foot and hip. Okay, now that we did this, we can select all the leg layers, Control D. First, let's change the color to something else, orange. Oops. And then we can rename these layers to upper L leg for left leg. Just change the name. So because we already did the parenting and all on the right leg, we don't need to do this again for the left leg layers. We simply just duplicate it, and that's just a lot easier. Get all the left leg layers and bring it below everything. So below hip as well, because it's on the other side. Do the same thing for arm. Get both, Control D. Change the color. It's kind of blending in. Let's get blue. And just rename these layers. So this is upper L arm. This one is lower L arm. Again, we're going to bring these below everything because it's on the opposite side, even underneath the leg, because you can see the arm goes in front, but on the other side it would go behind. Okay, so we have that. Make sure that the parents are okay. Upper left arm, body, lower right arm. Make sure it's on upper L arm, not right arm. And check the same thing for the body. So L foot independent, upper L leg. Upper L leg goes to hip. All right, now that we checked everything, let me first show you the other project. We also did the same thing here, except we didn't parent anything. And now that we have our characters and our layers ready, we can go ahead and start animating. I'll see you guys in the next part. Okay, we organized everything. We have a lot more colorful timeline, and we also parented everything. Now we're just ready to animate our character. So for this character, let's work with the foot first. So I'm going to hit Control R on my keyboard and just decide where my floor is. So my 2 foot can move on one floor. Hit Control R, I'm going to just put it here. All right. So after I've decided my floor, let's also make a solid layer. Control Y. Let's make like a dark color so everything stands out. Maybe that's too dark. Control Y again. Let's choose something like that. All right, bring that below everything else. Okay, let's lock our solid layer. We don't want that to move. Now our character is more clear. So let's grab the foot layers, L foot and L right foot. So let's remove the visibility for all of the layers first. We need L foot and R foot. There we go. We brought back strap as well. So on these 2 layers, let's hit P for position. Zoom in. And we want to decide, also bring her body. We want to decide the starting point of this cycle. So for our foot, we're going to decide, assume that's the first leg she moves forward. So based on the body, we want to just bring it in a couple frames forward. And as for the L foot, which is the back leg, we want to move it backwards. Again, look at the body. You don't want to open it too much. Just a little bit. She's walking at a normal speed. All right, so this is our starting point. And now we can go ahead and bring in the rest of the leg. So lower left leg, upper left leg. Let's work with this one first. Hit R on upper left leg. Because the lower left leg is connected to the upper left leg, we can only do this. We can do this a lot more simply. So just rotate this, and remember the back leg bends when you move it that way. So after you're done with the upper left leg, go to lower left leg, hit R for rotation. Oops, that's the foot. And just kind of bend it. So we don't want a straight leg, and then you can go back to this leg and fix up a few things. You can move the hip down if you want. We do need to do that. So go on hip, hit P on hip, and just bring it down. Again, because everything is connected, we just simply need to move the hip. I think we need to bring our foot a little bit closer. And it's just a matter of going over each of the layers, making sure that everything makes sense. So now our left leg is okay. Let's work with our right leg. So hit M on the left leg layers, go to the upper R leg, bring the visibility back, hit R for rotation, and then move it forward like so. The front leg is always straight, so we don't need to bend this. This one's straight. The back leg is what's bending. Okay, so I think we do need to move the back leg a little bit back. So hit P on L foot, bring this dude a little backwards. Get upper leg, hit R, rotate it like so. Go to the other leg, lower leg, and just bend that. We bring this back like so. Need to move the hip down even more. Okay, that's better. So now this is our starting point. This is where she's going to continuously move. So we're done with the foot. Hit M on them. All the layers. Okay. Okay, so now let's work with the shoes. Go on left foot. We want to make a keyframe for the beginning. Let's trim our workspace. Zoom in. So one keyframe at where it is. Come in halfway. We want to make this dude go to the front. So just go on the X axis and kind of go to where the right leg is. And then we want this dude to just go back to where it was. So now the left leg is just moving forward, coming back. Simple movement. I'm going to do the same exact thing with the R foot. Go in the beginning, make a keyframe, come into this guy. Let's hit this to go to the next keyframe so we get the exact time. And we're going to bring this back to the center, to the back, and then moving forward, then bring it forward. So these two are just switching places as they go. Just like so. The speed is a little fast, so let's expand our work. Move in these last keyframes at 2 seconds. Bring the middle ones to the middle so we can have a less dramatic movement. So it's just really slow for now. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to zoom out of my timeline. And then as you take steps, your back foot rises so you can take a step forward. If you were to just walk like this, you wouldn't really travel that far, would you? So halfway through here, in between the first two keyframes, so 0. Before these, we were at 0, 1, 2. Now at 0.15 frames, we're going to go to L foot, and we're going to first go to the right foot. Go to right foot and then get your Y axis and just rise this upwards like that. So now the right foot is going to jump up like so when it's walking. And then here we're just going to make another normal keyframe. Now for the other leg, the left leg, we want to do the exact opposite. So go to this keyframe. Here, the left leg, we're just going to make a normal keyframe. Nothing going on. So while the right foot is up, the left foot is down. But when the right foot is down, so hit this to go to the next keyframe, we want the left foot to go up. So let's have a look and try to get a similar curve. You see, I think this is where the curve was. 384.5. Let's add the same thing since we're going to the same part. See, we were at 380. 384.5. So they go up at the same rate. Now these two are just exchanging places together and they're just walking. Okay. And I think we are doing the opposite. So let's select all keyframes, right click, keyframe assistant, time reverse. And then time reverse this too. Okay, now she's walking forward. It's better. Now let's go to the curves. You can see we have a curved line here, and we're going to go on the exact keyframe that the curve is happening at. So for right foot, I believe it was this guy. Let's have a look. Okay, no, we moved it here. So right here where the foot is up, you can go on this to make it perfect. Get your pen tool, right? Hold long click and get the convert vertex tool. Click once on this so we don't have that curve. And instead the foot is just rising up and then going down, which is the same case with how normal people walk. We don't make a circle when we move our leg up, so just do the same thing with both of the legs. So like this one, hit that once, so we get a triangle instead of that half circle that we had. She's just forming a triangle with both her legs, and she's just walking. We're done with the feet. That was the most important part. Now all we have to do is to match the legs with the foot. So let's work with our foot first. So remove left leg so it's less confusing. Get our foot and open up upper right leg. We're going to hit R on upper right leg and just turn on the keyframe because this is the first position. Move to the next keyframe, hit this, and here we just need to match this with that. So it goes here, match it up, and then next keyframe, it goes back. Just bring it backwards. And also when you bring it back, you want to make sure that your lower right leg, hit R, this, is also, let's turn on the keyframe, it's also bending. All right. And then come to the beginning and just refix the original leg movements, which I believe was 0. Just type in 0. And then come to the next keyframe, hit this. And we just want 0 on this too. We don't want it to move until it comes to the end. All right, then we have the leaping movement. So move forward to that keyframe. Go to upper right leg, first position the movement, and then we want to go on lower right leg and keep it somewhat bended, but not too much. So just keep it that way. Don't worry if it's too long. We're going to work with the hip later. Go one keyframe to the last keyframe essentially. Upper right leg goes on there and just remove the bending from the leg. The lower right leg, match that there. Okay, so now this leg is following the foot wherever it goes, just like so. And now we need to do the same thing with the other foot, other leg. Select all these three, hit M, let's remove the visibility, and bring back the left foot. Let's go in the beginning, hit R on both of these, turn on the stopwatch, go to the next keyframe on foot, and just do what we did with the right leg. So just bring that back, somewhat bended, okay? And also make a keyframe for this one, move to the next keyframe, bring upper right leg like so, Remember, front leg stays straight no matter what. So make that straight. Next keyframe, it goes backwards and it stays straight. Make a keyframe for lower right leg. Finally, it goes back to being bent. So it goes there, bend that, go back to upper right leg, and just fix that. Try to get it to match the foot. We're going to bend the foot later, don't worry. So now we have this guy following the leg as well. Let's bring in the timeline and bring the upper right leg as well, so we get to see how these two correspond with one another. So it's just walking continuously. We bring it here so it's looping. So she's just walking right now. We just need her hip to follow the movement. And that way we can make it look like her foot is actually rising from the floor and it's not just sticking on the bottom. And then finally we can just fix the arms, make them move forward and backwards. And of course bend the foot, because when you're taking a step, your back step, your heel is not touching the floor. We need to animate that with the puppet pin tool. And obviously we're going to make this a cycle, because like we said, this needs to be looping. And we'll do that in the following parts. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, we made the legs move forward, we made the foot move upwards and then downwards, and now we just need to finish up the leg by bending the foot like we mentioned. But before that, we want to move the hip so the movement is just more realistic. So let's go on let's hit M on all of these layers and only keep one of them. So hit U on one. It could be any either right foot or left foot. One is okay for us, just so we get a glimpse of the movement. Also, we need the right foot, so just the foots. We don't need the other legs. Get the hip layer, and we're gonna hit P on hip. So this is the initial position. We already designed and assigned the hip movements. Bring the visibility first. We already assigned it by moving it up a bunch of times. So let's go ahead and make a keyframe. On the second keyframe where she is, I guess, taking a step up. Yeah, she is. We are going to, so on hip, we can see this guy is going upwards. So we have to move this up too. Just bring it up a bunch of times. So it would make sense. We may have to go back to our foots and assign things. And then here, she wants to come back down. So go on hip and just bring it down. Next keyframe. Again, it goes up. All right, and next keyframe, it comes down. So we may have to copy some keyframes too. So she's just moving up and down like so. We have to redo our legs, kind of work with the bend and all. And because the body is on top of the leg, we could also move the leg layers upwards if necessary. Let's work with one of the legs at the same time. So let's work with our leg. Here it's okay. Next keyframe, let's have a look. So right foot over here is okay. Let's get rid of left foot for a second. Just work with one foot at a time. Here is okay. Next keyframe, it's also okay. Here it's a little off. So let's select this layer, this keyframe, and add some to the bend. And then here, let's go to this keyframe, make sure it's on that one. And we're going to add some bend to it. Also, let's hit P on both of them. And we're going to make a keyframe for both first and then move these back in time. We just want the upper right leg to move upwards. Just a little bit. Okay. And then just copy the rest the first keyframe that we did and paste it on the other bits. On the next keyframe, and yeah, so it's only rising at that one time, and we have to do some bending again right here. I think it was here. Let's check for the perfect time. Okay, so we need to move these a bit back, hit R again. On R, we want to come to where she's rising her foot, the next keyframe, and maybe add to the rotation to this side, and then we want to hit that there. Okay, there we are. And then she just brings her foot down. So it's just moving the legs up. Let's have a look. Just moving back, coming forward, and just doing that a bunch of times. Now, if you see that over here, the foot goes up too much and you can't really alter anything here, you can simply go to our foot on position and lower this thing a bit. So 390 now instead of 84, and this looks better now. Just make sure you do the same thing on the other one. So go back, we did 390.5. Go to where the thing happens, 390.5. So it comes down just a slight bit. There's the foot. Okay. All right, so now the right leg is all good to go. It's moving with the hip, it's bending at times it needs to, and it just cycles around. It rotates, and we can now move on to the other leg. So keep the hip, keep the foot, and just get rid of the upper legs. We can actually get rid of the foot. Let's hit M on all the right legs. We're done with right leg. Let's move on to left leg. So first bring the visibility back for all the 3 left leg layers and go over them one by one. So hit R on the left legs. You can see that we need to move these. Let's have a look at it first. Okay. So here it's a little off. Let's add to the upper right leg movements. And then bring this guy down a little. All right, it's better. Move to the next keyframe. Here it's not okay. And we already changed this to, okay, so this is 384 right now. Let's delete that. We made it 390.5. Okay. And we can just simply move the lower leg, move the upper leg, bend it this way, bend the lower leg. It's too much, just come back. Let's hit P on all of these layers, turn on the stopwatch, move these guys back in time. And just selecting the upper leg, we want to move it up a slight bit, just until it looks normal. Make a keyframe, and just when it comes back down, copy this. Let's go back here, copy that, Control C, Control V. Do the same thing for the first one, Control C, Control V. And then it just stays that way for the rest. Hit R on upper leg and lower leg again. And now we can go back here and fix this. You can see it's a lot better now. On lower leg, let's select this keyframe and just move it this way. Slide them out, get the upper right leg, add a little bit to the rotation. All right, so that's better. Let's Let's go to the next keyframe. It's good here. Here it's not so good. So we can just, it could be because our foot layer is a bit too up. We'll go over our foot layers later. Here, it's, I think we need to fix the lower leg a little bit. Okay, so the left leg is also moving in forward like so, but I feel like the right foot is a bit going upwards, the left foot. Let's have a look at all the 2 foot layers together. So no hips, just the 2 foots. Hit M on this. Let's compare the 2 layers. So, okay, so we can see they're not moving in at the same rate. Yeah, so for the left leg, we're not really getting a triangle, and that is a problem. You can see we're not getting the triangle, and that is just not okay. So let's see where it goes wrong. So it comes up here, but then it goes backwards. Let's select that keyframe and just bring this dude down. It needs to be a triangle. Cut the vertex point. Let's compare it with this guy. Okay, so it's not looking okay. Let's select both so we can have a look. Smooth the 2 points together. Get the move tool. Move this right where the purple one is, because we're happy with the purple one. Just bring this guy, deselect the purple, bring this guy down. Okay, now it should be better now. So it goes up. Okay, so that could have been the issue. Let's go to the legs again, the left legs, not the right leg, and just have a look at the keyframes. Okay, that's a lot better compared to what we had. Now let's turn on hip and the rest of the leg layers. Move out. And we should have a pretty simple walk cycle. As you can see, really okay. To make things easier for yourself, you could just hide the ankles and just work with the shoes. That way you won't see this whole ankle thing, which right now isn't a problem because your pants does move up and down when you're moving. But if you don't like the way they look, you could just maybe make her wear boots or just bring her pants down so the ankle is not visible. Alright, so we have the cycle. Now let's make it an actual cycle, because after 2 seconds, if we extend this, it's just going to stand still. This is what we're going to get. So what we want to do is to go on all of our foot layers, anything that we animated, L foot position, Alt click or Option click, and just type in, go to this property, loop out duration type cycle, this, click away, and now for the left foot, we should have a full cycle. As you can see, it just continues. Do the same thing for all the other layers. So make sure you do it for both rotation and position. On foot, we didn't do any rotation. You can see nothing's there. We only worked with position. So we did that once. Lower right leg, Alt click, open this, property, loop out, cycle. Same thing for the other one. Add a property, loop out duration cycle, click away. Now let's hit key on both of these and do the same thing. Because if you don't do that, we're going to get the awkward foot movement. So make sure you do it for both, any property that you just animated. So if you select both and hit U again, you can see we have all 4 looped because they're red. That's good to go. Let's turn off the visibility. hip, let's hit U. We only work with position. Alt click, add a property, loop out duration, click away. We're done with hip. Now our foot, hit U. We only work with position. Turn on, alt click on the stopwatch, property, loop out cycle, click away, hit M. U on this one, we had this done twice, alt click, and just do this for all of the anything that you animated. Finally, we have upper right leg. All right, hit M. And now even after 2 seconds, these should be moving up and down. So past 2 seconds, they're still moving on, and this will just continue for as long as the thing is. I came to the end of the composition and you can see they're still moving up and down. Okay, so we have our cycle. The leg is finished. We can now move on to the upper body. We already did it halfway. The hip and the body are moving up. If we bring back the arm, they are moving as well. Let's bring back everything while we're at it. Okay. So you can see she is technically walking, but her hands are just so still. Her head is frozen in place, and that just does not look good. So let's continue this in the next part of this lesson where we work with the upper body. I'll see you guys there. Okay, so this is where we left off. We made our character walk. She is moving her upper body up and down, and the knees are also working well. But before we move on to the upper body, let's first bend the foot like we mentioned, because when she's taking a step, her foot moves back. She needs to move her heel up. So we can easily do that using the puppet pin tool. Let's first turn off right foot, work with one foot at a time. Go to L foot, hit U so we can see the keyframes. Hold down Alt or Option and then use your mouse to just zoom in, and that's going to zoom in on the area that you put the cursor on. Let's make a few points, one at the tip of the foot, one at the bottom, one at the top, and that's it. Let's make a keyframe first for the original position. Move into the next one, and we're going to hit U on mesh so we get to see all the keyframes. We want these normal keyframes to come into this time. So right here. And then in the beginning, where she's supposed to bend her foot, we're going to simply get each one. Let's work with one at a time, click away, and just simply move her foot up. You can make another keyframe, another puppet pin tool here. And then we can move this up. If you saw that we're deforming her foot. So it's going to be like this, and then it's going to become normal and the next thing. So bent, and then it becomes normal there. So we bent it, and here it's normal. In the next keyframe, let's keep it normal again. So copy the second sets of keyframes, which was 3, Control C, Control V on this part. Next keyframe, here it's also the same. Paste the same sets of keyframe. Here it needs to bend again. So we can copy the first sets of keyframes. That's the position. Just unclick the position. We have one more puppet pin here. All right, we want to get all 4 of the first puppet pins. Control C, and then on the last one, Control V. So it's bending again. So it's bent, straight, bend. It's only bending in the beginning and the end, or at times when the foot is in the back. So it's going to be normal, and then here it's going to bend, and it will continue being that way. All right, so let's alt click on mesh and also add the same expression. Property, loop out cycle, click away, and now this bend thing will also happen after 2 seconds. Okay, let's close that and close L foot completely. Okay, let's bring back the right foot. So let's turn off left leg layers, bring right foot layers. Yep. And just click away. Hit U on right foot. First zoom in on the foot. All right. Get our puppet pin tool. Come in the beginning, make one point in the middle, in the tip of their foot, one at the heel, one at the top, and one somewhere here. Turn on the mesh keyframes, and we're just going to move into the next part, or to the part where she is bending her foot, so that would be here. That's the third keyframe. Get the puppet pin tool, and we're just going to first stretch her foot up and then bring the heel with it. So we have something like that. We have to move it backwards like that. Move these in as well. So open mesh 1, and we have 2 keyframes right now. Open deform. All the puppet pin tools, hit U. And we're going to copy the first sets of keyframes on this second keyframe. So paste it here. Then on the third keyframe, it's going to bend. On the fourth, we want it to be normal. So paste the normal keyframes. And finally, we want it to be normal too. Okay, then we're going to hit Alt-click on Mesh, add that looping property that we did for all the other layers. Okay, so now her foot is going to bend here, and it's going to be straight, and it will just continue bending for the rest of the animation. Let's hit U, and I'm not actually seeing that. Okay, so undo your looping mesh thing. We have to do that on the puppet pins actually. So Alt click on each of the puppet pins and just do the loop out duration effect on each of these puppet pins, not on the mesh. That's not how it works. Alt click, property, loop out duration, our last puppet pin. So now it should be bending. Yeah, so it's bending even after 2 seconds. Let's do the same thing for the other foot. Hit M, go to right foot, bring that in, hit U, and we have to do this again because I undid everything. So I'm gonna do this again and work with the layers one more time until I'm happy with it, and then I'll be back so we can continue with the rest of the lesson. Okay, so I went ahead and looped the puppet pin tool for the other foot. And to fix that long ankle problem, I just went back on my foot keyframes for position and just simply brought one of the position keyframes higher so we don't get that long ankle. And now it's looking more natural. Okay, we're completely finished with the bottom part. Now let's move on to the top part. So the body is already moving up and down. We want to work with the arms. So hit U on hip. And on hip, we're gonna keep the hands straight. So go on upper arm, hit rotation. We're just gonna make it straight like that. Turn on the keyframe, the stopwatch. Go down to hip, hit this for the next keyframe. If the hip is going upwards, I believe now it went up. Yeah, it went up right now. If it's going upward, we can make it straight. If it's going downward, we can make it bent like that. So I think 0 degrees was good. And then let's come down to lower arm and also hit R. And over here, we want to bend it. So it's like that. Turn on the stopwatch. On the next keyframe, just put it to 0. So it's straight. Come down to hip. Go to the next keyframe. So we're aligning. Now it came down again. We can copy these two. Control C for upper arm, Control V, and then Control C, Control V for the lower arm. Next keyframe. We can just loop it actually. So now if I hit N on this, the arm is just moving forward and then like that. But now we need to move it backward one more time and then we can loop it. So the fourth keyframe, let's move it backwards so it goes that way. And then lower arm, it bends forward. And then in the next keyframe, we can just maybe, I believe it came down. Yeah, it came down. On the next keyframe, we will just put it to, I believe this was our straight line. Yeah. We can just copy the straight line and paste, paste the keyframes. So now we just have the arms moving forward, moving backward, and it's just doing that. Okay, I think we should actually switch the two keyframes. So this was our backward. Move it here and just delete this one. Find the exact position for the third keyframe and set these two on it. So now it's going to be bent forward, straight, bent backward. I think that looks better. I think I want the backwards to be more intense. So go back, but make the hand like that. And then on the next keyframe, we can just, it goes up, so we can just copy the front. Need to do this one by one. Control C, Control C, Control V. So now the arm is just moving forward and moving back. The movement is really slight. Okay, front here and then back here. Let's forget the straight arm completely. So it goes back. Let's bend the lower arm as well. Next keyframe, it goes back to front. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. Next keyframe, we copy the second set. Control C, Control V. Let's have a look. It goes front and it goes back. That's better. And then the last keyframe around here, we want to copy the front one. So Control C, Control V. And now we have a front and back motion. We just have to loop this. So Alt click on rotation and add the same property that we added to all the other layers. Loop out duration. Good. So now we have a looping thing. And it's moving with the hip, so that's perfect. Makes a lot of sense. Let's go ahead and also animate the neck. Hit M on arm. Go on the neck. Sorry, the head, not the neck. The neck stays the same. Go on head. And you can still use the hip keyframes for this. So we're going to hit R on head. And maybe move it a bit forward. +7. Turn on the keyframe. Next goes to -7. Copy the first keyframe. Next one. Paste that. And then we have one final one, which is just 7, +7. So now our neck is also moving front and back as she is moving, which is a lot more, helps the animation look more natural. We're gonna put that property on this as well. Okay, so head, arms, all of that is gone. Let's move the bag. Since the bag is connected to the, actually that's the body. The bag needs to connect to the back strap. So the back strap can be independent. The bag needs to connect to back strap. Did the opposite. Go in the beginning and again look at your hip, the hip keyframe. So if it moves, the arm moves back, this guy needs to move back too. So go on back strap on the second keyframe, hit R on back strap, and if we move the back, we can move the back strap, we can move the back too. Turn on the stopwatch. So this is 10, and then here we can put it to -10. So it's normal, goes back, and we could just make it move forward in the next one. So hit that. Let's add to remove from the thing. Before we do that, let's actually bring the anchor point of the bag right in the center. Move the position right here, so it needs to rotate along this point. Okay, that's that. Now let's move on to the keyframes. So in the beginning, it's going backwards. So it's here, positive 16. Turn on the keyframe, next one, -16. Let's have a look. Okay, we did the opposite, just switch the two. All right, so when she moves up, it goes back. Copy this, next keyframe, paste. Copy the second one, next keyframe, paste. Copy the first one, paste. So it should be moving back, front, back, front. Okay. Let's also hit Alt on this at the property loop out. Click away. So now the bag is also moving with the rest of the body. Have a look. All right, so it's moving like that. We could assume that she's holding her bag, so that's why it's moving with her arm. And we're done with the cycle. With the body, you could also add puppet pin tools to the neck, the hair, and just make it like fluffy. I'm not going to do that since you already know how to do it. All right, now that we're done with the character, we can move on to the background, put her in the background and just maybe animate the background as well and create a scene. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, we made our character walk. I also went ahead and made a few adjustments to the head, made the movements a little slower than what it was. Now it looks more natural. Okay, let's go to Autumn Park background and first prepare this for our character to walk in. So we're going to first animate the stuff that we need to animate. So go in the bushes and we're going to take the anchor point tool and just bring them below everything. So the bush moves here. Do the same thing for all of the layers, or any layer that you plan on moving. Bring it here. Then we have the tree. Make sure the tree is, the anchor point is below. We have a twin flower that we're going to add this here. We have more flowers. You can duplicate the flowers if you want it to be more than what you see in this project. I'm happy with the number. The hills are not going to move. just anything that we can move using the wind. We will fix their anchor points for some movements. Okay, and the rest is just the background. Okay, so for the bushes, select all, hit R on your keyboard, and we're gonna add like a +7. Turn on the keyframe. Next thing, we're gonna go for -7, so they go to the opposite side. 1 second, we're gonna go back to +7. So there's a really slight movement, and we're indicating that it's windy out. You can adjust the keyframes. Make it slower or faster, and then we need to loop these. Anything that we animate for cycles need to be looped. Hit Alt on that to loop out. Click away. You have a final thing as well. All right, so these are looping now. Let's go ahead and close the bush layers. Hit M to close them. For the trees, we can use the puppet pin tool, or you could just not move them because they are quite big and I don't think the wind would move them that much. So skip the trees, get the plants, any little object on the floor, hit R on those, and we're also going to make, since they're less thicker than the bushes, they're thinner, we want to add more movement, so -9 for all of them. Turn on the keyframe, 1 second in, select them all. One second in, we're going to add +9, and then another second in, -9. So they're just moving like that. They're moving left and right. We're also going to loop these, and then we're going to offset them so they don't all move at the same time, because that's kind of unnatural. By offsetting them, we create a really random movement, which is perfect for our landscape. Move out, we have one more flower. There we are. So if it's red, it means that you looped them. Select all of those layers. Hit M to close their thing. And now to offset them, since they're already looping, you just need to select them and move them in like that. So some are normal, like I can keep that normal. Maybe I can move this way, but not the other way because they won't appear. Just maybe like this one, we can make it like so. Move it like that, triple flower, maybe a little bit. So now they're gonna move at opposite rates. They're not gonna be moving at the same time with the same angle, and that just creates a better look. And we're not gonna touch the trees. You could use a puppet pin tool, but I won't be doing that. Now, to create that motion, let's first make a floor for our character to walk on. You can't just walk on nothing. Deselect all the layers and use your rectangle tool to just make a floor. For the character, let's make a dark gray one first. Click away, and we're going to make a second one. Like that. Let's make this like gray. So now we have a floor for our character to walk on. And we're going to keep these like this. You can name it if you want. Let's name this floor white or gray. Back floor. Add any elements that you want, and then we can go ahead and make our scene composition, which is where everything comes together. 1920 by 1080. You can use a square if you want. Also assign the duration. Now let's bring in the autumn background that we just animated. Hit S to just make it smaller. So the thing about this background is that it's not a looping background, because you can see we cut the tree. And for this, we can simply just, let's hit Control K and readjust our thing. I'm going to go for a square, 1080 by 1080. There's our square. And I'm going to scale this quite a bit, like that. Hit P, and just move it to the beginning of this. Turn on the stopwatch. Go to maybe 2 seconds. We can always come back for the speed. Just go to the end of your drawing. So it's just really slowly moving to the side. It is a little too fast, so let's go for 5 seconds. For better help, we can get our character. Go to your project panel, get your character by free pick that you already animated. But before that, let's go ahead and remove the solid that we made here. Delete that. So now we have a transparent look. Go back to Autumn and, sorry, the scene. Let's close these so we don't confuse them. Character by free pick, we have our character. Hit S to scale it at the right size. Bring her at an appropriate size. And we're also going to hit P on our character and make her move across. She can't just sit there. We'll make her move. Use this so you don't move the Y value. Just simply move her that way. You can make her go out of the frame if you want. So let's play that back. The speed, I think the background is a little fast. So we can extend this to maybe 7 seconds. Have a look at the speed now. And that is better. I think 8 seconds. Because the background needs to move slower than the character. Because she's having the most movement. And okay, that's better. I do want her to move out of frame. So like she just left the park. So delete the previous one. And now we have her just appearing. And now our final element is the autumn leaves. Let's go ahead and get our autumn leaves. I'm gonna go on, double click on that composition. Oops, the composition. We're going to select everything and just offset them out of frame. We can then decide which ones we want. Take them out of frame completely. You can delete the ones that don't make sense. Deleted that one. Okay, so this is our scene no matter what. We can always scale it in the final scene. Let's go to the effects and presets and look for blur. Alright, so we want a really basic blur, Gaussian blur. Add that to all of the layers. We could add that to the composition actually, so we don't have to do this one by one. Select all of these layers. Or one by one. Let's hit P, then we can deselect. So we're gonna decide how we want these to come in. I'm gonna first turn on their stopwatches, then we're gonna click away. So layer 11, move into maybe 2 seconds. I'm gonna make this to just come in like that. I'm going to delete the ones that look like this. It won't look that cool with the blurring. And I think we have enough leaves. So I'm going to delete layer 29 and layer 31. So now we just have a bunch of leaves just doing that. Now let's go ahead and scale out a few of them. Come to where we can see all of these layers. Maybe select some random ones throughout. Hit S on them and make them small. Okay, then we can select a bunch of other random ones and hit S, maybe make these bigger so they're like in front, and the rest we can leave them that way. Now let's offset them, or just let's select all of the keyframes, hit U, I'm going to look at the ones that we made large. So this is small. This one needs to be moving quite slow because it's all the way in the back. This one is big, so we want this to move rather quickly because it's in the front. This one is a medium size, so we can just bring them in here. Not too fast, not too slow. This one's slow, so just maybe make it appear from here. Extend the time. This one's also medium, so maybe bring it here. Do that. This is another medium one. Just make them really random. You don't want to make them come in at the same time. That won't look cool. Have another large one. This is a small one. It can be long. Then we have another small one. Make that long. So now these are going to appear at different times. And that's how it is. Because it's windy, we also need to make them rotate. So select all the layers, hit R, go in the beginning, turn on the stopwatch, come to where everything is out, and maybe add 1 to this number. So it does a 360 turn as they're appearing, but at a really slow rate. There we have it. So now that looks more natural. Let's come to scene and get our autumn leaves on top of character. Hit S and expand it quite a lot. Then we want to add Gaussian blur to this effect. Add a good amount of blurriness. Let them come in. Have a look. Let's add a lot, like 15, 19. All right, so now the leaves are just gonna appear, and let this load for you guys. Now while this loads, we need to duplicate this layer and have some leaves come in from behind our character. So I'm gonna hit N here. Let's have a look. You can adjust the blurriness as much as you want, but now I want to separate the autumn leaves that come in at thing. Let's make a new comp. Call this slow leaves, the ones in the back, the smaller ones. In slow leaves, we're going to look for the layers that are, well, the smaller ones. Come into where they all are. This one's small. This one is big. So this one, let's bring it here. Control C, Control V here. So we have the small one here, and we can delete it in the big one. This is a big one. This is a medium one. I guess the medium, we can put it in the back as well. We just want the big ones to be in front of her. Delete that here. But another small one, Control C or Command C, Control V, Command V. Delete it here. We only want the large ones to be here. Control C, Control V. Delete that here. This one's big, big, small. Control C, Control V. Backspace to delete. That's another small one. Control V. Select it first. Control V, delete that, and we should be done. So now we only have the big ones to worry about, and that's good. Let's go back to scene. I call this big leaves. So big leaves is in front, but slow leaves, we want to bring them below character. Hit S, scale it out, add Gaussian blur to that as well, but we want to blur this more than the front leaves. So for front leaves, we did 19. Let's go for maybe 35. So now it's going to be, it's a little too blurry. Let's go for 10 because I want to see the leaves. Let's turn off big leaves for a second. Okay, slow leaves, let's hit U. And maybe work with the second keyframe so we can get some behind the character. Just select that and work with the lines the second lines, not the first lines. Ooh, let's put it here. Okay. Let's go back to scene. You can see we're getting those leaves behind her. That's what we want. Let's add to the blurriness 40. Okay, that's better. Turn on the front leaves. Now together, these are gonna make a nice little autumn look. Let's go to autumn leaves, or the big leaves, basically. And we wanna offset these because they appear at the same time. And this is a rotation. Let's go for P for position. They are a little fast. Let's mess them up a little. Make some of them fast, some of them slow. Go back to scene and we should have a nice little autumn landscape with our character walking. Okay, let's have a look at the playback. So the leaves are appearing, some from behind, some in the middle. I think we need to scale out the big leaves. They look kind of funny. Hit S on big leaves and just make them big. So like these are, okay, I don't like this leaf. Let's go back to autumn leaves and find the culprits, delete them. And that looks better. Okay, so we have the leaves going on. You can always fix the speed, but essentially that is our animation. We made our character walk. We made a nice little autumn background, which you can even enhance by adding additional elements, maybe rain, snow, make a sunset behind it. But for now, this is our final product. Here it is. She's taking a walk in the park and she just leaves the scene, and it's a nice chilly afternoon. You can see the leaves, the background, and all of that. And also we can add some blur to the background as well. Looks a little off. Let's add like 20. Okay, not 20, 10. Let's add 10 to the background because she's the main focus. It would be great if we could bring in the tree. Okay, so let's go in the background, remove the Gaussian blur. We can do that in the background. So project, autumn background. So we want to add Gaussian blur to the stuff in the back. So that counts background item, which is the furthest thing, 30. Okay. Add Gaussian blur to the third tree, which is here, but less than the background item. So maybe 25, 20. 20, we have the second tree, make this less blurry, so 15. And then we have the hill, which is this guy, I think. Which one's the second hill? Okay. Let's add another 15 to this. The flowers can just be how they are. Or we could add a 10, 5. Copy this, and we're going to paste this on all the other layers that are forward. Control C for copy, Control V for paste, or Command V. First tree, we can make it sharp. Bush 1, it's not even in frame. We can move it up so we can see it. Bush 2, also not in frame. Fix that. Bush 3, move it up here. We can put that on bush 3. Alright, so hill 1, which is first hill, we can add a little bit more blurriness. Let's go for 10. Alright, so that looks better. Let's go to scene. And now we have a dimension going on, which looks better compared to what we had. Okay, so now we are done with our project. It was really fun and rather simple. This is one of the basic movements that you have to master. We're going to look at other movements that are a bit more complicated than walking. We'll look at some things like bike ride and other sorts of movement where we have a lot of rotation, keyframes, and all that. So this is it for this lesson. I hope to see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to do the bike ride movement. We're going to make the character that you see right here ride her bike across the city. So I brought in the project that's available in your resource pack. And as you can see, we have a lot of layers that we need to work with. And I'm just going to go over them real quick, just in case you were to illustrate your own, so you know what parts need to be separate and what parts can be merged. So we have the upper arm, lower arm, and right hand. So basically anything that connects to a joint needs to be separate. So instead of having the arm entirely in one layer, we need to separate them. Then we have the body, the same thing for the left arm. We have the face. We're not going to work with the face that much. It's mostly about the movement. The neck is separate. The back hair, if your character has back hair, the hip needs to be separate. Then we have the same thing going on for the leg. Notice that we only have one leg here because we're going to be duplicating our leg after we've animated it. So I didn't add 2 legs. So we don't have to animate each one separately. We can just animate one and then duplicate that one. And then we have a little flower frame, which could have been with the bike frame. The bike frame is separate. The wheels are separate as well. The foot stand needs to be separate. It's basically this line that connects to the gear. You can see it's like a little line, this guy. And then we have the gear, which is this guy. We're not going to move with this much. We have a shadow, which is for the bike. And finally, we have a background. All right, so first things first, just like with any other human, we need to connect the parts to their joints. Let's start from the head. Before I do that, it's always helpful to color code your layers so you know which one goes in which group. You could pre-compose them, but that will just take a long time since you have to go into each of the compositions. So just take, for example, the right arm, anything that connects there, change this guy to maybe red. Then we have the body. The body is separate. The left arm is the same, so get maybe yellow. The face and the neck, the hair, they're all in one group. Go for aqua. The hip and the body are like separate layers, so go for maybe purple. Upper leg and all the leg parts, let's go for seafoam. Something that is more visible. That was the face. We have the flower, the bike frame, the gear. And these guys are things that we're not going to move. So click here. Get another color. The wheels are their own groups. Go for blue. The foot stand is separate. You can choose cyan, and the background is, let's go for pink. Shadow is also separate. So this way I can make things, just look at them in a better way. It's more organized. I know which one belongs to which group and in what order I can go towards them. All right, let's bring our timeline back. So let's start from the face, which we color coded with this color. So the face, we need to connect it to their rightful spots. Get your anchor point. The head connects to the neck, so just bring it here. The neck, which I think we need to move a little bit to the side. Let's actually bring the head to the side. All right. The neck needs to connect to the body, so bring the anchor point down. The back hair connects to the head. All right, we're done with the head. And we're going to go to the body, which is next in line. Let's find body. There it is. The body connects to the hip. So all the way down here. And the arms, upper left arm, connects to the top. Let's turn off the right arm so we can see the left arm and the body. So you can see now that I got rid of them, I can see that I'm a bit out. so put it right at the tip. Lower left arm, we need to bring that here as well. Another tip that you could do is to grab all three, anything that's in the group, hit T, lower the opacity, and then if you zoom in, there are areas where it's darker. That means the two layers are intersecting, and that is precisely the layer that you need to put, the area that you need to put the anchor point in. So you can see the lower left arm is in that area. The left hand, we can see that over here, it's darker. So that means I need to move the anchor point to this darker area in the middle. All right, the left arm is finished. Hit M. Then we can hit T and bring the stuff back. Forgot to do that. Let's do the same thing for the right arm. I'm going to turn off the visibility for these and then bring right arm. Do the same thing. Select all, hit T. Then click away. Right hand goes in that dark area that we mentioned. Lower right arm goes here. Upper right arm, let's come up here, goes over here. Close that. So we did the body, the arm. Forgot to bring back the opacity. Don't forget that. Oops. All right. Hit M. We did the body. We did the arms, both of them. And we did the face, neck. The hip doesn't have to connect anywhere. But what needs to connect is the leg. So let's go to the leg now. Select all three. Hit T. Bring the opacity down. The upper right leg needs to go on the hip. Lower right legs go in the knee. You're basically putting them in the joints. That one goes here. Select all three, 100%, hit M. The flower basket, you can connect it to the front of the bike. The bike frame just stays that way. The back wheel, make sure it's in the center of the circle thing. And if you want to make it center, just hold down Control and double click here. This one's already centered. This one had to be centered. If you're on Mac, that's Command and then double click on that. The wheels are done. The foot stand needs to be connected to the circle here. So grab this guy and put it here. I'm talking about this circle. So it needs to go there. There we are. The shadow is independent. Just make sure it's in the center. If the anchor point was somewhere off, hold down Control or Command and double click on the pan behind tool. And the background stays as it is. Okay, so we did the thing, the connecting stuff. And now we gotta parent them. So right hand parents to lower right arm. Lower right arm parents to upper right arm. Upper right arm parents to body. Go from the bottom and then connect it like so. We have the same situation with the left hand. So this goes to lower, this goes to upper, upper goes to body. Body goes to hip, so connect it to hip, or just find the other purple one. Face connects to neck, neck connects to body. Oops, it's the wrong one. You can also hit this if the thing is too hard, the pick whip. Back hair connects to face. Hip connects to nothing. Upper right leg connects to hip. Lower right leg goes to upper right leg. Right foot goes to lower right leg. Flower goes to bike frame. Bike frame connects to nothing. Back wheel to bike frame. Front wheel, bike frame. We're not going to be moving the bike frame. Foot stand goes to the foot, the right foot. Gear on bike frame. Shadow on bike frame as well. And background is independent. Okay, we have connected every layer that needs to be connected to one another. And now we can begin animating our character. So I'm going to cut this into parts because it may be confusing. One part we're going to be animating the half the character. Apart from animating, we're also going to be making a looping background because she's moving forward and she's traveling the distance. We need to show that in the background or else it wouldn't make sense. So I'm going to do the background first, turn off the visibility for everything except for the background layer. All right, so for this background layer, let's make a new composition, create a new composition here. And we're gonna write background. Make sure it's, I guess we can keep this. I'm gonna go for 1920 by 1080. If you want to add your own dimensions, make sure you turn this off. It will go for 16 seconds. Hit OK. And now in here, let's add our background layer. Just open layers and bring in BG. Put it here. Hit S to resize the clip. So what we want to do is to place this in a spot like this where there's space between them. And then we're going to add an effect called, we've already worked with this effect actually. It's called the motion tile. Add that to your vector layer. We're going to add to the output width. So just go in, make sure it's below 1000. It depends on your composition, but for our case, we're going to keep it for under 1000. And then we have something called the tile center. Essentially, we're going to turn it on. And before I turn it on, I'm going to create a spot here that I can repeat. So I'm going to just, without turning on the keyframe, I'm going to go for the end of this tower. So I'm talking about this tower. Just go until the tower is gone. And then that would be easy for me to repeat. So we're going to turn on tile center. 2 seconds in. We're going to keep adding to this until we meet that spot again. All right, and if you wanted to check, just go in the beginning. And as you can see, this was the beginning and this is the after. So it starts on one point and it ends on one point. And because we added a keyframe, say U on this, it's going to move that way. You play that again, it rendered. You can see it's moving that way. You can make it slow or fast. I think the speed is fine, maybe a little bit slow. Because she's not going to be racing, she's just riding a bike normally at a normal rate. So I think this is fine. All right, now let's alt click on this watch or option click till we get this. Go to, just type in loop out, hit enter, and then make sure you click away or else it's not going to, you're going to add something by accident. So now our work is just looping even after it passes the keyframe. You can see it goes on for as long as the composition goes. All right, now we want to rescale our composition. So hold down Control and press K or Command K. And actually we do that with the region of interest. Get the region of interest. We hit fit on this. Region of interest, and we're going to just create a spot like that. Try to make it equal as much as you can. You can also hit S on that layer and scale it in if you want to keep all the details. I'm just going to go with this method because it doesn't really matter for me, but you can scale it in if you want. Go to Composition, Crop Comp to Region of Interest, and now we have a looping background. I put this to full, the full quality comes back, so there's no worries there. So in the PH vector, I can turn everything back on But instead, let's delete the BG vector layer and bring in the background composition that we made. So this goes underneath, hit S and scale it for as long as the work. You zoom in, put this to full. The quality is still there, I'm just checking. So now we have a moving background. But now all we have to move is the character. It does look like she's moving, but it would be nice if you could maybe move her legs. And that's what we're going to do in the second part of this lesson. This was just how we can make a looping background and how we can parent and pair each of the layers to their rightful partners, I guess. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, this is where we left off. We created the background, we parented and connected each of the parts to their counterparts. And I just went ahead and made a shape layer out of the upper leg. You just zoom in and show you. So the upper leg looked something like this, and basically when you have sharp edges and when you rotate them, it's going to look bad. So if I were to put this here, hit R on this, you can see that it just looks odd. It has that sharp edge and that will not work out. So all I did was to right click, create shapes from vector layer. Basically this allows me to get the pen tool and maybe alter a few points, make it look nice. And the shape that you want to go for is actually a circular shape. So you get this one over here. So you can see we don't have sharp edges. We have something like this, just like a toy that has connections. This is how it works out. Put that back to its place. And we're going to hit T on both of them. And make sure that the anchor point is in this dark area. I'm going to move this one to the center. There we have it. And then we're going to make the opacity 100%. All right, so that's all you have to do. Once you've done that, we can now begin the animation. Just like any other bike, it will not move unless you move the pedals. So the pedals in our case is connected to the foot, but we do have the foot stand, which I just placed underneath right foot and also added it to the green group. So we're just going to be moving the foot stand and all the other legs are going to move with it. So select all of these, anything in the green layer, which consisted of the upper right leg, lower right leg, right foot, and foot stand. Hit R. We're going to make a keyframe in the beginning. Move in 2 seconds. You can always alter the keyframes. Click away, and we're just going to move with the foot stand now. So the gear of bikes is a circle. It's always a circle. And basically when it's a circle, we want to just move in a quarter at a time. So here, 2, 3, 4, and it just repeats over and over. And then in between those quarters, like in between this and this, we're going to create supporting keyframes. So in total, we're going to need about 8 keyframes, and then we can just loop out the entire thing. All right, and make sure that your gear, the anchor point, is in the right place. If you want, you can single out the layer. You can see the circle here, just click that. And this way you can see things better. Like I need to move mine a bit up here. And after I'm done, I can just click this and I'm back to where I was. Okay, so 2 seconds in, we're going to rotate this guy forward. Backward, because she is moving forward. So we're going to put it over here. And then everything else moves with it. But instead of moving from down to the above, we're going to do the opposite. So it starts from upper right leg. Stay on that 2 second. And we're just going to move it up this way. Because when this guy comes higher, the leg needs to go higher too. Let's do that. And then we're going to go to lower right leg. Rotate that like so. We can use the arrow keys to just place it accordingly without turning on the keyframe. And then right foot, we can just make it look the right way, so it would be this way. Let's go in the beginning. So essentially we just have this, bringing the leg up. So for the right foot, I think we need to make it straight. So let's do that. I'm gonna move it up with the arrow key. So it's down and then it comes up. 4 seconds. Get the gear, the foot stand, not the gear. We're gonna move it up all the way. So like that. And then again, go to upper right leg. We're going to rotate it upwards now. This is the highest point, so it would almost be straight. Let me go up. It would almost be like this. And then lower right leg, we just do that. The foot, make it straight. So it looks like that. And then around 6 seconds, get the foot stand and put it here. Upper right leg. It's going to be a little down compared to where it was. Then put the foot like so. And that was a leg. Put the foot like so. You can also move it higher. You saw it's not sitting nicely. It needs to come a little down. All right. And then at 8 seconds, we can just copy and we're just going to get the first keyframe for each one. So copy that, Control C, Control V. So it retreats back to the first area. Let's have a look at the playback. And if necessary, we can work with the speed at which they appear. All right, so you saw that the gear kind of went the opposite way. Make sure the foot is going in one way at least. All right, so for the last keyframe, we could just do it ourselves. Because it did not start from here, it was kind of in the edge. Just go to that place, put your time indicator on 8, get your foot stand, and we're just going to move it down. Then we're going to go to upper right leg, bring it low, right here, lower right leg, make it somewhat straight. Let's move this again. All right, and then we can just move the foot a little bit like that. So now it's going to go up, and essentially it's going to go towards the full circle. And then at 10 seconds, we can copy the keyframes because now they're set in the right path. So you can see now it would make sense for us to just loop it again. So just copy the keyframes for each one. Let me just go here, Control C, Control V. All right, hit N, and then we can have a look at how this loops. Again, don't worry about the speed. We can always just fix that. So watch out for if the gear like pops out like that. We don't want that exactly. So the leg is okay, but the gear is not. So we can simply just go on 10 seconds delete the gear keyframe and just put it in the right direction, which was here. So you can see it's 1 times 6 degrees because it did a full circle. Okay, so the gear, we can just simply kind of squish it down to avoid the issue where it just comes out. You can see it did it again. Or you could delete one of the keyframes. Let's come over here and just move it up a little higher than it was. And it's all about fixing the keyframes, going over them multiple times to make sure it's working all right. All right, looking good. Okay, so if we go on, the leg is just cycling normal, and then it can just start over. Let's have a look at each part up close and make sure that it's working well. The gear came out again. It was around here, I believe. So we know that the gear needs to kind of slow down. All right, it's coming in a little fast. We can move the keyframes if necessary. All right, now it's okay. Okay, so the foot is okay. Let's move on to the knee. Have a closer look. All right, so the right leg might not be doing well. I think we need to just move it towards the right a little bit, like that much. Let's play it back and make sure it's working okay. All right. So we do have to fix the knee. I will just do the whole shape thing that we did with the upper thigh. But as you can see, we created a cycling motion using just rotation and some parenting techniques. All right, so now to make things look more realistic, we need to speed up the keyframes. So come in like this much. So we're gonna grab all the keyframes, work with them one at a time, hold down Alt or Option, click the last one, and we're just squeezing everything in. Let's go for 4 seconds. Hit R on this so we can get the keyframes. Do the same thing. Actually, let's do them all together. Select all keyframes, hold down Alt or Option, and just squeeze everything in. Let's hit N on 4 seconds so we can see a looping animation. If it's not fast enough, we can simply just make it even faster. So hold down Alt again. I'm going to go for maybe 2 seconds. Play that back. All right, so the cycling speed still needs to be faster. Maybe we should go for 1 second. All right, so for this background speed, this leg speed is okay. As you can see, it's just cycling. We're going to stop here. I'm just going to go over my keyframes and fix a few things. Also fix the layer that we mentioned, like we did with the upper right leg. I'm going to right click on lower right leg, create shapes from vector path, get the pen tool and make the tip circular, because if I single out this guy, oops, click away, single out this guy, you can see we have a sharp edge and we need to fix that. So I'm going to do that, and then in the next part we're going to continue with the rest of the body. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, this is where we left off. We made the animation for the first, the right leg, which is the front leg. I also went ahead and created the shape layer from the lower right leg so we could get a nice little animation. And I also made it green. And now what we want to do is loop this thing, because after the animation, they're going to stop, but the background is continuous. So what we want to do is to select all of these guys, hit R to open up the things, and then we're going to alt click on the stopwatch. Go to this play button here, go to property, loop out, duration type, and all that. Just click away once you're finished. So now this guy is going to just loop continuously, but we need to do the same thing for all the other ones. So again, alt click, come down to this play button, property, loop out, duration, click away, loop out, and we can't really type it in because this is like a preset for this type of animation. And if we were to type it in, we have to write the type cycle duration 0. So it's just easier to open it up here because you don't have to do the most of the writing. Loop out duration, click away. So all of them have this effect, and now even past 1 second, she's still going to cycle for however long the composition is. All right, once we're done, we can go ahead and select all the green layers, hit M, and then we're going to right click, recompose. Call this right leg, hit OK, and we now have the pre-comp for right leg. I'm going to change it back to green. Let's duplicate this and call this left leg. So this is why we only had one leg to work with. Let's remove the visibility for right leg. We're going to just move the left leg backwards. And also we're just going to move it in like this. So when the right leg is down, a bit here, when the right leg is down, the left leg should be up, because that's just how the thing works. So just move it in place like that. You could even go in a few frames further. Like when it's down here, you know that you need to move your left leg upwards. Let's first bring back the position. Okay, so in the same position, don't move them. We're just going to move in a few frames where, for example, the right leg is down, and just move the left leg so it's up, because they need to move in the opposite direction. There we have it. Also, left leg needs to go behind everything because it's on the other side. So drag left leg all the way down below the ear. And now we have 2 legs cycling at the same time, just like how anyone would cycle. As you can see, they're both moving in forward, but when one of them is down, the other one is up, which is just how it works. So it's cycling. I'm going to change the color of left leg to dark green maybe. Okay, so the legs are moving, working great. Now let's work with the upper body. So the upper body consists of the body, right hand, lower right hand, and just the arms, the face, the neck, the back hair. So all of these guys at the same time. We're going to select all, hit R. The only thing we're working with here is R actually. Turn on their stopwatches. Move in like a second, 1 second. And then come to 2 seconds first. Make another keyframe for 0 degrees because we wanted to have a looping motion. Come in the middle, and now we're going to click away and work with them one by one. I think we didn't turn on R for this. turn that on, turn it on, make another keyframe here. Now let's come to the middle. The body is moving forward, so let's go for 4 degrees. She's moving down. So she moves down and then she goes back up. Let's have a look. Goes down, comes back up. All right, and then go back to where you were. Get the, where's the neck? There's the neck. We want to move the neck backwards. So if the body was +4, neck needs to be -4. She's moving backwards. So body moves forward, she moves backward, and then comes back to the original spot. We also got to add the -4 control right arrow key to move in one frame until you see -4. Put -4 for the face as well. So now it's like this. They are moving in the opposite direction. For the back hair, let's also do the same thing. So you can try +4 because the hair moves the opposite direction. And we just have a subtle animation right now. Let's work with the arms. The left hand we could just maybe add a +3. Lower left arm, -3. This one, -3. So left arms are all -3. Right arms are the left arm, let's put -3. Sorry, for the right hand, so both hands are -3. The arms are also -3, although because they're forward, they move more, so let's go for -5. Let's go for -4 instead of 5. So -3, -4. So the arm is having a really slight movement. You can barely tell it's there. There we have it. And now we want to perhaps make more of a movement. Mostly the movement would be on her back and the head. So you can go on body, delete that keyframe. Let's add a +6. So she goes down and she comes back up. I also want to do something with the hair because we want to show that she has fluffy hair. So go on back hair. Delete that keyframe. We want to add maybe a +8. So there's more movement on the back hair. Maybe we should go for 20. Not really seeing much of a change. Go for +20. So the hair, let me hit N here so we can see a looping playback. The hair is just moving up and down as she is biking, which would be the case because she has curly, fluffy hair, and she is moving rather fast. So you can see she's leaning forward. The arms are bending with it too. So upper right arm, -5, lower -5, right hand -3. Body is +5.8 or 6. Upper left arm, they're all -3 as well because they don't have as much movement than the other hand, arm. And the hand, this is positive here, this needs to be negative. So all the arms move in the right place, the right direction. Remember, the hand that is in the background moves less dramatically compared to the hand that is in front. Okay, so the hands are done as well. Let's get all of these layers. It's although we didn't loop them. So I'm going to just grab all of these keyframes and hold down Alt or Option to squeeze them in. I want a faster movement. Close in the workspace. Let's have a look. See if that's a good speed. Alright, so I'm just gonna go over and fix all of these keyframes by making them, we missed the hair. There's a lot of layers right now. Okay, so we made that. She's moving faster, which would make more sense compared to the speed that we had. I just brought the keyframes in. Play that back, and she's moving more intensely, which makes sense because she is moving her leg quite fast. Alt-click on the rotations, and we're going to add the same property for each of the layers. Alright, so I did that, and now she is going to continue moving forward and backward for however long our composition may be, because we have a looping animation. So you can see it's 10 seconds long. Even after the keyframe, it's looping around. Alright, so let's go ahead and close all of these layers. Don't need them anymore. Hit M. You can see it became a lot better. Now, in the final part of this lesson, which is the next one, we're going to work with the bike, the shadow, and maybe make our character blink. Just add some final touches to make our animation look better. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Alright, let's finish off our biking animation. For the wheels, select both the wheels, hit R. And we already put the anchor point in the middle, so all we have to do is to turn on the keyframe, move in like 2 seconds, add 1 to this number. So it's going to make a 360 turn. And let's have a look at the speed. Okay, the speed is a little fast. Let's add space. Okay, so this is a better look, better speed. Let's do the same thing with these two wheels. Add a looping property on both of them. Alright, so the bikes are done, really simple. Let's hit M on those. So now the bikes are going to just move up like so and continue turning throughout our 16-second thing. And the speed is good too. Now let's go on the shadow. What I want to do with the shadow is to kind of move the shadow up and down. So hit S on your keyboard, make sure the anchor point is in the center of the shadow, right here. Let's turn on, look at the number. So it's 100. Let's go for maybe 80. Turn on the thing. So let's do it the other way. So 100%, turn on the keyframe, come into maybe 2 seconds, just like the upper body. Another 100 degrees. So 100, 100. In the middle, let's add 80. So now it's going to, we hit N here. It's going to kind of like expand and then not expand. Okay, maybe 80 is too much. Let's go for 90. Just a slight bit. So it looks something like this. You can see that it's expanding and then it's not expanding. Just like so. And let's also loop this guy. Alt-click, go to Property, Loop Out Cycle, close that, expand it. So this guy is going to loop as well, which is great. Alright, the shadow is done, the background is done. Let's move on to the bike itself. So we're going to grab everything that's related to the person on the bike. So before that, let's make her blink because we said we want to make her blink. Go on top, just zoom in quite a lot on the face. And we're going to go on the face, duplicate the face. On face 2, let's get the pen tool, select face 2, and we just want to extract. Actually, let's deselect. We want to create a new shape layer with the same color. So get the fill color, add that on, make a new shape, try to like cover the eyes completely. Okay. Fix the sides if you need to. All right, and then on that same layer, let's make another shape so we can just work with it once. All right, connect shape to face. It's a part of the face. Call this blink. And now this is going to move with the character. Move in like a little bit and then hold down Alt and right bracket. Duplicate this a bunch of times. And then we're going to select all except select all. And then move in a few frames. Control click on the first one. We're just like dropping them off. Oops. One by one. And again, it doesn't have to be uniform. You can just make some random spots. I'm going to assume that my composition ends at 10 seconds. If you want it to be longer, you just need to duplicate more of these guys. Hit N and we can see her blink. So she blinks like that. And it looks pretty good. Let's zoom out and have a look at it from afar. So she's just blinking. Okay. I'm going to add a few more blinks, maybe 3 more times. Control D. Move it here. Don't need the third one. Create a little space here, and now we should have 10 seconds worth of blinking. There it is, it's blinking like so. All right, so we did the face. Now we can go ahead and select everything that's related to the bike. That includes the frame itself. Just leave out shadow and background. As you can see, a lot of layers. Right click, recompose, call it maybe bike ride. And now our bike ride, you can see it still has the animation. We're going to make it bounce up and down. So hit P. Have a look at the keyframe for the shadow. You can hit U on shadow. So here we're going to make a position. And then when it becomes smaller on the shadow, we want to move her upwards. So she's kind of bouncing up and down. You don't want her to levitate, just a little bit of movements towards the top. Let's copy the first keyframe and paste it here. So she's going to like move up a little bit and then come down. Let's hit N and have a look at its looping. So it's just like a little bouncy movement. As it goes up, the shadow gets smaller, and as it comes down, the shadow gets bigger. Alt click on position, and we're going to do the same thing that we've done a bunch of times. And there we have it. Let's hit M on both of these, zoom out. And now we have our final product. She is biking. Gonna let it render. There we go. She's just biking on a nice day. All right, an additional element that you can add to spice things up even more. Click on bike ride. We're going to get our puppet pin tool and create a few points On our character, we want to get, you can see I turned on the mesh, so it gets more complicated as I add points. So on the areas where you don't want her to move as much, you need to put more points. So the hip, the back, the arm, the elbow, the hand, the knee, the leg, all that. We're not going to be moving all of these, by the way. Let's come down, and also you want to attach her to the floor. We don't want her moving around. All right, so if I were to move one of these, you can see everything else stays in place. Control Z. I think we added the mesh. Go in deform. Okay, so over here, I want to go in 2 seconds. First, let's add a few more. Get your starch pen tool. We can just do that in the beginning of our timeline. Starch pen tool, and just go over the areas where you think you might deform as you are animating. So that would include the back. Just add a few more. We do not want the back to get deformed whatsoever. Also the baskets with the flowers in it. The rod here. The arms as well. Add as many as you think is necessary. Come in down, and I think we're good to go. So what I want to move is actually the flowers. So I'm going to make a point here and here. And we already added one for the hair. So after moving in a few times, we're going to first turn on the mesh stopwatch. I mean, like 2 seconds. Zoom in, and I want to just move my flowers to show that, well, she's moving fast and the flowers need to shake. Do the same thing for the hair. It's the same fluffy hair effect that we did with our other characters. I'm going to like bring it in a slight bit. Let's alt click on this guy and loop this. So it's a really slight movement, but it does add a nice touch. Let's click away. The flowers are moving. And the hair is too. Okay. So our character is riding her bike. Let's move out of here. All right, our character is riding her bike. So you saw this was a bit of a long lesson, but it was all worth it because now we have a flat character riding her bike. So this is how you make looping backgrounds, looping anything actually. When it comes to animations, even if your animation is 20 minutes long, but you want your character to do a certain thing, the loop out property is your best friend because you get to just continue that movement for however long you want by simply looping out that animation. So let's move on to the next lessons and learn more about other types of movement. I'll see you guys there. In this lesson, we're going to turn the landscape that you see here into day by working with a few effects. And we're also going to create a scene, meaning that we're going to add a few more elements that can perfectly display a peaceful landscape during night and then transition into day. So we have 4 projects, 2 projects and 2 files in your resource pack. This is what we have. We have 2 projects, 2 files. So let's have a look at the project. This is the first one. There's a lot of layers. These are each for the separate elements. So each of the trees are separate, each of the bushes are separate, and we are going to animate each and every single one of these to make a really nice landscape. Then we have a deer that we're going to place in that landscape, make the deer walk. So we will be applying the walking techniques that we used on the human example onto this. And then we also have a reference picture for how animals walk. So this is really helpful. Or just any four-legged animal. The way that they bend their foot is different from the way that they bend their leg, actually, is very different from how humans bend their leg. So we're going to have to use this to make sure that we're making the deer take steps naturally. And then finally, we have a night sky photo, which we'll just use to decorate the night sky in our landscape composition. All right, let's go back to the first landscape. So for this lesson, we will have to cut this into parts too. So first part would be the landscape itself, animating the elements, making them move around, making the sun go up and down. Second part will be the deer. We need to make it walk. First, it's going to stand there, maybe move its head a bunch, and then it's going to walk away. That's the second part. Third part, we would just have to decorate the landscape. First, turn it from night to day, and then add some additional elements like the stars that we saw in that photo. So let's go ahead and get started. We have a lot of layers to work with. Let's expand our timeline. And we have to just color code and rename a few things. So I've named these ones here, but these guys are all the bushes. So just go until the last bush. This is a tree, so I know from layer 9 to 19, they're all bushes. You can see it right here. So we know that from 9 to 19, they're all bushes. I'm going to just get the color and make them maybe orange. Then we have 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. These are all trees. Let's make them green. Come down here, we have the ground, and this is going to be independent. We're not going to move the ground. The water, we'll do some wiggly lines. So there's like a little wind and it's moving, creating little waves. The mountains is also independent. We're not going to move the purple layers. We will move the sun because it has to go down and then come up. We have 3 clouds, which we can simply select and add another color to. Then finally, we have the sky, which we will not move. It will just stay in place. All right, after we've done this, we're going to bring this guy down, zoom into our timeline, and first adjust the anchor points. Okay, so for the anchor points, we're mainly working with the trees because we want them to shake left and right. So get each of the trees, we can solo them by pressing this. Get the anchor point tool and just bring this guy at the bottom. It's okay if it's outside of the composition, just the bottom of the work. Select that again to get out. Select the other one. Click on it, get the anchor point, place it there. Solo each of the layers that need to that we need to change the anchor point of. And just do that. We also have to do this for the bushes. Anything that we want to move, we would want to put it down there. That was the bush. This one, we can bring it there. Got another one here. Solo that, goes down. It's okay if it's not on the illustration. Just put it here so they move from one angle. All right, this was our last layer. So now all of these anchor points are set. We're not going to be moving anything else. So all you have to change are the trees and the bushes. Okay, let's start with the bushes. Select the first layer, come down. Just select all the orange layers. Hit R, come in the beginning of your timeline. Turn on their stopwatch. And then we're just gonna add maybe 10 degrees. So they go that way. And then we're going to make it 0 degrees. So they're gonna just move that way and then come back this way. Okay, so let's loop all of these. Gonna alt click. loop out this whole thing because we want the windy bushes to just be as they are even when it's day. So throughout the whole composition, we want these bushes to just keep moving left and right. You alt click on the stopwatch, get the property right here in the sky, property, loop out duration, click away, make sure you click away. Okay, we applied the loop out duration to all of the layers. And now if we play it back, it's going to just move even after the keyframe. So you can see they're just moving that way. And that's that. So let's select all the layers, the bush layers, hit M to close the properties. Okay, so to offset these ones, we have to just simply take a few, let's click away, take a few and just move them that way. So we're just moving some backwards, and as you can see, they're changing their direction, and that's like different from all the other ones. I'm not really seeing that because of the tree, so just focus on the ones that we can see. Okay, so now some of them are going to move differently. You can see this one's going that way, this one's going the other way. And now we are done with the bushes. So let's get to the trees. Again, mainly focusing on the ones that we can't see. Let's solo this tree, go in the beginning of the timeline, get the puppet pin tool, make one at the bottom, one pin at the bottom, another one in the center where the trunk would be, and another one at the top. Not the tip, just somewhere around here. Okay, and then we're going to open up mesh 1, deform. I guess we didn't make a pin here. Let's zoom in so we can put a pin at the bottom. Okay, want a pin right here. So in puppet pin 3, or the pin that's at the bottom, just go in it and turn off position. We do not want this to move at all. Then we can simply go up, turn on the mesh refinement, and go in maybe 1 second. Let's go to 2 seconds. And then we're going to open up the puppet pin 2 and puppet pin 1, make a keyframe for both, and then go back to 1, the 1 second. So it's the original position here, in the middle, we're going to make the movement. Just move it that way. You can move this one a bit to the right. So it's going to be normal, and then slightly it's going to turn there, and then it's going to go back. Can go to 3 seconds and just make it go the other way if you want. And this one we can make it go a bit to the side. At 4 seconds, let's copy the first 2 keyframes one by one. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. So it's going to just really slightly do a little wiggle. We're indicating that it's windy. And because this is the tree closest to us, it needs to have more movement. Okay, alt click on these ones and add the same property. We're not adding the property to the bottom keyframe because we didn't even turn on the stopwatch. So we're only doing that for these two, and now they're just going to continuously move left and right because we start with the original position and end with the original position. It's going to loop. So that was that. Let's do the same thing for all the other trees. Got one down here. And now you have the chance to just do things differently for each of the layers, so you don't have to offset them later. Make a pin down here. It's not really important because it's not even in the frame. We can make another one here just in case, and just one up here. Come down to just hit U on the mesh one. And for this one, I'm not going to add a middle one. Puppet pin 1, I believe. Okay, that's puppet pin. Okay, turn off the position for puppet pin 1 or this one, the one at the bottom. Make a keyframe for the second one, which we already did. Come in 2 seconds, make another keyframe. 4 seconds, another keyframe. Come in between, so 1 second. We made the first tree go this way, so we're gonna do the opposite for that. Don't worry about this, we'll fix the position later. It's gonna come back. And then here, let's just move it the other way. So this is gonna just move in that way, then come back this way. If you want, you can add some space or make it move quicker. I'm gonna add some space to mine. Just do that. So now it's going to move a lot slower than it did. All right, again, Alt click. Like we said, you have to loop out everything if you want a single animation throughout the whole video. Okay, and let's solo this again. Hit P on this, and without turning on the stopwatch, let's just move it down. So now once it moves, we're not showing the bottom. Okay, that was the second tree. I'm not gonna do it to all the trees. I feel like it would be a bit too fake. Maybe we can do it to this one and leave the rest be. We're gonna get the puppet pin tool, make one at the bottom. This one's a big tree, so we need a middle one. And one at the top. Hit U on mesh 1. Turn off puppet pin 1. Move into 2 seconds. Make a keyframe, 4 seconds. Make a keyframe. So the bigger the tree gets, the slower the movement. So you could even scale this out to 6 seconds, or you could just make the movements really slight. Let me solo this layer. It's confusing to look at all the similar colors. Move it really slowly. This one stays as it is. You can just make a keyframe. 3 seconds. Let's slowly move it to the other side. Make another keyframe for the bottom. Or we could just turn this off because we didn't move it. Alt click on the one that you did move and make it loop. There we have it. So now the trees are done. We only made the movements go on some of them and not all. And it's really slight. Because the grass is thinner than trees, it's going to move more. So that's that. I'm also gonna crop my composition to, I guess, 8 seconds. So hit Control K or Command K. Turn this to, instead of 10, make it 8. So now because the bushes, we offset them. Now it's just gonna, the movements are going to be there until the end. Let's hit this to fit. Have a look at the other things that we want to edit. We have the clouds as well. Select all 3 clouds, come in the beginning, hit P, turn on their stopwatch. Move into maybe 1-2 seconds, I guess. You have to decide how long you want the night sky to be and at what point you want it to transition into day. So I'm going to keep the night sky for 3 seconds. So come to 3 seconds and get each of the clouds and just maybe make one of them go up. Maybe make this one go this way. So it's like the sky is clearing. Get the third cloud and just maybe make this one go back as well. We can make it go down a little bit. So very slowly these clouds are also gonna kind of clear out so we don't have a foggy night. And we could just even make them go higher. Gonna make this guy go out completely. at 4 seconds. Let's make this guy disappear too. Delete the previous one. And this one too. You could keep them if you want. I'm just going to get rid of them. So very slowly these 3 clouds are going to clear out and it's going to turn into day at 3 seconds. So by 4 seconds they're completely gone. So for this one we're not going to alt click because after they disappeared we just don't want them to be there anymore. So there's no alt clicking for the clouds. The sky stays the same. I recommend locking the sky so you don't move it or apply any other element. Also lock ground and mountains. These are the 3 things that are not going to move no matter what. Now for the sun, let's hit P. The sun is a circle. Make sure yours is a circle too. Don't worry about the color too much. We're going to just move this down so it's a night sky all the way, maybe 2.5 seconds. Make another keyframe. At 3 seconds, we're going to make this slowly appear from behind the mountains. You can keep it a little bit behind them. Put this back. The clouds are going to clear and then the sun is going to appear. It's a little fast. Let's extend the time. Here I want it to come out slowly. Still fast. Extend this. We delete the keyframe here. Go for 4 seconds. So it's going to look like that. I'm going to bring this at 2, bring this one at 5. So we have some moments of the night landscape and then it's going to make its way up and it will be morning. Okay, easy ease both keyframes, hit F9, hit M on that, and we are done with the basics of this landscape. We animated the easy ones. You can add or remove as many elements as you want. One more element that I wanted to add was the stars. So we're going to go on top of sky and get our night sky image, place it on top. You can see we have a night sky image. Call this stars. Okay, on stars, we're just going to hit T and lower the opacity. There we are. And now we just have a little star. About the scaling, I feel like it's a bit too little, too extended. So just make it smaller by 25%. You can move around and see what part looks better. I'm gonna keep that. And now we have the stars. Hit U on star. Around right here when we start to see the tip, we're going to hit T on star, turn on the opacity, and just make it disappear as the sun appears in, and then make it 0 so it disappears. So it's 38% here, and then as the sun comes up, it's going to completely disappear. You make it a little fast, hit F9. Have a look at that star. There we are. All right, so we're done with the basic elements. You could go ahead and add a color key for the star. But because we already had a bluish sky, all we had to do was to remove the opacity. So this is it for part 1 where we did the basics. I'll see you guys in the next part where we go for the deer. Alright, let's animate our deer and then we can place it onto our landscape. We're going to make the deer stand, move its head a bunch of times, and then walk out of the screen. So let's bring in our reference image, this guy. Just double click to open the layer, and we're just going to keep this as reference, switch between the two when needed. First, let's connect the layers together. We do have a lot of layers. Let's first color code so it's easier to look at. We have everything related to the head. So the antlers, the ears, the head itself, we're going to make it one color. Let's make it blue. The body is separate. Let's make it cyan or red so it stands out. We have the tail, which is a part of the body. Make that red. Then we have the legs that we can just turn purple. Okay, so we have this many layers. Let's assign their anchor points one by one. Let's start from the antlers. Let's solo their layer that's hard to see with the ear. Get the anchor point tool and bring it at the start of the antler. Bring the other one in. Do the same thing with the other one. We got the ear, which we also need to bring, and then we have the other ear. The body doesn't really need a anchor point. Then we have the head, which we could just bring this guy down here. So the body can go on top. You can see the body is going there. Then we have the tail, which we can just move over here. Let's solo so we can see the actual end of the tail. We got the legs. The upper leg goes on the body. Let's get the body, the upper leg, lower back leg. Hit T, reduce the opacity so we can see the connection points. Alright, so we found the right place for the upper back leg, but we need one for the lower back leg. Place it right in that circle that you see. Once you're done, make sure you bring back the opacity. Okay, then we have the other leg. Let's hit M on these. We got body, then we got lower back leg. Let's just select all of them with the body and hit T to lower their opacity. We already did the first two legs, so this guy, just turn off their opacity, turn off their layer like that, so we can just work with the rest. Just click on them and move their anchor points to where they need to be. This one will be here. This one will be here. Got this guy, goes up here. This dude comes here. Got the one in the back. Alright, so we did all that. Let's reselect everything. Bring back their opacity. And then we can just hit M to close them. We had the body, which I do want to bring down. So select everything with the head and the tail. Hit P and just bring them lower. Okay, so now he's shorter. We can hit M on these and just go to body to bring back the opacity. Bring back the other leg as well. Okay, now let's parent these layers. So the antlers, they go to the head. So do the ears. They're all connected to the head. The body is independent. The head is connected to the body. Tail is also connected to the body. Upper back leg, body, lower back leg, upper back leg, upper front leg is connected to body, and we need lower front leg. This one is connected to upper front leg left. There you go. And then we have upper back leg. This one goes to body. Lower back leg right connects to upper back leg right. Upper front leg right goes to body. Lower front leg right goes to upper front leg right. Okay, so it's a little confusing, but just go over them slowly and connect them to their rightful partners. All right, so we can now start animating our character. Hit M. We are going to first work with the head. So we're going to make a rotation here. Turn on the stopwatch. Bring this in maybe 1 second in, so it's normal. And then at 2 seconds, we're just going to make this dude come down. Just a little bit. And I'm going to hit P on this and just get it up to the right area. The body, we do have a problem with this part. So let's bring the head above body. And we can just reposition it based on what we have right now. Okay. On the body, since we do have that extra bit, we can just go ahead, turn off the head layer for a second, get the pen tool and just go over this area. So we're creating a mask, but we want to change the mask. Open mask 1, go to subtract, so it's no longer there. Hit M and bring back the head. Now we don't have that thing sticking out. So the let's hit R and head again. Close the body layer. So our ear is going to be standing normal. We have to change the normal keyframe. Now that we changed the thing, so I'm going to bring the body above the head again. Hit P to just reposition the character. Okay. We turn off the second keyframe and very slightly bring down the head. Like maybe 4 seconds, -4. Come back here to 3 and add a +4. So it goes a little bit back, comes back that way. So I'm going to hit P and just lower the head a slight bit without turning on the keyframe. So it just looks a bit better. Just goes in the front and then comes back. And that's all the animation for the head. So after it did this, we're just going to make it walk away. So that's all the head movement. Hit M, we have the tail as well, which we can also add a rotation. When it moves its head, we want to like show that they are excited. Hit U, match the keyframes, and add a +8 so it goes down. Move into the next keyframe. Put it back to -8. Then we can ease both of these keyframes, and now the deer is just going to move its head and also move the tail. I will make another keyframe right here, but make it 0. So the tail movement is faster, just moving up like that. And just bring the tail below all of the leg layers. Okay. And that just looks better. And now we can even make the antlers move a little. Not the antlers, the ears. Just come in around here when it's halfway through the movement. Hit R, turn on the stopwatch, and go in maybe 2 seconds. Want to make one go to -8, the other one go to normal, the +8. And then a few frames in, we're going to turn both to 0. F9 all those keyframes. And just going to move the head, the ear. And the head needs to go above, the ears need to go below the head. Just bring them in here. Okay. And the antlers are just moving with the thing, the head. You wouldn't want to rotate the antlers because they're not gonna move in the wind. They're not that light. Hit M on those layers. We can also make the character blink. So around here, let's go ahead and deselect the head layer, get our pen tool, and we're gonna hold down Alt and zoom in on the eye with the cursor. We're making a new shape layer that completely covers the eyes. Okay, let's get the same color that we see here. Use the eyedropper tool, hit OK. And now this is the character blinking. Let's rename this blink. And we're going to get a really small amount. Alt and right bracket key on your keyboard. Duplicate this a bunch of times. Control D. And just offset it as they go. But before that, let's connect it to the head. Go in the beginning. Select it all and just move it on the eye first. And then we're going to connect it to the head. So now the blinks move with the head, which is the case for how you blink. Select all these layers and just bring them in a couple frames forward. Control or Command click on one of them and then get the rest to just offset these blinking sessions. Again, make them really random. So at one point they are blinking for some time and then they blink faster. Just make it random. And once you play this back, you can see our character is just blinking as they go. Okay, so that was the blinks. Let's zoom out of here. I'm gonna first crop out the extra area, which you only need the deer. Crop come to region of interest. Now we don't have that long section. Okay, so we can go ahead and pre-comp the blinkings. Pre-compose, call it blink. And make sure you connect the blink to head again. So it's and we have to go back in and reposition it. Let's see where the blink was. Here it is. We need to get our move tool and just select this. Place it on top. It's connected to the head. So now it's going to move with the head. Okay. We're done with the blinks. Let's move on to the legs. And remember that we need to constantly look at this. So this is the first look we're going for. And I'm just going to flip the image. So just select that layer. Let's make a new comp from it. And then right click, transform, flip horizontal. So the image is going the other way. Get the first frame for the walk, which is this. And I'm just going to copy this for the creature, the deer that we have. So go back to deer. And we're going to decide at what point we want the deer to start moving. So after it moves its head, I'm going to make it start moving at like 2.5 seconds. So we're going to get I'm going to go back here, have a look. Back leg on the left side needs to go backwards. So let's see. I'm going to recolor code the rights and the lefts. So it says right, that's left. Back leg left. So it's this guy. We want to move this, hit R. Want to move it, let's make a keyframe here first. And go to 3 seconds. Want to move it backwards. Okay. And then here, let's also hit R. Go to the first keyframe. turn on the stopwatch, go to the next keyframe, and we just want to bend the foot. Yeah, we have a bending motion going on. So we just want to bend the foot forward. Maybe I'll go back in here and just make it come that way. So it's going to be normal, and then it's going to move its foot back. All right, we did this. Let's do the same thing for the other foot. Basically, we're going to do this for all the other layers. So I'm going to go on this one. You can see that the left front leg is straight. The other one is also straight. The back one is bent. So I'm going to copy the exact same look, and then I'll be back for the next parts where we can make the movements appear. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, I went ahead and added a few steps for our character. You can see that once you play it, it's going to start moving, but then it stops. So we can now continue from this point on. And I'm going to do the rest here so you can clearly see how we can copy the image's movements and apply it to our character. So just like the walking lesson that we went over for the lady in the park, we're going to start with the top, choose the angle, and then choose this one. So we don't really have the foot here, which in that lesson we assigned the starting point. Here we're only dealing with these two. So if we go over each one of these, it says the normal state, the legs open up, the front legs take a step, and the back legs follow. So let's go over here. I made 3 steps right now. If you go in here, you can see that it's just simply this front leg being straight, and then it goes back, and then this dude comes down for this guy to come up and take a step forward. So just refer to this image if you need to. But now we made the front leg take a step, come back, and now the front leg is ready to get up again. So let's get the front leg, which is, I also color coded these separately. So we have the upper front leg. We're going to go in a few frames forward and just bring this guy over here. So it's about to take a step up, and the lower one, we're going to just bend it like that. So it's going to be something like that. It's about to take a step. Go into the keyframe. The back leg, let's go in here and have a look. The back leg is going to be straight because the front leg is taking a step up. So back leg, it's actually the other one, this one. The upper front leg right. We're dealing with the front legs right now. Upper front leg right is going to turn straight. And this guy is going to be less bendy. It's going to come in like this. Then we have the lower leg, lower back leg right. Let's go to the top. Always start from the top, the upper back leg, and then lower. So upper leg is going to come forward. And then the lower leg is going to come in like that. And we just have this guy to deal with. So we just want to increase the step here and then do that. So play that back. It's just taking a few steps. It stops here. Come in here, and we have to do this about 6 times. So we have 2 more times for this. Let's come over here. So now this guy, let's start from this leg. This is the leading leg. After it bent, it's going to go forward. So upper front leg left, we're going to move it forward and then make the bottom lower part straight. You can go back in here and just add that. I also hit Ctrl R to get my ruler to assign the floor. And now the back leg, the upper front leg right, we're going to move it backwards. Then the lower part is going to be straight. Okay. And then we have the back leg, which is going to move backwards. So they're just switching places. This is going to move backwards. This one is going to bend forward. Finally, we have this leg. We're just going to come back to its place. Zoom it here. You have to switch the places, so just do that and go back on the, maybe it's a green layer. Yeah, we're going to move it backwards like that. Always replay the animation to see if it's moving right. 5 seconds. This is the final one, which we're going to take the, when you get the upper front leg right, move it forward. That's the leg from behind. It's going to move forward, and then the lower part is going to bend in. The upper front leg left is going to move backwards now because it took a step. And then we're going to make the lower part straight because it's leaning on this right now. Let's go to the back leg. Move that back to where it was. Bend this way. In animals, the front leg is usually straighter compared to the back, so try to keep that structure. Then we have the upper back leg right. We're going to move it in here and make this a little straight. Okay, so we did this 6 times, not counting the first one where it's in the original position. And now our character is just taking a little walk and it's going to move out of the frame. Now let's move it back to the original position. So move in here, although we don't have to do it since it's going to move out of frame. We can just select all of these keyframes, hold down Alt, and we can just kind of expand the walk. It is a little fast, Alt or Option if you're on Mac. So it's going to be really slow when it's taking its walk, and that's going to be good. Okay, so we made the character walk, hit M, close that off. We can go ahead and add more to the head movement. So hit U on any of the leg layers so we can see how long the animation goes on for. Get the head layer, hit U so we can get our rotation back. And this was the, yeah, we had a +4, -4. So we can put in another -4 here. A +4 here. Don't match it with the keyframes below. So now it's just going to look normal and start to walk away. It's moving its head. Now it looks more alive. Let's make another -4 here. We can close the leg layer, hit U again or hit M. Go to the ears, both hit U. And we could also make the ears move in. Select these two and hold down Alt to just move these guys around. Let's make another movement, although we have to make it faster. So hold down Alt and just bring them in closer. Let's go here, and the number we used was 8. So now it's 0. Let's add one for +8, -8. They move the opposite way. This one, -8. +8, another one here, really random, +8, -8, and finally let's make another set of movements. So now it's slowly coming to life. The ears are moving, the legs are also moving, it's walking away, and the blinking The animation goes for 6.5 seconds, so double click on blink. And just copy these a few more times. I'm going to bring the space closer and also make some blinking sessions longer than the others, just to add some variation. Control D twice and just select and drag. So now it's going to blink more. We can close this. Go back to deer, and now our character should be blinking throughout the walk session. We have the tail, which was all the way down. Hit U. And we just want to maybe copy these and paste it a few more times. Okay. Have a look, and now our deer is ready to walk across the park, the landscape that we have. We can also grab some of these keyframes, the middle set, right click, and just reverse them. So there's some variation. We can also adjust the speed at times. Maybe make this slower, faster. And our deer is ready to go. Just walking in here, like so. Okay, so now our deer is ready to come in here. Now we made the blinking sessions, we kept the blinking in there, because if you want, you can turn this from day to night. So if you're going to put the deer during daylight, you need the face to be visible. And if you wanted to blink, that's how you do it. But I want my deer to be here at night. So all I have to do is to go up in front of all my layers, get my deer, the composition, and just put it right in the center. Hit S, rescale it to a good size, and then just move it down. So this is my deer. But because I want mine to be at night, and if you pay attention to the trees and the bushes, there are no details in them. So we need to make this a solid color. But again, if you want yours to be from day to night, you will have to skip this step. Go to Effects and Presets, look for Fill. Add that to your deer composition, get the eyedropper tool and just choose this. So now my deer is perfectly suitable for the night landscape that we have. Hit P on that, and when it starts to move, I'm going to go back and check. It starts moving around almost 3 seconds. So almost 3 seconds, that's where we are. I'm going to move this keyframe here, and then I'm going to make this guy just slowly make its way to the side. Just disappear completely. We can make this a little slower, hit F9. And now we have a deer just standing there, looking around, and it's going to, that was really fast. Let's make it slower. It's going to hopefully slowly move out of the way and create even more space between the two keyframes. Okay, now that's better. I do want to see the deer, so I'm going to just go in this one. And let's see, just simply move the deer so we can see the leg movements. Go to the next keyframe and do the same thing until you see a straight line here. Just bring it up. Okay, make sure it's a straight line, you don't want it to fly. So now it's going to look like that. I'm going to extend this to 8 seconds, make the movement start from 3 seconds, because that's when the deer starts walking. So it's normal here. And here it's going to start walking. We can see the steps. It's going to walk like that. And to make it more natural, we can make it kind of take pauses. So get the first, delete the last keyframe, move in a few frames from the first one, and we're going to make it take a few steps. Go to the next keyframe, another few steps, next keyframe, another step. And this way we're creating little pauses between the thing, because deers aren't that fast when it's a peaceful night like this. So we're just gonna do this until it's completely out of the frame. So that's going to take some breaks. You can see it's not just sliding across the landscape, and it only slides like that at the end. So I'm gonna delete the last one and just make it go here. Taking a few steps and it's going out of frame. All right, so there's our deer, there's the landscape. Now all we have to do is to make this landscape turn from night to day. And we're going to do that using some simple color correction. So I'll see you guys in the next part. All right, let's finish our landscape. We're going to turn it from night, as you can see here, into day. So first thing we want to do is to move into the time where we made the stars disappear around here, 4 seconds. We're going to make a new layer. Go to Layer, New, Adjustment Layer on top of everything. Go to your effects and presets, and we're going to look for curves. Add that onto the adjustment layer. And what we want to do is to first turn on the keyframe. So we have a normal keyframe. Let's hit U, bring the keyframe around 3 seconds. On 4 seconds, where the sun is out, we're going to remove the blueness from this landscape and also lighten up the colors. So to do that, go to Channel, get Red, first get Blue, and we're going to go down, and this simply removes the blue from the screen. Go to Green, remove the green, and then we're going to go to Red, and we want to just add some red to this. And we have this middle line, which we're just gonna move upwards. So you can see it's slowly turning to day. All right, there's some problem in the illustration. It's fine. Your illustrations will probably be fixed, so you won't have this. Okay, so after we did this, you can see that it goes from this and it slowly turns to day. But we're not done yet, so go back to 4 seconds to where you were, and we're going to add another effect called Color Balance. Get the HSL one, Hue, Luminance, and Saturation. Place it on top of that adjustment layer, and want to add like a value of +7 to this, or you can go around and see what color works for you. You can go for a reddish color. I'm going to stick with a +5. So we have a nice blue thing going on. Let's reduce the saturation. Okay, so we don't have that much blue going on. Add to the, remove 2 points from lightness. I'm going to go back to the curves and just add to that white line, which is just the brightness. And we just add some brightness to the whole look. Come down to all 3 of these and turn on their stopwatches. Go back to the previous keyframe and set them to 0. Okay. Let's hit U on color balance. Just hit U again. We're gonna look at these. And if the timing is not right, we can just work with the keyframes. So it's gonna be night, and then as the sun comes up, it's going to be morning. And the deer is just going away. All right, so another thing that you can do if you want to do that is to add some light to the mountains. So I'm going to call this night today. That's the adjustment layer. So to do that, we're going to get another adjustment layer, layer new, adjustment layer, call this light. Go to curves again. Add that to light. You can lock night to day so you don't accidentally add an effect to that. And we're first going to just add some extra light to this. Come in here and then compare. So instead of this, we have light. And we're going to just get the pen tool on top of light and create where, select the area where the sun would reflect on. So that would be the tips of this mountain. Just select it roughly. Okay, you don't have to go all the way. Just get the end and do this, something like that. We're going to feather out the edges, don't worry. Let's alt click on this part and just make a point here in the center. So we can get something like that. Add more points if needed. Now that we have this, we can hit M twice on light and just feather out the edges so it doesn't look that sharp. Lower the opacity. And there we are. So after the sun is fully out, we're going to make a keyframe for mask path. Around, like before the sun isn't there, we're going to, let's actually do one here. So right here, when the transition is happening, we're going to just kind of close in this effect. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're going to work with the opacity. Something like this, and then as it comes up, it's going to expand. All right, so here, we're going to go to mask opacity, turn it to, this keyframe, turn on the mask opacity, go back to the previous keyframe and just make this 0. So it's going to be like that, and then slowly the sun is going to show up. You can bring this here, bring it in closer. So you can see the mountains are slowly starting to get illuminated. Like that. It looks better. And we can also add that same effect on the water, just to indicate that the sun is here, although the water is getting brighter as it is, so we don't have to do that. All right, we have this going on. Do want to add a tint to this. Look for tint, unlock the night to day, and add that onto night to day. So the map black, we want to keep it to just like a greenish color, a dark green color. Map white, we want to set that to something orange, like get a light orange. Then just lower the amount to tint. So it's a slight correction from the blue that we had. We don't want that much blue. Okay, let's make it 40%. Okay. I'm going to go back to black and change that up. trying to find a color. I think this brown color is better. Make this 20%. That's better. It's a slight correction. Okay, so for the tint, you want this effect to only take place when it starts to become morning. So turn on the keyframe for all. And not for all, just for this one, amount to tint. Hit U on this again so we can get the tint. Come in here when it's not morning yet and turn it to 0. Hit M. Let's have a look. Hit U on it again to close it off. So we have the deer, we have everything animating. And it's slowly going to change the hue, and now it's morning. Just like that. And for the light, I'm going to hit U on this. For the mask path, I want it to completely cover up the mountain. So just expand this like so. And over here, we're going to turn the opacity to 50%. So it's not really there anymore. You can see that the light covers up the thing. I'm going to close these in. You can actually delete the middle keyframe. So there's no pause, it just expands the mountain. And we want it to come in sooner. So around here, these two should finish their job. There we are. We can even bring these first keyframes back. So it's a little slow. Just like so. Bring it in even quicker. All right. So mask opacity. We have 0% here. Let's delete the middle one. So that's better. Let's hit F9 on all of those layers. Hit M. And we have our water layer to animate. You can see it's between the layers. Let's duplicate the water layer. Okay, turn off the water too. Go to warp. Add that onto the original water. That's a lot of bending. Let's turn warp axis to vertical. And once we bend it, you can see we're getting something like this. So let's hit 0. We want the water to just keep moving. So turn on the bend and come in maybe 1 second. Add a small amount to it, like 5. Don't worry about this. Go to 2, 0, then go to -5. I'm gonna hit U on water so I can see the keyframes. 4 seconds, let's go to 0 again. And then we're just working with these until we reach the end of our composition. All right, we can also change the horizontal or vertical distortion if it's too much. So horizontal would be this way. Mostly I want it to be vertical. See, it's coming in and out. So we want to add a vertical distortion too. So come in between these keyframes, turn on vertical distortion, hit U on water again so we can see those, and let's add like 9. So it comes in like that. hit, go back to 0. Just copy 9. And I'm going to select all of these, hold down Alt or Option, and just expand these like that. So it's more random. So now the water is kind of like moving around. Okay. Now we don't want it to move out. So I'm going to hit T on it and have a look at where it covers. All right, then selecting that, get your rectangle tool, and we're going to make a mask around here. Okay, hit M twice. And we're just gonna keep that in there. So now the warp motion is going to only take place there. We can even go on mask path, Control T, just maybe make it a little less intense. So it's like moving, it's a really gentle movement. Let's hit T on water and bring back the opacity. Bring it up here. So the water is just moving. Now to make sure that it doesn't come out, we can turn on, let's turn off water. Go to water 2, turn it on. Get the rectangle tool and just bring in the tip of the line. Then open mask, and we're going to feather out the edges of this, just a slight bit. Now when this goes on top, it will make sure that it doesn't come out of the lines. You can see that the water is moving, but it's not disturbing the shore, and everything is just better now. So it's just a slight movement with the wind. And we want to just bring, let's see, actually we're good. So just hit M on these 2 layers. Let me check my opacity. Okay, it's good. So just have something like that. That is our landscape. Let's have a look at the work one more time, and then we can decide whether we need to add more adjustments or not. To get something like that over there, go to water 2, assign the position, hit M twice. It could be that the feather is a bit too much. Let's bring mountains above the water layers. There we are. Close those layers. Let's have another look at our work. And there we are. It's slowly turning into day from night. If you guys want to do it the opposite way, you could just simply switch the curves adjustment and switch the keyframes that we made so it goes from day to night. But make sure that if you're doing day to night, you are also making your reindeer visible. So turn off the fill effect. And yeah, so we simply made this scene using a few of the elements that we already learned. And now we can move on to the other types of scenes, and I'll see you guys in those lessons. In this lesson, we're going to look at a very exciting way to use the Dwig Basil plugin, and that is to make your character run. So we're going to look at the rigging structures, and we're just going to look at how easily Dwig Basil allows you to move your characters a certain way. So for this project, we have 3 layers. Let me just show you guys. We have a background layer, we have the character, and we have a running reference. I'm gonna bring that in. So this is our character. As always, everything is separated, and also the joints are curved. Remember that. They all need to be curved. And we have a background layer, which we're going to place our character on top. So the character is going to be running across this landscape. We also have a running reference because we need to copy the movements frame by frame in order for him to look like he's actually running. So really important that you have a reference. And this is just a Dwig Basil panel. Just go to Window, come down to this and make sure you check it. We already saw how to install this, so if you haven't installed it yet, just go ahead and install it and then come back to this lesson because we're only going to be working with this. Okay, so let's open up our character. We're going to start with the character first. We need to create the bone structure for the legs and then rig them so he can run. So that will be the legs first and then the upper body. Let's go ahead and pre-compose anything related to the lower body. Call this legs. Go in the legs, and we're just going to work with this now. Okay, let's go ahead and color code. First, let's duplicate it because there's only one leg. We need 2 legs. Duplicate it. Let's color code each one so we can tell which one's right, which one's left. And then bring them below. So the first one, bring it below. The second one will be on top. Let's call this R. R, and that one will just be left. The hip stays on top. The hip stays where it is. Okay, so we're going to essentially create a bone structure because right now it's just, imagine it's a bunch of flesh. We need some bones for this character to move its legs. So select all of the 3 layers and we're going to go to the Duik Basil panel, go to this guy, which is structures, come down to leg, and then there's this little circle. Click that. Make sure it's on this option because we're dealing with a human. And also that all of these guys are turned on. Then hit create. It's going to do a little magic. And now we have this thing, which is the upside down. We'll fix that. Just go ahead and bring all of these new layers. You can see there's structure ends. Bring them above the leg that you're working with. So the legs that we selected are the pink ones. Let's turn off the other sets of legs. So now we only have the hip turned on, which we need to turn it off. Now we only have one leg turned on and all of the other structure ones. So now let's have a look at what this structure is. We have one for thigh, calf, foot, toes, tiptoe, and heel. So we need to just connect these to their rightful place. Let's go for thigh. Click on it so you know where it is. Just bring thigh in the middle. So there's like this circle here. Just place that in the middle. Then we want to go for calf. Turn off the thigh first so we can see where the circle for the calf is. Place that in the center as well. Just keep in mind there's a circle here. Put that in the center. Finally, we have the foot, which is all the way up there. Select foot and bring it down. Let's zoom in on the foot. So again, for the foot, just imagine a circle. Then we have the toes, which is in the right area. Just make sure it's not out of the shoe. We just want the shoe to be there. And then we have the heel, which will just bring it somewhere here. Okay, so now we have assigned the bones to their flesh. And now we want to just parent the illustrations to these bones, or else it's going to move separately. So the calf illustration goes to this one. Foot goes to foot. Thigh goes to thigh. And then we have this thigh, which you want to just connect to the hip. Up there, let me just change the color to something vibrant, yellow. So this S thigh needs to go to hip. I'm going to also change the color of this into something similar to purple, something similar to pink. So we have a similar color for anything related to the left leg. So now that I have all of these layers, I need something to control the legs with, or else it's just going to be like this. We can't really move it yet. You can see it's separated. what we can do is to select all of these new layers. Just look at the sign here. Go to the Duik Bezel again, and we're going to go to links and constraints. Hit Auto Rig and IK. Okay, so now we have a controller layer. You can see it's on top. This is what allows us to move the leg however we want. So I'm going to make the controller layer pink as well, so we know that it's for the left leg. And if you go in the effects and controls, the effects controls for the controller layer, we have some options. The important thing is the icon, which right now, if we zoom in, it's red. If your character has red shoes, you want to make sure you change the color into something that stands out. You can also increase the size if it's hard for you to see, like it is for me. This is not on your illustration. This is just for you to control the movements of your character. Okay, and then we want to change a few things. Let's close icon. For the side, we want to keep this left. It's going towards the left. That's what our character is looking towards anyway, but if it's the other way, make it right. Now come to IK foot, and we want to hit uncheck reverse, because we want him to move this way, not the other way. Come down to stretch and turn off auto stretch. So turn off auto stretch, close that off, and now we have our character. Oh, and let's come down to thigh and connect it to hip, because it is connected. And now you can see we're just moving our character left and right. So the hip is used for you to bend. The foot controller, we undid that. The foot controller is meant for you to just move the foot. You could bend it, but naturally you would need to bend the hip in order to bend your body. So just use the foot to maybe bring it this way and this way. Use the hip to come up or down. And let me just show you another thing. If this happens to your leg, you just have to go back and move the calf anchor a bit higher. So you could just do that if you want. I'm going to leave mine like this. I may fix it for the next lesson. Just want to show you guys what we're doing, and then I'll fix it in the next lesson. Okay, so now let's do the same thing for the other leg. I'm going to turn off all of the controllers. Let's bring the controller down here. So up here, it's only for the right leg. I'm going to hide all of these layers for the left leg because we're finished with it. So just go on this icon. If you're not seeing these, you should hit toggle switches and modes and just hide all the layers essentially. All the layers except for the controller layer. And then once we turn this on, we have hidden all of those extra layers. They're still there, but we're just not seeing them in the timeline, which is easier on the eyes. Let's turn off the controller layer 2. Or actually, let's turn off the visibility for all of these layers because the foots are placed on top of each other. And now let's turn on the other side. Turn off hip. So the only visible items right now are the right leg. Okay, let's select all of these and go to Duik Bezel again. Go to structures, leg, little circle, and create another structure. There we are. We have all of these. Let's change the color of these new layers into this dark green so they're the same. Bring hip above. Let's first select the foot and just bring it down. Get the thigh, move it up there. The thigh isn't much of a problem. The main problem would be let me turn off thigh, the calf. So just try to get an accurate area for the calf. We don't want it to bend like it did in the last for the other leg. So just try to make it look good. Can test it a few times before we continue. Let's get foot, put it down here. The heel goes to the heel. The foot, let's just put it here. Okay, so we have all of these layers now. Let's select them all. First parent them. So thigh right goes to this thigh. Foot goes to foot. Calf goes to that. Thigh goes to hip. Okay, select all of these controller layers, all of these structure layers, and let's make a controller for the movement. Okay, we have a controller layer. Let's also change the color to dark green. Bring hip above controller. Also turn on the thigh right. First, let's have a look at how the thing is. The knee is. So if it's still a problem, we can let's reconnect this to hip. If it's a problem, okay, so you can see here it's not that big of a problem, but because we didn't hit the reverse, it's looking like this. And also if we don't turn off auto stretch, it's going to look like this. So that is why it's really important to undo that. Go to the controller and then turn off reverse and also turn off auto stretch so it moves naturally. Okay, so the knee is a lot better here. And we could just keep that. You can see now the leg is just really natural. And just think how easy this is compared to just rotating for each of the frames, moving the position and all of that. Almost anyone who does animation using After Effects has this plugin. It's a great plugin for beginners too. All right, let's move on. I'm going to bring my layers back. Let's have a look here. Bring all the layers back except for the foot rolls. So bring these back, not the foot rolls. And now we have 2 legs. Let's hide the extra layers for the right leg too, all except for the controller layer. All right, and if we hit this, we should only have these 2 controllers. I'm going to call this, instead of foot, let's put foot L. Rename this. This is foot R. Okay, so we should only have these 2 controllers and the hip. And now if we go back in here, we have movements. Let me move the hip down like that. You can see that it gets updated here. We'll come back for the upper body in the next lessons. But for now, this is how you rig and connect the bones to each other using GIFs. It was really simple. In the next lesson, we're going to actually make the character move by looking at the reference image that we had. By looking at this, let's actually make a composition for this. Call it reference. Bring the image in reference. But we want to flip it the other way. Let's first get region of interest. Okay, crop comp. Because our character is going the other way, so we might as well make it easier. So our character will start from here and it will continue each of these frames in order to run. Okay, so I'm going to fix the left leg because we did have the bending issue. For this leg, you can see the right foot is okay. I'm just going to redo the left leg and place the anchor point somewhere more suitable so we don't have that knee problem. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. All right, I fixed the leg and now they look rather normal. This is let's bring it up here. This is one of the knees, it looks good. The other one, this is the other one. So we want to get knees like this. So if your thigh is either forward or backward, you just got to go back to your layers and fix a few things. And that way you can make sure that while he's running, his knees are not going to pop out like it would have if we didn't fix it. Okay, so now that we have this, we can go ahead and select both layers, hit P, to have the character start running. So make sure you have your reference composition open. You can zoom in by holding Alt and then using your cursor to move in. So have your first frame ready. Let's make this full. And we're just going to copy this exact position with our character. So go to leg. We can first see that the front leg is straight. The foot is bending this way. So let's copy that. The front leg for us is the right foot. So first let's hit Control R and assign a ground. Okay. Now let's get the R foot and bring it forward. Oops, sorry. The left foot is the front foot for us. Let me just name this foot L. Foot L, the one in the front, needs to go forward like that. And again, if you saw that, I think we're stretching this. Yeah, auto stretch is turned on, turn it off. If you saw that it's reaching the floor, but it's not, you can see it's going out. You can always use the hip to go up or down. So hit P on hip, and if you move it up, you're going to move the whole thing upwards. Just make sure that the character is completely on the ground that you assigned. Bring it down, just looking for the heel to touch the floor. Then let's go on foot L. I'm going to close foot R. Hold down Shift and hit R, Shift R, and we're going to just rotate the ankle like so. And now our first position is ready, because if you look here, this is how the foot looks. For the other foot, other leg needs to go in at a 90 degrees behind. So let's get the foot R, move it behind like that, 90 degrees. And we gotta, again, hold down Shift, press R on foot R to just rotate you can also hit R without the Shift to rotate the leg and make it straight. It's moving out of frame, so let's just move it in a little bit. Okay, so this is our first position. We copied this dude. I think we need to rotate it a little bit more upwards. And if we go here, our character should be looking good. I'm going to hit Control K on this character by free pick and make the dimensions, add to the width. Go for like 639. Okay, so we can see the edge of the foot. And also do the same thing here, Control K. That's the number we went for. Okay, now we're getting the rest of the feet. It's going to appear here as well. So let's go back here and look at our other looks. Before that, hit P on position, hit P on foot R, and we're going to turn on the stopwatches for all of them. Hit R on this and also do that. Let's hit U. So we're dealing with 4 keyframes at a time, position and rotation for each of the legs. Let's move in a few frames and copy the second look. So now the front leg, the hip is going to come down. You can see it was up here, it's coming down. And we're going to give an almost 90 degrees for the front leg, and the foot is going to be flat on the floor. First, get the hip and turn on the stopwatch. So in the beginning, it's looking as it is. And over here, we're going to just bring it down a touch. Is here. Get the front foot, which is the L foot, and just bend the leg. Let's first make the foot straight on the floor, look at the ruler for reference. And then we want to get the hip and just bring it even lower. Guess we need to move the leg a bit more forward. Just bring it here. You're constantly switching between these two compositions. You can even open this in another device, so it's easier to look at. The other leg is just gonna come down. Something like that. It's gonna come down. Yes, we can rotate the hip. So hit R on hip. And we could give it a little bit of rotation forward. Make a keyframe. And here we just want it to be 0. Or the original position. Hit U on hip. And now we're dealing with 6 keyframes at a time. Let's move in here. It rotates. And now we can go back to this foot and fix up the leg. I think we need to expand our composition even more. Control K or Command K. Let's add the same amount, so 1043. Get a big space to work with. And let's do the same here. Control K. 1143. All right, now we have a lot of space. We don't have to worry about getting out of frame. Let's do what we can for this one. Okay, I think the hip needs to come even lower. Go on the position, bring it lower. This will allow us to just bring the foot down. And I guess this one needs to expand further. Something like that. Okay, and then here it's going to be almost straight. So, oh, we didn't rotate the foot. Just rotate it a little bit down, like that. Next frame. So we're doing 0, 0.51, 1.52. You can always reposition the keyframes. Come in here, the front leg is going to, like we said, come in a place where it's almost straight. And because he is standing, we need to bring the hip back up. So go to hip position and just bring this guy upwards. Just until he's almost standing. Okay. The back leg is going to move towards the front. The rotation for the ankle is okay, so just make a keyframe. The hip, I think it's standing straight now. Okay, no. The hip is going to stay in that rotation angle, so make another keyframe. For right foot, we're going to move it inwards. So it's going to go that way. See if the knee goes, yeah, so the knee is going past the front knee. We did that. Just do that. The foot is that way. Let's rotate the foot. Okay. So let's hit N and have a look at what we made so far. So right now you can see it's just like about to jump almost. And once we speed this up, it's going to look better. You can always go back to your keyframes and fix any position that you're not happy with. Now we need to do the main one, which is the front leg going back and the back leg about to come forward. So front leg is going to go backwards. Bring it here. It's bent. So we want a little bent. That's too much. Let's bring the hip up first. All right. We want this to touch the floor. It can't be flying in the sky. Make sure you select the layer and then try to move it. Okay. Rotation. Want it to be something like this. Okay, the hip, I think we need to bring it a little bit down because now the leg is straight. Okay, so a little bent. The back leg is going to come front, looking like that. So go to back leg, select that layer. Make it almost, it's kind of like he's jumping forward. Get the rotation, you can add to that leg. Something like this. May have to open up the leg a little bit more. And as for the hip, we can bring it backwards so it's not exactly standing straight. You can make it bend in a little bit. Go back to the right leg and bring it lower. Something like that. The angle is okay. Next frame, we are looking at this one where the front leg is completely straight, the back leg about to move in. So the front leg, this is L foot, we're going to move it back so it looks completely straight. And the foot is not straight, so add to the rotation. Like that. And we can, in the previous frame we made the, the hip was down here, it comes up. We want it to go down here a little bit. The rotation is okay, so just make a keyframe. Come to the left leg and it's going to move in. It's going to open up a bit more and the foot will be straight. So hit this and just bring this in like that. It's going to open up. The feet is going to, the foot will be straight. So just rotate it. Okay, and now we can move on to the next frame. Get the hand tool to move away. Now he's going to jump, so the back leg is going to move in like that, but above the floor. So until now he was on the floor, but now he's just jumping. So go back to legs. We're gonna get the front foot and make him jump. So we're bending the knee a little bit. And also while he's jumping, he obviously needs to move up. Move up the right foot. So let's move it this way. The rotation, make it straight towards the bottom. So something like that. The front, the back leg is going to open up even more, but it's going to be this way. Go to this controller, open up, rotation. Do that. Add the rotation for, add the keyframe for the rotation. Final second. He's going to make his back leg straight and the other one bent. So we're doing the opposite of what we did here. So back leg is going to come down like that. Let's first bring the hip down until he can touch the floor. See if he can touch the floor now. Yeah, he can touch the floor. Let's rotate the, yeah, he's not touching the floor. Let's go back to hip and bring it down. Okay. And now we want to bring the hip, rotate it back to the original position. Bend the front leg, so just get the controller. You need him to move forward. Let's add to the rotation for the leg. So the right foot needs to kind of align with this, like that. Bring it up a little bit. Let's rotate the ankle. Looks this way. Let's close in the workspace, have a look at what we made, and then we have to go over each of the keyframes to make sure everything is moving normally. So this is how he's running. It is a bit slow. Let's have a look at it fast, kind of sped up. Select all the keyframes. Let's do that again. All the keyframes, hold down Alt or Option and get the last bottom keyframe to squeeze everything in. Let's go for 1.5 seconds. Bring in the workspace. Let's have a look. So this is how he's running. It is a bit awkward. Let's try making it easy ease. So hit F9 on all of these keyframes. Go to your speed graph. And we want to select everything. All of these curves. Convert selected keyframes to auto bezier. So it's going to look weird. But they're going to turn to circles and this will make things more smooth. Okay, so this is him running. It is a bit awkward, so I'm going to go over my keyframes and change the position values or the rotation values to fix the movement. And then I will reapply the easy ease and the speed graph. But essentially, this is how you make your characters walk, run, jump, any sort of movements. You would just need a reference photo to know exactly where the foot and the knee needs to go. And then from then on, you're just making keyframes, and it's a lot more easier than doing it without this plugin. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson where I'll fix the movements and then we can work with the upper body. Okay, I went over my keyframes and I fixed a few things. I also wanted to show you guys this other method for copying the frames from the reference image. And that is to, instead of making a separate composition for that reference, just bring it on top of your legs composition, lower the opacity like you can see here, flip it the other way so it matches the direction that your character is running to. And I just left the last frame to show you guys how this works. Just scale it up to the point where it's the same size of your character. Just remember that our character is a bit taller than this figure, so just try to match the hip size. And then you can just follow each of the keyframes, each of the frames, like that. And I just left the last frame to show you how this works. And also match the floors. So I kept the ruler here. So then you would just go in position and change the X value to flip the other frame. Again, match the hips, don't mind the legs because our character is taller. And then all you have to do is to just copy the exact motion. So this way is a lot more simpler than the way we were doing. So you can either use this for your next project or you could use it to check your frames, your keyframes, and make sure that everything is right. And then you would just copy the character's movement completely. And this is what I mean when I say our character is taller. So the foot of this character ends here, but we need to mind the knee. So don't mind the foot, just the knee. Copy the foot, the ankle of the character, but don't put it in the exact position because our character is taller. Okay. The other foot, bring it down. Rotate the ankle. Alright, and once you're done, and if you see that you are constantly clicking on this, you could just lock it in place so you don't move it. I'm going to turn off the visibility, hit N on my keyboard and have a look at it. Let's first hit F9 on all of these, go to the speed graph, select all of these points, convert them to auto bezier so we get these circles. Now let's have a look at our running character. So this is how the character is running. The end does stretch, but we will have to loop it back to the original position. Okay, so in the end, let me have a look again. So at some point, his foot does stretch. I think it's over here. Although he's taking a leap, so I don't think it's that weird. But to loop this, we would have to go to the original position with the other foot. So turn this one, the reference photo back on, hit P, go back to the original image. Just make sure that you are putting the right foot in the picture. So in the beginning, we started with the left foot. Now we're going to start with the right foot because he switched his leg throughout his running. There's the first frame. Match the hips again. So when I go back in here, we did kind of have the same thing. So our animation is good to go. Okay, now let's hold down Alt. Hold on. Let's have another look. It does look a bit different. You can see that this foot looks like this. The first frame looks like that. So I would just have to bring this guy a bit higher and this one a bit higher too. So I just need to bring the 2 foots higher. Okay, so hip is okay. The left foot is where we have a problem. Select the last keyframe. Let's zoom in. And we want to just bring this higher. Go to the first keyframe and see. It's a little lower. Try your best to copy it. Doesn't have to be perfect, but making it look the same is going to work out better. So that's for the left leg. Let's go for the right leg. So right leg, currently we have it set here, but it needs to be here. Okay. So that's that. I'm going to check for the floors as well. So I feel like we kind of mistook the reference floor for the floor that we have. So that's not good. Let's select each of these keyframes and just make them auto bezier like all of the other keyframes. Just gonna go over each of these keyframes. Use any of these to see whether you followed the floor. See, this guy's a little bit too down. So let's go on that foot layer, get the position, select that, and just simply bring it. Or you could use the Y controller here to just bring it up without changing the X. Okay, let's go to the next keyframe. Yeah, we have the same problem for all of them. Okay, there's our character running. It looks good. Once we get rid of the controllers, you won't really see this look. So if we go in our character thing, let's turn off the reference photo. If we go in our character, let's hit N here. We're not getting those controller things, and now our character is just running without the controllers, and you can see it's looping too. So let's actually loop everything. We can delete the reference photo, alt click on the keyframes, the stopwatches, and just loop them out. All right, now we have a looping thing. You can go ahead and just go in the character by free pick. Let's first hide all of these, hit M to close them. And now we have, let's actually expand the work. We now have a looping running animation, and now all we have to do is to connect the upper body. All right, so the upper body is really simple. Go to the first frame and first just select everything except the leg composition and move it to a relative spot. Let's hit R and just rotate, because we did rotate his foot. Let's actually not do it for all. Connect the forearm to the bicep, bicep to the body, and head to the body too. Just rotate the body, not the rest. Okay, and just place it like that. Okay, let's hit M. Now let's go in the legs composition and only take out all of these extra space with the region of interest. We only need, see where the leg, oh yeah, we can see the outline of everything. Just get that area. All right, let's crop the composition so we don't have all those extra space. Go back here, we need to reposition the foot, the legs. Let's unparent these. A little bit of a positioning work to do. And also let's get the anchor point for the leg up here. Select the body, and everything is connected to the body, so just bring it up like that. Go in the first keyframe actually, and just put him where he needs to be. So for the body, I'm going to bring it a little lower. We're going to just copy the movements of this character. So let's zoom in. We only had about 1 second of keyframes, so let me go here. Yeah, we had exactly almost 1 second of keyframes. So we know that we just need to work until here. Hit P on body, and we're simply just going to move it up and down, nothing too fancy. Go in the beginning first, make a keyframe. See the next position. This is when he's down, hold down Control and press right arrow key until he's at the lowest. Make another keyframe. We want him to go low. So he's just going to follow the leg. Okay, this is the highest point. Let's lower the opacity for the body so we can see the hip. Move it back up. Remember that we covered up the little pockets in the beginning, so just keep that consistent throughout the animation. Again, he's coming down, then he comes up here, so this is the lowest part. Just bring it down to cover up the little lines. Control right arrow key or command right arrow key to move it frame by frame to see where is the highest point. Okay, and it's here. This is the highest point. Bring it up. Okay. Again, control right arrow key. And that's the final spot. Just copy this keyframe and paste it there. All right. It was actually like a second was here, because even in the legs composition, it's not exactly 1 second. So just do that again. We're going to hit F9 on these and make these auto bezier. Select these, hit that, looks like this. Go back here, and now let's work with the rotation because he can't just be frozen like this. So let's hit U on, turn on the stopwatch for rotation, then hit U. And we're going to hit this to go to the next keyframe. And you can see that his hip rotated backwards. So this needs to rotate backward too. This way. You have to change the position as well. Select that. Change the X value. Okay. Next keyframe. He's again leaning forward. Bring him a little forward. Change the X position. Next keyframe. He is leaning forward again. Bring him a little down. And then select the position keyframe. Move it a bit to the side. Let's turn off the arms for a second. Have a look. So in the beginning, this is how he looked. Okay. Then we have to move them up a little bit to the side. So select each of the keyframes and just move them a bit to the side. Next one. This one, I think we need to rotate it a bit more. So go on the rotation keyframe and rotate him forward. Then readjust the keyframe. Next one, we have the same issue. So just go over each of your keyframes and make sure that the character looks normal and he isn't looking strange. So I'm just going to do that. So for the last keyframes, you can actually copy the first one. Control-C, Control-V, Command-C, Command-V. So now he's just going to move like that, and then he stops because we didn't loop this. So Alt-click on each of these and add a looping property. Unless you want him to do something else after taking a few steps, then you would just have to continue your cycle with other animations. But that's not what we're doing. So let's just loop them and bring back the opacity. The arms as well. We need to move the arms too. So now our character is running. He's looking a little funny because his head and his arms are still. And we're going to do the arms and the neck in the next lesson. I'll see you guys there. Okay, this is where we left off. We made the character run, and we also attached the body by making the keyframes. And now all that there's left to do regarding this character is to make the arms move. So I'm going to come in 1 second, hit N, and we're only going to animate and create keyframes for this second. Then we're just going to loop it like all the other layers. So just get the arm, the bicep, and make sure the forearm is connected to the bicep. Go in the beginning, and we're going to hit R on our keyboard. So when we, let's have a look at our reference image. Just go to leg. We deleted that there. Just open it here. We started here, so we know that the front arm needs to be like that. We can also bring in the closed legs. Bring in the image, place it on top, flip it first, so it's easier for us. Flip horizontal. Okay, so this is the first frame we're working with. I'm going to place it here. Let's first make another arm. Duplicate. So hit Control D on both those arm layers. Let's color this cyan and bring it here. So this is the front arm. The other two, let's make it green. Move them below the body and the legs. So that's the right arm. Let's go ahead and rename these. So bicep right, forearm right. Close that. And let's hit these two. First rename it. You could use Duke Basil for this, just like we did with the legs. But I'm just going to use some rotation values just because we did use Duke Basil for the leg. And it may take a little long. But if you guys want, you can go ahead and just use the Duke Basil. Just go for the arms instead of legs. So I'm going to solo this layer, get the anchor point tool, put it up there. Solo the other layer, forearm, get the anchor point and place it here. I'm going to solo both these layers, hit T and just see if it's in the right area. For the forearm, you can come a little down. Okay. Bring this back to 100. Turn that off. And we can hit M to close this. We're done with the anchor point part. Turn off all the layers. Or let's just solo these. The right arm. So what we did was the left arm. Now we are on the right arm. Select both, hit T, lower the opacity, get the anchor point tool, go to bicep, and just put it up there. Mind the space around the edges, and put this one in this circle area that you see here. Select both, bring back the opacity, turn it off, hit M. Alright, so we have the arms right now. Let's go ahead and copy what we see. So the front arm is the left arm. We are going to move it back like we see here. So get the bicep and we're going to hit R on this. Without turning on the stopwatch, we're just going to get a relative copy. Go to forearm, hit R, and then bend it that way. We could use the puppet pin tool for the arm, the hand, but I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay. Turn on the stopwatch, and then we're going to follow the next one. So let's go in another frame. Let's hit U on the body so we can match the keyframes. We're only doing that so we can match each of these frames. Get the bicep, align it with the body keyframe. And we can just bring the bicep down. Okay. The forearm, you can also bring it a little bit down. Okay. Next keyframe, just hit this. Let's go on this guy, hit P, and want to see the rest of the guys. Let's move it somewhere here. So we did these two, now it's this guy. Get the bicep. We're going to go for a straight arm. We can leave the curve for the forearm. Next frame, let's close this. Next frame, we're on the red one. This arm goes forward in time. And it's going to make a 90-degree angle with the forearm. Next frame, it's the same arm shape, so we can just make a keyframe. Next frame, it's going to look, we're just going to move the bicep a little bit forward, then make a keyframe for that. So now the arm, the front arm is good. Have a look at it at the speed, with the speed. We just need to work with the other arm now. Okay, hit M, and we're gonna close. Just leave bicep on. If you want to make this a little tidy, we can close the head, like hit this for the head layer, the leg layer, and close that. Just hit this to hide those, and that way it will be easier to look. For the, also the same thing with the reference because we already have it opened. Okay, now the other arm, we're going to follow that. So hit R on both of these bicep Rs. And the first bicep, it's going to come forward. So we want to see it on the other side. Make a keyframe. For this one, we're just going to bend it upwards, like that. Make a keyframe, next frame. Let's just hit P on body. Okay. Then we have the next frame where it's, oh, we didn't change the anchor point for this. Let's first get position. Actually, we don't have position turned on. We could just move it like this. Okay. All right. We can redo these. This one, we need to bring it a little lower. And this one, we want to bend it in even more. Okay, so I'm going to copy the rest by looking at our reference. Okay, so I copied these, and because we have 7 here and we have 6 keyframes here, I just skipped the green one. But for the last keyframe, we want to go to the bicep L and forearm L, hit R, and just get the first keyframes for these, and then paste it for, we gotta do this one by one. So bicep L, the rotation value comes for the last frame for bicep R. And forearm L, copy the first keyframe, Control C, come down to forearm right and paste it for the last keyframe. Paste it there. And also, we do get some sort of dislocation, so let's go ahead and work with the position values. Hit P and see where it goes wrong. I'm gonna just move it a little bit here. Can make a keyframe, go to the next frame, it's okay. Here's good. Here we get a little bit of a dislocation. So go in the previous frame, make a keyframe. Actually, we are on the wrong area. Go on bicep and hit P on bicep, not for the forearm. Delete those, hit R. So for the bicep, we're going to look at each of the frames and see where it dislocates. And this is where we accidentally move this. Let's solo these. Yeah, we ruined one of them by accident. Just bring it here without turning on the stopwatch. So position stopwatch is turned off. We just brought back that layer. So here for bicep R, we need to change the position and put it somewhere here because it wouldn't make sense the way it was. Turn on the stopwatch, make a keyframe before it. Let's have a look at the next layers. Let me turn that off, get rid of this so I can see. And it's okay for the other layers. So it's only a problem there. We can hit F9 on both of these. And as for these guys, we need to do what we did with all the other layers. So hit F9, go to the speed graph, grab all of these, hit this. And also, if you're not seeing your graphs, this can happen when you're starting out. Just right click, make sure it's on speed graph. You may be on value graph. So you want to do these on the speed graph, not value graph. Okay, turn that off. And we had another set of rotation keyframes. So do the same thing, hit F9, go to your speed graph, select all, make them auto bezier. The forearm it's kind of detaching, just bring it back. And now you can see it starts on one frame and it ends on the other. All right, we have this going on. I'm gonna get the body, hit S, and enlarge it a little bit. It's like the body is a little too small. Okay, this is better. So now the character is just running. He's running away. Let's work with the head. The head, we just want to make it go front and back. Nothing too complicated. Let's hit M on these layers. Biceps too. We can get rid of the reference. We don't need it anymore. Go on head, hit U on body so we can see, or just P so we get one line of keyframes. Go to head, and we are going to, actually we did need this guy. So this guy's not really helping us regard the head, so we have to kind of figure this out on our own. So first let's rotate this. And before we do that, get the anchor point tool and just bring this so it moves from this point. Move it here. All right, let's move it down first. Next keyframe. Make his head straight. Next keyframe. A little bit straight. Come down. So whenever he's like leaning forward, we want to bring his head down. Next keyframe. You bring it a little up. Okay, so it's a really slight movement, nothing too fancy. Select all, F9. Auto Bezier on these guys. So now he's just going to look normal. His head is just moving around. And what we can do is to add like a tint to the arms so we can tell the difference. I'm first going to loop these layers. So go on head and loop the head and anything else that you animated. Okay, now we should be getting the same movement throughout our composition. Let's open that up, and our character is about ready. We just need to kind of decorate him so we can tell the difference between his leg and his arm. We're going to do that in the next lesson. So I'll see you guys there. Let's go ahead and kind of differentiate the two legs from one another by adding some few simple adjustments. Okay, let's go into legs composition. This is where all the magic happened. We're going to go on top of all the layers before starting the left leg layers. So go on this right foot, and we're going to go to layer, new adjustment layer. So on this adjustment layer, we want to go to effects and presets and add a curves adjustment. Add that on the adjustment layer and simply just lower the lighting so you can see this one's darker now. And it's only being applied to the back leg. Don't put too much. Just want enough that we can tell the difference. Now if we go in the real composition, you can see there's like a difference between the back leg and the front leg. And doesn't matter if this one comes forward because it's on the other side. So that was for the leg. Let's do the same thing for the arm. So let's go on, this one's the front arm. So on top of bicep right, make a new adjustment layer. Layer, new adjustment layer. Add your curves to that. And we want to add a slight thing. A slight color change. There we are. Now we're getting this. And for the body, we can also do the same thing for the body. So this guy stands out. Layer, new adjustment layer. And we want to add another curves to that. We could maybe change the color, so go to red, and we can perhaps remove some of the red. Doesn't look good actually. Let's just go to RGB and maybe brighten up the shirt so we can tell the difference. And now we're getting that on the other thing as well, so just go ahead and connect this adjustment layer to the body so it moves with the body. And we're going to get the pen tool while selecting that adjustment layer and just get the arm out completely. Go to the mask and turn that to subtract. So now it's only on the body and not the backhand. And now we can differentiate the limbs from one another. You could do this the easiest way, which is to go to the Adobe Illustrator file and you can just change the color there. Okay, now let's move on to the background. Background by FreePic. We have a snowy background. We have a lot of snowflakes that we're just going to animate. So it looks as if this person's running in the cold. Again, the quality is bad because it's set to third. The real quality will be there when we put this to full. So we have a lot of layers. And we have, I think the bottom layer is the background. And you can see we get all these snowflakes. So we have these snowflakes that we're just gonna make them appear. Let's unsolo those layers and select all of them. Go in the beginning of your timeline, hit P. And first we just want to make a keyframe. First let's move them out of the frame completely. Turn on the keyframe, turn on the stopwatch. Come in maybe 1 second. We want it to come down slowly, so 3 seconds. And then let's go ahead and just randomly select, and maybe 3 at a time. Randomly select and move them across the screen. Okay, so I did that. You could totally skip this step. This is optional. And now we have a bunch of snowflakes just appearing out of nowhere and expanding at the same time. So now we just need to offset them. Select all of the keyframes. Let's first easy ease them. You can see there's a lot. Hit F9. So once we did this, now we just want to offset the movement. So deselect some of them. And let me expand my timeline. Okay, that's a lot better. Just randomly offset them so they don't appear at the same time. Okay, so I randomized everything. Let's bring this down, and now the stuff are going to appear in random times. And we wanted about 4 seconds of this, so we're good. Let's just turn on the background layer. There it is. And before that, let's select all the snow layers and pre-compose everything. Call this snow. So much better. We're just getting all of these. We can turn on our background layer and we're just going to get these on separately. Now that we turn this into a pre-comp, you can see there's these black backgrounds on each of these snowflakes, and that's not looking good. So hit toggle switches and modes until you see the mode. Go on the snow, instead of normal, change it to screen. And now we're just going to get the snow and not those black things. And let's go ahead and just go in, I think around 4 seconds. I'm going to hit N here. Let's have a look at the real speed. So I think it's a little fast. We can just right click, time stretch it by 50. You could go back into composition and change the keyframes. That's just going to take a long time, so I'm just going to stretch it here. Okay, so the background's ready. Let's just bring in our character, put it below the snow layer, hit S, and just make him really small. Hit P and bring him on top of our floor. I think he's still a little too big. All right, let's, on top of layer, let's make a new adjustment layer. Let's call this background. On top of the background layer, which is the mountains and all, I'm gonna hit, we're gonna make an adjustment layer on top, call this blur. Go to effects and presets, search for blur. Let's get something simple, Gaussian blur. And I want to add well, like 30. That's too much. Let's try 10. 8. Okay, I'm going to add 8, and then we are going to get the, select that blur layer, get the rectangle tool, and just select the floor. Because that's the closest area to us. Go to mask 1. Instead of add, it's subtract. So everything is blurred except for the floor. Make sure you feather out the edges so it looks more natural. And I think 8 is a bit too much. Let's go for 5. Let's go for 6, 7. All right. Now we have a running character in a really snowy place. Let's hit M on these. For the character, I do want him to like move. You could either move the background or move the character. I think we could move the background, it looks better. So go to background. We're going to make a composition for this. Call this background. For the background, we'll just move it from one side to the other side. It's not that thing. Moving the character would be easier, so just hit P. Use the X and Y values to first assign his original position. I'm going to make him disappear. Hit position, and around 3 seconds, I just want him to make his way in here, and it's going to run out of frame like that. Let's go for here, select the keyframes, hit F9, and I'm going to go to the speed graph. I want to make him run quicker in the beginning and then slow down as he's reaching the end. Play that. It's a little fast. Give it that. Just extend this out of your composition, 7 seconds. So he's going to run in like that. It's going to slow down halfway. And yeah, so there's our running character. I think he's a little too slow. Let's go for 5.5 seconds. And let this render, then we can see the speed. Okay. So we can make him move the layer out because there's like a pause before he appears. And we can cut that pause by just moving the layer this way and out of the composition. Okay, so he's fast in the beginning, comes in, and then he slows down. You could fix this as an alter it. select both keyframes, go in here, and let's kind of work with the curve. I think it's a little too dramatic. Okay, that's better. It's less intense. You can alter with this, maybe move the background from left to right, anything you want. Now go to Effects and Presets, and we're going to look for curves. Let's make a new composition, a new adjustment layer, just to give it that snowy, cold scene. Go in here, instead of RGB, go to blue, and we're just going to add some blue to this. And we're going to have, I think we only need to do that to the character, because the rest of the composition is blue. Delete the adjustment layer and add that directly on character by free pick. Go to blue and just add some blue to this guy. You can see he's turning blue. This is more suitable for the thing. Go to the RGB and just add some lights, make it look like he's in a really cold area. You can also add a color balance HSL to the character as well. Come down here. Let's remove some of that brightness, -11, also some of that saturation. And bring this line back. So for curves, we're only working with the blue. Let's bring some of the lightness back. So now we have our character running in the cold with the snow falling, and we just have a dramatic scene. We have a dramatic scene of this character running and then slowing down. Let's also blur out the snow. For Gaussian blur, add that on top of the snow composition at a slight amount. Let's go for 10. Because the main focus is the character. 10 is too much. 4. Okay, that's better. So I added 4 points for blurriness. And there's our character. Okay, so we're done with our character running in a really dramatic way to wherever he needs to go. So that's how you make your character run using GIFs. Obviously, practice makes perfect. You could try different leg designs. You could use different references for running. You could try different animals. You can basically apply this GIFs leg movement to anything you want. So the possibilities are just endless. So this is it for this lesson, and I'll see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to make complex movements using GIFs. In the previous lessons, we learned how to use this plugin, and how we can rig characters and make them move a certain way. So for this lesson, we have a little bit of a challenging scene to animate, and that is a basketball player about to shoot the ball into the hoop. So not only are we working with the arms and the legs, but we need him to follow this structure. So we need to make him follow these structures one by one. So not only is he bending his knees, he's also jumping and he is stretching out his arm. The ball also gets detached from his hands. So it's a little bit more complex than what we had, because this is not a looping thing. We need to work frame by frame and finish the scene from start to finish. So in the beginning, he will be dribbling the ball a bunch of times, and then he's going to shoot the ball and it will score, and the ball will have to bounce away. We will be doing something like this using what we learned so far. So go ahead and bring in the 2 files that is in the resource pack. One of them is the basketball composition and the other one is the reference image. So let's first go ahead and organize our timeline. We cannot look at all these layers. It's too much to look at. Let's go ahead and group each one by changing their colors. Remember that body and hip are independent. Ball and hoop are in one layer and background is just there. Let's lock the background in place and also hit Ctrl Y and get something in the back so we don't have this transparent background. Put that below BG and now it looks like this. We could also just make it this color. Okay, that's better. Let's delete this and lock this in place as well. So now that we did this, let's go ahead and work with the limbs one by one. So we're going to hide the toggle switches and modes. Let's hide all of the layers except for not the background. Hide all of the layers except for the hand, the left arm. Hit this and we just have these guys now. So let's go ahead and be sure of their placement, and then we want to select all three. Go to the pixel, rigging, go to structures, and we're going to get one for the arm. Go in this little circle and choose arm, forearm, and hand. Okay, and now we have this structure. We just need to put them where they belong. So the arm is over here. We want to put it up here. I'm going to solo the bicep layer so I can see exactly where it needs to go with the S arm layer. So put it in the middle. Make sure you're not too up or too down. Somewhere here. Let's de-solo that. Get the forearm and solo that with the forearm. So we can bring this guy, deselect forearm and just bring this guy in the middle. Deselect. And then we have the hand that just goes over here. You can also solo these two together to make sure that it's on the right spot. Hold down Alt and zoom in to make sure it's there. You can see we kind of missed it there. And then we have the arm tip, which we're also going to bring in. It's right here. Get the arm tip and just put it right here. All right, let's bring these back, and now the arm is ready to move. So once we have all of these, let's parent them. So bicep L, just call this arm L so they match. Arm L. Before we do that, let's make the colors of this red so they all match. So red layers are the left arm. We're going to parent this arm to the arm layer, forearm to forearm, hand to hand, and that is all. The arm layer would be connected to the body, which we don't have right now. Let's deselect this, find the body, unhide this, and the arm is connected to the body. Now let's select all of these new S layers, go to do pixel again, auto rig and IK. There we are, we have a icon for the hand. Let's set the arm to the body again. It usually disconnects. And now the arm is just moving like an arm would. We do need to turn off a few things. So Control Z. Make sure stretch is turned off. So when we do this, the arm doesn't stretch. You can see it holds the shape, which is just how arms work. You can't dislocate your limbs every time you're trying to stretch out. And we can leave reverse turned on because this is the correct direction. Okay. So we have that. And again, these little colors are not a part of your illustration. They're just there for the rigging part. Once you export this, you're not going to get these icons. So under controller layer, I'm going to change the color of the icon because it's kind of hard to see. I'm going to make it a vibrant yellow. Hit OK. Let's also make the controller layer red, and we're good to go. So these guys are ready. Let's hide these away. Okay, let's bring the other sets of arms. So unshy these. We're going to work with the other arm now. Come here. Select all these layers, and we're going to go to do Excel and do the same thing for this arm. Okay, and then I'm going to select all of them, make them yellow so they're in one group. I'm going to call this arm right. Put these where they belong, solo these two layers so we get to see exactly where we need to go. Bring them back, solo the forearms, get the forearm Duik Basel layer, put it right at the joint, and then bring the hand layers and the hand tip. So all three. Get the hand layer and put it at the wrist. And then we have the arm tip, which goes at the tip of this guy's fingers. Zoom in and make sure. Okay. This guy is good. Let's bring these back. And then we can go ahead and connect the layers. So forearm goes to forearm, arm goes to arm, hand goes to hand, and the S arm, the Duik Basel layer, goes to body. Select all of these, go to Duik Basel, make another auto rig in IK. There we have it. You need to select this back on body. You could do it after you made your auto rig. Alright, now we have another controller, which I'm also going to turn into yellow. And the arm is just moving the right way. If your arm was moving the opposite way, so if I turn off reverse, you can see you can move the, let me get the controller layer. You can see that it's moving the wrong way. So if that's happening to you, all you have to do is to hit reverse. But for me, it was working well when I had reverse turned on, so I don't need to deselect that. Okay, so there's my controller. It's working great. I'm going to just move it in the original position, which was somewhere around here. You can go ahead and hide all of these layers except body. And I can actually hide this. So the arms are ready. Let's go ahead and fix the legs. The most important part because it needs to jump. Unshy these layers. Look for the pink category. Unshy these. Turn this back on. So we're dealing with little layers at a time. Select all of these layers for left leg. Create a leg structure. Make sure all of these are turned on and you're on the human option and not dogs or horses. And now we can select the corresponding layers, solo them, select that, and just put them where they need to be. Bring that back, the calf layer. Solo, bring this right in the middle of that circle. Bring it back. We had the foot layer, and that's the final layer. Bring the foot right at the ankle. And now we have this. For the heel and the tiptoe, you gotta just zoom in. So heel is all the way there. Toes are in like that. We have to do heel as the last part. So do toes first, then tiptoe, and then heel. So everything fits in. And now we're going to select and parent thigh to thigh, foot to foot, calf to calf. And also, we want to color code these to, I believe it's peach. Yeah, peach color. Select all the Duik Pastel layers, go to Duik Pastel, rigging, auto rig, and IK. Okay, and also make this peach. Now after we've done the auto rig and IK, we can parent S thigh to body. Or actually not to the body, the hip, which we need to get. There we go, to hip. And we can go ahead and hide all of these layers after we've parented them. Make sure you check to see if it's working all right. Okay, so the direction is good too. I don't need to turn off. Okay, reverse is turned off by its own. Just turn off auto stretch. Let's hide all of these layers. We can also hide body. We need to bring hip in the game. Let's hide C-foot as well. Go for the final layer. This guy, and also bring in the hip while we're here. Okay. Let's rename this, move the copy. And we're going to select all, and I'm just doing this for each of the layers. Remember to do your toes first, and then your tiptoes, and then your heel. There's an order. All right, so let's select all of these layers and just parent them, calf to calf, foot to foot, thigh to thigh, and then select all of these layers and make a controller layer. All right, we now have 2 controller layers. So let's turn this, I guess seafoam was the color. And now connect thigh to hip. Okay, so we have all of these layers. Let's turn this off and now bring in the layers that we want to work with. So that's C-foot, which is our right foot. Let me just, instead of 2, put R. So we want this layer. We don't want the heel, the tiptoe, and all that. Turn those off. We need the C-foot. So this is actually the left leg. So foot L. We need this one. Don't need the heel and all that. And we have a controller for the hand. You see which hand that is. That's the right hand. Right click. Hand R. Turn this back on. Turn off all the layers. We have another one for hand L. Bring that back on, and we need the body, the hip. We don't need the thigh or the other Illustrator layers. We do need the head, the ball, the hoop. Okay. So now we have a few layers that we can work with. We have to move the right hand underneath. So let's go back here, get the right hand layers. Turn this back off. Right hand layers were the yellow layers, so bring those below body. Below everything, actually. Below everything except the background. They need to be on the other side completely. And we just brought in the structure layers. We forgot the actual vector layers. Bring those below the structure layers. There we are. That makes more sense. The legs are okay. The hand is fine too. All right, we can just turn this back on. And now we only have some controller layers for the characters to work with. we can bring the controller layers up, all of them. So we have hand right, hand left, foot L, foot R, and the body, the hip, the head. We want to connect the head to the body. So let's first get the anchor point and bring it right below. Then connect head to body, body to hip, and a ball. We could just leave the ball for now. We're mainly going to focus on the character right now. Okay, so we have adjusted everything. What I did want to do was to change the icon color. Right now they're all red. So on foot R, let's make it another color. Let's make it green. And for the other foot, actually we didn't make it green. Come in icon. Make it green here. Okay. The other foot, it's red. We don't want it to look the same. Go for pink. This way you won't get confused when you're dealing with the controllers. Okay, now all of the foot layers, you want to check them and make sure they're working right. And you can see that the right foot is behind everything. That's good. The left foot, let's check to make sure it's working. All right. Hand L, let's have a look. All right, it's bending all right. The right hand is also okay. So now we also want to check these guys. Let's hit P real quick and have a look. Let's hit none, put hip to body. Okay, so hip goes on body. That's the other way, and now our character can sit and stand. He's standing, he's sitting, he's squatting. It all works okay. Always check your controllers. If you saw that maybe the forearm is dislocated or it's not connected, you need to go back to your layers and make sure that they're parented to one another. Your vector layers need to be parented to the structure layers, or the bone layers that you can see here that we connected. You want to make sure that the thigh layers, or the top layer, which here would be the arm, here would be the thighs, those layers are connected to the tip of the structures too. You just want to make sure everything is connected. If not, go back to your layers and check one more time. Now that we have prepped our character, we can go ahead and start animating. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, welcome back. In the previous lesson, we rigged our character, we connected the controller layers to the vector layers, and in this lesson, we're going to make the character move. So let's go on the top and get our reference image, bring it on top of the thing, hit S to just scale it a lot. Maybe a little hard since the quality is brought down, but it's okay. You can also get your own reference image if you're not happy with this one. But essentially we're going to copy every movement this image has. Let me try to make it bigger since we can see the outline. Lower the opacity and just hit S again to make it the same size. Mind the ground. Okay, let's bring some of the opacity back. All right, lock this in place. And now we're just going to copy the movements of this character. Move in closer. Let's start with the foot. We already have a line, so you don't need to put a ruler. Hit P on foot, and we're going to just zoom in and bring it at the same spot. So this is a starting point, and for the reference image, the starting point, both the foots are in one place. So let's copy that. Make sure they're on the floor. You can look at these little circle thingies. The hand, not sure about the hand. Let's bring the opacity back to full. Okay, so the back needs to go downwards. Let's select body and move it down so he's kind of bending like that. Let's bring the opacity back. Okay. The body is in the right spot. For the hands, it's supposed to be like this. The quality is really low, we can barely tell. Let's just bring it to the side. Hit S. And we'll just look at it from here. Okay, let's make a mask for this image. So I only get these. Get your rectangle tool and just get these guys. We don't need the top. Okay, now I will only see these. Move it up here. So we brought the body down, which causes the butt to come down because that's how it is. He's kind of squatting down, ready to make his shot. The foots are in one line, so I need to bring this guy, this one a bit forward. Perhaps the front leg a bit backward. Okay. Then we need to look at the hand. They're all at a 90-degree angle. If you know how to play basketball, this shouldn't be that hard for you. So let's just bend the arms like that. Don't mind the ball right now. We'll fix the ball later. Same thing goes for the other arm. So just bring it here because you use two arms to grab the ball. So just bring that one here. And this is the starting point for our character. We just bring the ball. For reference, the ball needs to go on top of the right hand. We'll fix that later. I'm going to turn off ball. So this is the first position. The character's like that. We can also work with the head, but I suggest working with the limbs first and then making your way up for the head and the ball. So let's hit P on all of these layers. Close the basketball layer. And we can go ahead and turn on the stopwatch. So this is the original, the first position. Move in a few frames. And now we can move on to the next look. So for the next frame, let's have a look. The body rises up. So go to body. Also hit P on body. Forgot to make a keyframe for body. Move in a few frames. We can also hit R and rotate it upward. Here it was leaning forward. Now it's leaning backwards. So just lean it backward. And have a look. Okay. We can make a keyframe here. Go in the beginning and make 0. So first he was like this, then he's going to rotate backwards because he's about to make a jump. Okay, the legs stay the same, so go on the leg layers and just make a keyframe. On the hand, they rise upwards. So it's this way now. Let's zoom in. Hand L, let's bring it in like that. Let me have a look. Similar enough. The front leg, the front hand is like this. The back hand needs to go a bit forward. So bring the front arm like that. The back hand, we want it to kind of show up on the other side, something like that. Next frame, we're going to make the body come down. So go on body, hit U on body so you get position and rotation. Let's go back a frame and position this here. Moving forward, let's bring the body down. He's ready to jump. Move it downwards. And if you see that your arms are staying up there, it means that your limbs are not connected to the body. We want to make the body straight, so just make it go backwards. Okay. Hand, it's going up now, about to shoot the ball, so just go up like that. The other hand, want to make it go up like that too. It's like he's praying almost. And the ball is going to cover up the hand for the right hand, so don't worry about it too much. Just want to make sure that the front arm is doing okay. So bring the front arm a little higher compared to the other arm. And the left and right foot, they stay the same. Nothing changed much for those. Next frame, he's almost standing. So we're going to move the body up again. Go to body and go on the Y value and make him lose the bending on the legs, the knees, something like that. The rotation, it's going even further, although he's not fully standing, so just make a keyframe like that. Our hand is going to, let's see, this is our fourth one. We need to work with this. The hand, we could make it go up a little bit more, higher. Just bring it here. The other hand, that's the foot. Get the right hand and just follow along. Make another keyframe for the foot. Nothing's changing with the foot for now until he's jumping. Okay, frame 5 is going to grow even taller. So go to body. We're going to move it upwards. That's downwards. Make him lose the bend on the knees even more. And now his arms are going to be straight. The rotation, we could make his body straight. Just bring it back like that. For his hand, we want it to go up. Let me move this guy a bit higher, can't really see. This is the frame we're working with. So it's going to move up. It's higher than that. Okay. The other hand is going to follow. All right, and the foot is still going to look the same. Make a keyframe. Next frame. Just hit P on this. So we are on frame 6. Let me just check something real quick. So we're on the part where he's about to jump up. Bring it. Right here, this is what we're working with. Go to body, make it completely straight. We do not want the knees to bend as much, so just bring it higher. We have a little bit of bending, but it's not that much. As for rotation, we're going even further to make him straight. The hand is up, so follow that, up. The other hand also goes up. Not fully straight, there's still a little bit of bend. in there. So now this is what our character looks like. It was like that, and he's just about to make a shot. Next frame, although we forgot to make the foot keyframes, don't forget that. The next frame, he's going to move his foot up. So we need to, let me first bring this here so we don't get confused. His foot is going to kind of lift from the floor. So first bring the body up until the foot is standing. You can see lift it up a bit. Rotation, he can go back like that. And R is going to be completely straight. Just straight up like that. The left hand follows like that. He has shot the ball like that. As for the leg, we need to work with the rotation. Position, just make a keyframe. Actually, let's move them up a bit. Move the leg up a little bit. That's the wrong one. Still leave that keyframe. Just make a keyframe for this. It's not that big of a deal. The next foot, which is the one behind it, if I'm not mistaken, goes upwards. Try to meet the heel with the other leg. And then we're going to hit R on the foot layers and first make a keyframe on this one too. And then just move them back. So until the previous keyframe, they're going to stay in the angle that they are. But in this keyframe, in this frame where he's jumping, the rotation is going to be downwards. So he's standing on his tippy toes. The next one, add that like that. Okay. So let's go back, have a look at the foot, looking good. And we have 2 more frames to work with. Skip this here. Now he's kind of like arching backwards. So move in a few frames. Get the body. The position is fine. We could just make him go a little bit higher because he's jumping now. Rotation, arch him backwards. You can see it's a little bit of arch. The hands, we're going to make them, this is the backhand, so the backhand actually goes forward. The front hand goes backwards. You can see here it's that motion. This is where the ball is going to make its way there. The foot, we're going to, let's see, bring it upward so there's like a little bit of bend in here, and that's going to help with the arch. So get the foot layer and just bring it up. Oops, we're working with rotation right now. Hit P. And we want to work with them one by one. So this one comes in like that. And for the X value, we're going to bring it backwards. Do the same thing for the other foot. It comes backwards and it goes up a bit. Then select both, hit R, and we just want to make them rotate forward. Do the same thing for this. Hit fit. Okay, and in the final scene, the final frame, he's going to really arch. So let's hit P on the foot and for zoom in. We're going to bring his foot higher because he's literally jumping in the air right now. Bring it more forward because he's going to arch back. Bring it forward and do the same thing with the other leg. Hit R on the foot L, rotate it forward. Hit R on the other foot, do the same thing. So that's the foot. For the hand, let's have a look at the reference. So it's going to move that way. The backhand is going to move forward. The backhand is our right hand. I'm gonna make it move a little bit down. He already threw the ball, so this is just like an after pose for that. And then we have the body, which we're going to make it go even higher. This is the highest point. As for rotation, I just want to make him go back. Add a little bit of arch. Hit N. Let's have a look at our character throwing his ball. So there's our character. He's throwing the ball like that. And if we make it faster, because he's kind of having pauses, want to make this faster. So select all of these keyframes. Let's hit U on both of the foot layers. We want to see all the keyframes. We didn't rotate the hand. Yeah, we didn't rotate the hand, just hit U on them. To open up the active keyframes, select everything that has keyframes, come down, hold down Alt or Option and get the bottom right. Just squeeze in everything. Let's try 1 second. See how that works. Hit N there. Should be faster right now. Okay, now he's a lot faster and he's just throwing the ball. You could go over the keyframes and fix a few things, but I'm gonna stick with this. It's all good. We do have a problem with the hip that I'm not liking. Around here, we see the hip kind of come this way. It's kind of weird. Let's hit P and let's see, what can we do? Yeah, we could rotate it so it looks like that. Turn on a keyframe and it's okay here. And it's okay here. So it just rotates like that. Stays that way. Let's hit F9 on all of these keyframes. Again, you could go back and change a few things. Select all the keyframes, Auto Bezier, come back, hit to fit. So he's just throwing the ball, about to make his jump, and for us, we want him to make make the jump and then go back to normal. So he's just looking at how the ball transferred into the hoop. And we're going to do that in the next lesson, but you saw how easily we used GIFs to create a complex movement, something that isn't quite a cycle. Because after you make your shot into the hoop, you're not going to continuously do that. There's one ball. So this is how you make complex movements. This can also apply to the bike ride. If you want to make your character ride a bike, you could just make rigs like that, controller layers, and do that. I didn't really show the bike ride with GIFs because it's really simple. You just gotta follow the angles 4 times and make a loop. But this one is a bit more complex, so learning this is a lot more helpful. So I'll see you guys in the next lesson where we will continue the movements, make him come back down and just look at how he made his shot. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. We made this dribble effect on our character. He's just squatting and then he jumps to shoot the ball. In this lesson, we are going to make the before and after moves as well. So before that, we wanted him to dribble the ball. So all we have to do is to select the keyframes. Let's say he needs to dribble for 1 second and just bring these here. We have to go back and change the Auto Bezier one more time. Any keyframe that you move, it jumps out of the Auto Bezier. So that's that. Bring the first one in. Make sure you hit U and bring all of the keyframes. Don't leave any out, or else the movement of your character is going to look weird. Select them all and just hit this one more time so we can get them all to look the same. Select them here as well, Auto Bezier. And after this, we're not going to touch these keyframes. We're just making new ones. So the scene would be complete. Forgot one out. Alright, so let's come in the beginning of the keyframe. And to dribble the ball, we have a similar look because he will be squatting when he's dribbling the ball. We only need to change his arm movements. So let's bring the ball layer. And let's actually do the easiest parts first. So after 2 seconds, let's make him come back down and just stand to look at the ball. So go on the body, all right, and then bring down the Y value the other way so he comes to the floor. And without moving your time indicator, we want to also bring down the leg. And then make this 0 degrees so it's straight. First make them 0 degrees so you know how much you're supposed to come down. And basically just come down until he's touching the floor. You also need to bring the body down a little bit. So like that keyframe. Move him down. He could bend his leg a bit because he is engaged. He's excited about his ball. Let's also rotate the body back. We can hit 0. Oops, not like that. Just for him to look normal. Yes, that would be around 31 degrees. And on the hip, we want to actually rotate. Let's make a keyframe. Move it back. We want to rotate it so it looks normal. And we didn't turn these to auto bezier. Let's do that real quick. All right, see the shape changes. All right, so after he makes the shot, we also want to change the arms. So the arms are gonna come down. Let's just bring it down like that. The other arm is also gonna go. We're going to hide it behind the body. So now he's just looking at the ball. We may have to slow this down. So this is what he looks like. He comes back to normal. And let's have a look at the normal afterwards. So it just looks like that. We need to make his body come lower. So hit the last keyframe. And just bring this guy lower. So he's just like waiting to see what happened to his ball. And that's good. Then he's just going to stay this way until he sees the ball. So let's say that's about 3 seconds. Now let's work with the arm, the dribbling part. So while he's here, let's go in the beginning of the keyframe. Here we're only working with the arms, so you can go ahead and close the foot layers. And the body, don't need to move it much because he is squatting. But again, if you know how the basketball poses are, you can go ahead and add some cool tricks as well. We're just doing a normal dribbling. So the front hand, which is the left hand, is going to do most of the action. So we're going to just move the hand L up. I think we need to open the arm a little bit. So it's going to be up. The other hand, we can keep it behind because we dribble with one hand. Don't mind the ball. You just put it somewhere for reference, just so you can see if the arm length is okay. It's okay for us. So hand R stays that way. Let's close this. We're only working with the front arm, which is hand L. Move in the next keyframe. We're going to move this guy down. It's going to dribble the ball. Before we do that, let's just connect the ball to the hand. So let's first choose the right area. Okay, then connect it to hand L. We're gonna work with the parenting later, but we just want to see go on this. We just want to see how we can dribble. So until here, it's going to come down and the ball is going to jump and then come back up. Here, we're going to bring it back up. Next frame, bring it down. And we could just copy these four, Control C, Control V. So the dude's just gonna move his hand up and down. Let's close this in and have a look. Okay, so he's dribbling, he gets the ball, he shoots it. We have to work with the ball later. But yeah, that's all there is to the hand L. Select all of these. They're already F9, just have to make them auto bezier. Select them all, auto bezier. And I think we have the same thing on, hit P on the arm. This is okay. Make sure everything is auto bezier. See, in the body we have 2 keyframes. If they're not all auto bezier, the movement is going to like glitch. So make sure you go over each one, hit U to get access to their keyframes. That way you know that you have to change the keyframe style. Got this one too. Okay, so our character is ready. We made him dribble the ball a bunch of times, and then we made him shoot, and then he's going to make his way down and have a look. So the body is finished. Let's work with the head because we needed to move. There's a lot of excitement going on. We have to show that with the body. Select all of these layers, hit M to close them. And go to head, which we already fixed the anchor point. I'm going to hit R on that. And when he's dribbling, let's get hand L, hit U on hand L. Have a look at the dribble keyframes, which is here. So until here, we want him to kind of look down and then look up. Make a keyframe here. Go in a frame back. Make him look down. Let's bring the 0 keyframe in the beginning. This down keyframe here. Come in forward and put it back to 0. So he's going to just look down and up. He's looking at his ball. Let me just delete the middle keyframe. I want him to look even lower. Something like that, just looking straight at the ball. Bring that here, create a good space. Control C to copy them and paste it. We're not going to loop because when he's shooting the ball, his head movement will be different. So you see right when he's about to make the ball, he's going to look up and make a keyframe here. So go to the hand L keyframes and like go through. So when he's about to make a shot, make another keyframe. Here we want him to look back. So he's leaving his head back because he's looking at the hoop to decide the angle that he will shoot. And again, here we want him to look even further. He's looking above the ball. Next keyframe. It's okay. He keeps his head like that. And then here, let's make a keyframe. In the last keyframe, just put it back to 0. So he's just looking. Hit F9 on all of these. Select all and hit Auto Bezier. So once we close this, we have a full movement of our basketball player. So he's dribbling the ball, he throws it, he comes back down. And before the final position, I'm going to move the final keyframes a bit to the side because it looks a bit odd. It's like he's suddenly looking the other way. So select U on this. Get the last keyframes here. We can make more keyframes on the in between these guys so it looks more natural. Hit U. Always make sure to move the keyframes within a layer one by one. You don't want to select multiple keyframes from different layers or else you will move the layer itself. So don't do that. In the middle, after he threw his ball, we can go ahead and make another style. So come to the body. The body always moves down first. Move the body down. Okay, so when it goes to the next frame, it comes even down. Rotation, here we made it 31 degrees. So in between this, let's make it like 25. Just a little bit of turn, and then here at 31, he can just finish up his final look. For the hand R, we are going to move it a little lower, like here. We can see a bit of it. For the hand L, which is the most, which has the most movement, I'm gonna just do this. So in the next keyframe, it comes down. For the foot, we want to set the rotation to not 0. Let's go for -10. Do the same thing for the other foot. Position, let's look at the other keyframe. It's 1797. You can add 1785. Oops. In the next keyframe. 1785. So we're creating like a transitional keyframe. Here the next one is 1785. So let's do on the next one. Let's do 1770. All right. So he's going to slowly transition from his movement and just have a look at the ball. Again, we have to go here. And the final keyframe, we will make it auto bezier. Okay, we made our character dribble his ball. He makes his shot and then he looks to see what happens. Now, let's finish off this animation. We can go ahead and just delete the basketball reference. We don't need it anymore. Now for the ball, let's close these layers first. We need to make the ball parent to the hand at certain times and unparent at other times. So this is the parent constraint thing that we saw in the Do It Basil plugin. We're going to have a look at it here. We're going to put the ball at the beginning of the timeline, put it in the starting point. So first detach it from the hand, put it where it needs to be. So it would have to be somewhere here. Then we can select that layer, go to Do It Basil, go to Rigging, and come down to Parent Constraint. Make sure you're selecting the ball. And then we have this effect control. We have an effect on this ball right now. So what this means is that at certain points I can connect the ball to the hand, and at other times I could just make the ball move. And this is another cool thing about Do It Basil. You could do this with objects that connect at certain points and then don't. So let's get the hand L, the hand that is dribbling the ball, so we can have a look at the keyframes. On ball, we want this to go to layer, connect it to hand L, so a lot of layers. Here we are going to make a keyframe. So here that it's when the character is holding the ball, we're going to turn on the keyframe, hit U on ball. Okay, so we have one keyframe right now. Go to the next keyframe. Here it needs to, it could still be in the hand actually. So bring this guy here. So the weight is 100 until here. When the weight is 100, it means that it's fully connected to the layer that we chose, which in our case is the left hand, the hand holding the ball. When the weight is 0, the layer is not connected. So let's go to the next keyframe. Actually, we need to make it detach here. So here we need it to turn to 0, type in 0. So that's that. So it's holding the ball and then it detaches. Let's go to the next keyframe. This is where it would still be detached. Over here we want it to be attached. So go to ball again, make it 100. So you see it jumps back. Oops, not more than 100. Just type 100. So it attaches back. Next keyframe, this is where we drop the ball, so 0%. And just do this until you have your dribbling effect completed. And then the last keyframe, we're going to put it to 0, which would be there. Now, once we've done this, we want the ball to move. So hit P on ball, and you can see it's red because everything is changing. Let's go ahead and go in from the beginning. I'm going to cut this to where right before the actual shooting starts. So here he was dribbling from 0 to 1 second. Go in the beginning, readjust the position first to where it needs to be. All right, turn on the stopwatch. Hit U on ball so you can look at the 2 keyframes and decide where you want it to attach and where you want it to detach. So here it was attached. Next keyframe, it's not. So we're going to move this guy down. It's going to go down all the way. Okay, in the next keyframe, it's going to come back up because it bounced. Goes back up. Selected there. Next keyframe, again it goes down. We're dribbling the ball, and this will be rather fast, so you can always just go back and slow down the keyframes by adding space between them. You could go ahead and copy the keyframes. I just like to do this to make sure that it's exactly the way I want it. And then over here, we want it to bounce in the guy's hand because he's about to shoot. All right. So let's have a look at what we made. So you can see he's bouncing the ball right before he's about to, shoot the ball. And apart from this, let's add a rotation, and we're going to make the ball turn every time. So turn on the stopwatch, hit U, so we get 3 sets. Next keyframe, we wanted to rotate. I would say by 180 degrees. So it just rotates as it's going down. Next keyframe, we're going to make it 360. Next keyframe, now we have 1, so just add 180, 360. But because there is a pause, we don't want it to turn in the hand actually. Let's have a look. Okay. It's okay. Here, we don't want it to move. Next keyframe, we want it to move. Here, I guess it could move in every frame. Next keyframe. Next keyframe, we're going to add 360 again. Next one, 180. You could put a smaller number if you're not sure. It's all about testing and seeing how things work. 180, and finally 360. So the ball turned 4 times, and that's just going to make the dribbling more natural. So there's the ball. He's doing it really fast because he's a professional. You could add space if you want. I'm going to leave it that way. hit F9, and we're going to go to Auto Bezier. Got a lot of keyframes. Do that. All right, and now he's just dribbling his ball. Fit. Let's have a look. So he dribbles the ball and he's about to shoot. Here's where we need to detach the hand again. So right when he's about to shoot. So go here, go through each of the keyframes. And I believe he shoots here. Yeah, so in this keyframe where he has it held together, we are going to make a keyframe and go in the next frame to make the weight 0 again. So right now it's not attached and it will stay detached for the rest of the thing. Now to make it go in the hoop, we need to work with the position keyframe. Let's first make these Auto Bezier. Okay, so at this keyframe over here, we're going to go to position. Let's first make a keyframe before the actual movement. Select the ball and just make it go here. Go towards the ball, towards the hoop. There we are. Next keyframe. Next keyframe on the hand layer. So around here, the ball should reach the hoop. So just extend this here. And see, it's going to fly towards the hoop. And here we need to make it maybe rotate in the hoop a bunch of times. So we're going to do the hoop animation in the next lesson, just so this won't be that long. But we saw how we could use the parent constraints from Do It Yourself, and it's really helpful for times like this. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Okay, we stopped here. Our character is a pro. He dribbles the ball, throws it in the hoop, and now we're going to make his wish come true and make the ball go through the hoop. So right here, we made it come on top. Let's zoom in on the hoop. And I'm actually going to add a curves layer because it blends in with the thing. Go to Effects and Presets, search for curves. Add that directly on the ball. Let's lower the thing. So now we have a darker ball. It's better this way. Close that. And over here, we just wanted to, let's have a look. Right when it comes here, we wanted to kind of go around. Let's first work with scale, hit S, zoom out, because it's getting further away from us, the audience. So here it's in the hand, make a keyframe. As it goes on the hoop towards the end, it's going to be smaller. Small enough so it can fit in the hoop. Guess that's good. Hit F9. Let's have a look. Okay, so the ball actually gets small a little bit too slow. So let's bring that in closer. So you can see it gets smaller by the time it reaches the hoop. You can make it even faster. And yeah, so the ball gets smaller because it's getting further away from us. Now let's hit U on ball. And on scale, we had it go in like that. But when it reaches here, normally basketballs don't just fall in like that. They do like a little dance. And to do that, we are going to select the ball, bring it here, Control right arrow key. Maybe make it rotate here. So it's like kind of dancing around the hoop to create excitement. Just make sure it's on the blue part. Next keyframe, we can make it go in the middle before it decides to go down. So next keyframe, we're going to make it go down. Use this guy to bring it down. Let me change this to fit so we can see the floor. Just bring it down all the way till it reaches the ground. And then it needs to bounce. So Control right arrow key or Command right arrow key, skip 2 frames, then bring it back up just a little bit. Skip 2 more frames, come back down, and then we're going to skip 2 frames, make a normal keyframe, and skip the next frame, and then just make it like roll off the side. So it's going to look like that. We also need to add a rotation. So go on rotation around when he's about to shoot the ball, which is here. We're going to make a keyframe, move it back, and just make it maybe move 90 degrees until it reaches the hoop, which is here. Bring that here. It's going to rotate. Okay, so the movements for the position is a bit too much. But here, let's make it rotate another 90 degrees. Let's go for 180. Rotates 180, comes down, and as it bounces up. So we're going to look for the first time it reaches the floor, which is here. Control right arrow key to make your movements. As it comes up, it needs to rotate. So let's add 270. You can change the angles however you like. I'm just going to leave it this way. And then when it reaches the floor, we're going to make a keyframe. Moving forward, right when it finished rolling around, we're going to add 360. So as it rolls away, it's also rotating. It's going to come down here, and it will rotate until it stops. So we have that. About the position, we have to zoom in on these. Let's bring these guys closer so we can have a look at the keyframes. Hit B to close this in here and N here, so we can see exactly where the problem lies. So you can see the ball isn't exactly in the thing. See here, it's literally outside of the hoop. So we know that this keyframe is not okay. So zoom in on position. We're going to move a frame back and just bring it in the right area. So it needs to be still in the hoop at the tip of it. Doesn't need to fly out, because that doesn't make sense. Move in frame by frame until you get to see where the problem lies again. Alright, so it was good until then. And then it just goes down. If we replay this, the ball is going to come and do a little dance, and it's going to fall in the thing. It is going by a little too quickly, so select all keyframes, hold down Alt on the last one, and just kind of stretch it out. Let's do that with all of the keyframes. Select all. Select all that is in the selection, not the rest. Hold down Alt on the last keyframe, last bottom one. Just stretch it out. It's going to look like that, and it goes down. It doesn't come up. Let's have a look at it from afar. Ball goes in, comes in like that. So there is a little pause for, I believe, position right when it reaches the floor. Let's go in frame by frame. So this guy is the culprit. We do not want this. So let's delete this middle keyframe and we should have a better look. So it's going to come down to a little dance. And then here it pauses again, so let's delete that. Don't want any pauses. And just, yeah, that's better. Alright, so let's select all of these keyframes, go back in here, and make them auto bezier. Alright, let's bring these back. We have so many keyframes. Alright. Now we need to add the hoop on top, so let's duplicate the hoop layer. Turn off the original hoop, zoom in. And we should have done this in the illustration layer actually. So I will add a copy of this in your work, so it would be hoop net. Just bring that hoop net above, because right now if I try to do it, it's going to have the orange bits in it. So in your project, you will have a hoop net. Bring that above ball. That way the ball can go inside the net instead of over it, because that indicates that he didn't make the shot. So that's how you make complex movements using Cell and some regular After Effects properties. We mainly wanted to focus on the parent constraint, which is another new thing that you guys will learn. It's really helpful when you want to detach and unparent an object throughout your animation. So if you're going to animate juggling, for example, you would want the ball to be in the hand at one point and then detach